Morning, and welcome to the Town of Surf City work session agenda for March 19th, 2026. At this time, we're going to call to order, and I'm going to ask Trudy Solomon to lead us in our invocation, and John Koloski will follow in pledge.
Thank you. Dear Heavenly Father, we are thankful to be gathered here today. We're thankful to have just the space and the place and the people who that are provided for this community, for this city. Lord, with what all you've provided for us, please help us to do our very best with it, with the information provided today, with the meeting of minds, with conversations. Lord, please just help us along in our decision making, in our for the town. We want to always provide safety for our people. We want to have great resources here for our people. We want to protect our environment. all these things and many more. You know all of what needs to happen to take care of what you've given us, and so we just ask for your hand to be in it and for you to help just to guide our minds and our hearts in that, Lord. I ask blessings upon the people in this community who are struggling, who might be dealing with health or bad health or loss. I ask that you comfort them. We ask that you protect the people who protect us. We are grateful for them and what they provide for us and the security that they provide us each day and each night. And we ask these blessings and pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda, Mayor.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Public comment period. Carla? No public comments? All right, no public's here either. Okay. Item number 1 on our agenda is charter revision, and the Cape Fear Council of Government is here to present, and I'll let you guys introduce yourselves.
Thank you. Is that right? Can you hear okay? All right, thank you. Very good. Good morning. My name is Daniel Adams. I'm the Local Government Services Director with the Cape Fear Council of Governments. I appreciate the opportunity to be before the council this morning. It's always nice to come to Surf City. Before I get started, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague here and let him introduce himself too.
My name is Danny Nickel. I'm a project manager at the Cape Fear Council of Governments. Appreciate the opportunity to plug in on this project.
Well, what we have been working on over the past little while is just an update to the town's charter. And so what we're here this morning to present to the board are some of our recommendations and an overview of some of the suggestions that we made regarding the charter. So I have a brief presentation to cover some of the high points, and then I'd be happy to answer any questions or go into further discussion if the board would like. So I always like to start with a baseline of understanding what the charter is. That's always a good starting point for a project like this. So in practical terms, it's a legal document enacted by the state legislature that establishes the town of Surf City, or in a municipality in general, right? So it takes an act of the state legislature to approve a charter to establish a municipality. But in a more organizational sense, it's a foundational document, and it outlines the specific powers and duties of the local government, as well as a standardization of municipal procedures. So again, it's a document establishing the town, outlining duties and procedures of some of the officers of the town and some of the processes for how the town functions. So to go about amending a charter, there are a couple of ways you can do it. So generally, and this is just a general rule of thumb, acts of the legislature can only be amended by the legislature. So the first option is a local act of the legislature to amend the charter. The second option is prescribed in Chapter 160A of the North Carolina General Statutes. It's amendment by ordinance. So the town council could adopt an ordinance to amend the charter, but the legislature said there are only a handful of things that you can approve or to adopt the charter at the council level without going back to the legislature. And so 160A 101 lists those 9 things that the legislature has given the council the express authority to change without their consent, more or less. And so, for example, if the town of Surf City wanted to change their name to the town of Wave City, you could do that on your own without going back to the legislature. If you wanted to change the terms of the council members or the mayor, you can do that on your own. If you want to change the mode of the election process, you can do that on your own. So those are just a few examples. There's also an option for a referendum to be brought forth by the people via petition. There's a more thorough process, and I won't get into that this morning. Based on what we've done and the suggestions we're recommending, it's going to take a local act of the legislature because some of the things just go outside the parameters of 160A 101. So looking at the Surf City Charter now, the town was incorporated in 1949. And since that time, the charter's been amended 6 times. So occasionally there are updates to the charter, right? An organization evolves over time, and your charter needs to be updated to reflect that. And an example would be in 1980, the form of government for the town was changed from the mayor council to the council manager form of government. So you have a town manager, there's authority delegated to the town manager, and that changed the organizational processes. And so one of the things that we noticed as we were going through the charter is when that change was made, some of the ripple effect of that, duties of the mayor, duties of the manager, duties of the council, weren't always updated to reflect that change in style or form of government. So again, this update is just needed to realign organizational practices with the charter. I think it's important that an organization occasionally look at its charter and make sure that there is alignment between how the organization functions and how the charter prescribes functioning of the organization. So just a quick summary of the changes. Part of it was perhaps an aesthetic change, so really just restructuring so that there's a more logical flow of the charter. The existing charter had several insertions and deletions in editor's notes, and so it could be a little bit difficult to follow from a reader's perspective. So we tried to clean that up and put it in a logical order. And then we also tried to clearly codify a few things that were particularly important but maybe hard to follow in the charter. So the first is the duties of the mayor, council, and manager. Again, that should align with the form of government, the council manager form of government that the town uses, and that's in sections 3 and 5 of the draft charter. And then the next one is the election process, including clarity on the terms of office, how the elections are conducted, and how the seats of the council members are staggered. So we just wanted to clarify that. The existing charter had an initial, in 1964 and quadrennially thereafter, but there were changes that had been adopted since then, so that language didn't really align with how the town functions today. So I want to pause there before I go into a discussion point. Were there any questions of the council? I know you probably have several documents in front of you. It might be a lot to consume at one time, so I wanted to pause in my presentation and see if you had any questions that we might be able to help answer. And if not, I'll be happy to move on to the discussion point. So one thing that came up, and this has been something that many communities in the region are at least looking into further, is a transition from the elections being in odd years to even years. So for the most part, municipal elections are occurring in odd years. Several communities recently have transitioned to even years for a couple of reasons. One of them is cost. So the county is hosting the elections, and so the town has to pay for the polling places and staff to staff those elections, and so that comes at a cost. But if the elections are in even years, there are already elections being put on, and in essence, the town can piggyback off of those elections at a lower cost. It's also possible that you get higher turnout. Generally, municipal elections are some of the lowest turnouts for voting for voters. Every 4 years, you're going to have a presidential election, which would be likely a higher turnout. So that's another consideration for the council. And then a final consideration is to transition from odd to even years. That would require a modification of the existing terms of the council members. So historically, in our research, we've seen that the council will generally extend existing members' terms 1 year to get on that even year schedule, but that could be a discussion of council. So those were just a few points that I wanted to bring up regarding a transition to even year elections, as it seems that is becoming a bit of a trend for municipalities. So certainly just a discussion point. We didn't include that in the charter, but again, happy to turn it over to the council if there are any questions.
Our next election would be in 27, but in order to change that to an even year, you're stating that we must take it to legislation to have it in 28.
Correct.
How long is that process usually take?
I don't know that I have a solid answer. I think it would just depend on the legislative calendar.
We would, so, like I would, if there was clear direction from the board, hey, staff, we want you to modify the charter, bring that back to us, you guys approve that. Generally, that's something that could be brought in on a short session. I think our representative could take that forward, irregardless if the board wants to move forward with amending the charter. Say we'll take out this discussion item. If we've got to take this back to the General Assembly, we would send that to Representative Smith or Senator Jackson and just let them know that we would like this local act to implement the charter. So, but yeah, to answer your question, yes, it would have to be done sooner rather than later, but either through the short session or long session.
Primary purpose for this is a cost savings, essentially?
Cost savings or voter turnout, and that's what we had discussed through our working deliberations of the clerk and I and the Council of Governments is they have other municipalities that are requesting these even year sort of municipal elections, so that was just something new that we figured we would bring to your attention.
Do we have any idea what the cost savings would be, or what the cost is?
I mean, we paid,
$1,000.
sir?
It's about $11,000.
Yeah, I mean, that's between Onslow and Pender, and that's just for the single municipal election. So, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's certainly a decent sum of money. Is it a make or break on the budget? I wouldn't say so, but again, it is a cost savings, so.
Can I make a comment? I like off-year elections simply because then the election is focused on the town as opposed to being part of a much larger engagement. We run nonpartisan elections. Even year elections are partisan elections, so that has an impact on how people might think about voting. I know that a lot of people do straight ticket voting. I would prefer that we keep it the way it is simply because it's our town and it's our board and it's our mayor we're electing, and we're not electing a president and a mayor at the same time.
It's certainly the discretion of the board. Yes, sir. And that's
Having discussions? Which we don't have to make a decision
That's
right now,
what-
we're just.
That's my
we're
question,
just-
so,
Yeah.
yeah, my question's that. So what are you looking for today? I mean, I appreciate the information, you just explained it very well, and I do think it's something we,
Well, I would say that unless the board has any strong feelings about it, this is something that we can table, this section of it. And then, of course, Mr. Adams will continue through his conversation, but, the way that I would take that is unless it gets brought up by the board in the future, then we're not going to mess around with it or bring it back to you at a defined future date for consideration. We'll just hold on to the language and the good work that they've done, and tuck it away in the file somewhere.
I think it's
It
worth
didn't
a,
change anything on here. I mean,
No,
it's just,
no.
yeah.
I think it's worth a further discussion with us, to do it. I think to me, it sounds, I'm not that, like, the cost savings is I won't say this, meaning only $11,000, but it's $11,000, and it does motivate it to more voters to come out, because more voters are out if it's going for the other elections are the same. So I think it's just worth talking about.
I appreciate it being brought up today. I'd like to talk about it with more people in the community and see what people think.
And that essentially wraps up my presentation. I think generally from our perspective, we saved the discussion points for the end there, but from our perspective, next steps really are discretionary from the board. If y'all are comfortable with the language, we can work with staff through the legislative delegation to move this forward.
Do we need to, if we wanted to, I'm assuming, we would still need to prepare some level of resolution, and we can talk to Brett about that, but prepare some level of resolution to send to our legislators with a copy of the draft. I'm assuming that would be the process.
I think that would be appropriate, just so that there's some documentation of board approval of the specific language. Yes, sir.
So then, my question for the board is that, are you all comfortable with this as to you want a resolution or some other form of consent or approval for us to move forward with it, and that way we can prepare that for April?
That's just like the cleaning up of the verbiage that's in
It
there
is,
essentially.
it is, yeah, I mean, that's.
The way to go. Yeah, I want to see a resolution for that.
And again, just a little bit of the background with this, as to why we're here at this moment, is that over the last few years, we've had some questions come up without clear guidance within the charter, or we start to look at the charter and there's some inconsistencies, like Mr. Adams was explaining, about powers and authorities, how the board is appointing new members when there may be a vacancy, only referring to the general statute. So that's kind of what the impetus of this was, and then we had budgeted for their professional assistants to do all the research for it and bring it back to us. So that's where we're at with it, so.
Let me ask a question, because I understand this is Cape Fear COG, and I attend the Eastern Carolina COG meeting, so I know because this is Pender County, so we have a portion of our town in Onslow County, so can you help me with that?
Yeah, so your charter covers the municipal boundaries regardless of county. So we communicate with the Cape Fear Council of Governments because we have a
larger.
well, and just a more direct relationship, with them. No hard feelings. For
No, I know, I was just at the ECC meeting in Newbern last week, and so, and you and I have had some discussions about the status of that COG, and so I'm just trying to get an understanding of, and I've been to your meetings too, and they're just very different, which just,
Okay.
so, to me.
Yeah.
And we do have residents in both counties, and that's kind of how it's been broken down, and I was just trying to understand. Of course, I know when we have election, Pender County's not doing an election when Onslow's doing it the next year, like we're doing it together, so, yeah. Okay.
So I have a point of clarification and a question. One is, in section 3.2, the mayor's role presiding over meetings of the council, right? So that includes regular meetings, emergency meetings, and it also includes quasi-judicial meetings, correct?
Does the council hold quasi-judicial hearings?
Yes.
Then yes, sir, yes.
Okay, and it also, executive session?
Closed session? Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
so it applies to any time the council meets.
That's right, yes, sir.
And you're eliminating section 12, and that is the compensation, creating it as a policy as opposed to a requirement.
Yes, sir. That's our recommendation. We felt that was more of an internal policy document, or that should be included in an internal policy document rather than in the charter.
Okay, so if we remove it from the charter, then I guess it's on us then to write a policy, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so Kyle, that's probably something we want to think about. Just what do we want to say in that policy? Maybe we can talk about it at a future point in time, but it makes sense to me. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel
you.
and Danny.
It's great to see you all.
You as well. Y'all have a great weekend.
Thanks. You too.
Item number 2 is surplus resolution, and Carla will present.
Thank you, Mayor. So we have a resolution for surplus. It is in your packet, but it's several police vehicles as well as the Humvee from the fire department. And we would post that on, likely on Gov Deals for auction.
All right, do we have consensus to move forward?
Yes, I do.
I have a question, and I apologize. There's no opportunity for our department heads to take a look and see if we can repurpose any of this?
There is opportunity, yes.
Okay,
And that's included in the resolution.
So we've already repurposed what we can. This is bona
They
fide surplus.
may or may not, this is just giving permission to explore that. And then they can be.
Oh, okay, so we're making a decision here. We don't need these in their current role. Let's find a new role for
Correctly.
them. It could be external or internal. Got it. Thank
And
you.
just for clarification, we do have a internal asset transfer form that we use to track if Frank gets a new sedan, we'll transfer it from PD to Parks and Recreation.
So we aren't saying this is going external exclusively. We still have the opportunity to
Correct,
repurpose
yeah.
internally.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Real quick, I see mileage, I see year. What's the parentheses number?
Right.
Probably, is that vehicle number?
The vehicle number in the department, so they're,
Understood.
this is
Thank
the
you.
way they track it.
So these vehicles have, well, the least amount is, was it 85,000 miles? All the other ones exceed much more than that. So I basically, okay, to hold on to these, is it going to cost us more in maintenance to hold on to them?
So,
I mean, it's, I wouldn't,
They'll be
if
evaluated.
I could, I wouldn't buy any of these.
individually, yeah.
so, yeah, and that's the whole purpose of having the vehicle replacement plan within, like, for example, the police department. So if it's meeting certain thresholds, then we're going to want to get that replaced, because again, if the call comes in, we want to make sure that we have safe and reliable vehicles. So once you have something that exceeds 10 years, that's been on the road as a police cruiser, that's going to certainly meet one of those thresholds.
This is the type of car a mechanic would buy, because he could keep it running.
Everybody will, I mean,
There's
it's
people
very,
that-
yeah.
that buy these, yeah.
Yeah.
We have an 8-year cycle plan for police cruisers.
Yeah, so we've
So
just held on
these
to
would be
this one.
part of that. So we're not going to need to go out and buy new ones to replace these. These are part of the cycle.
That's correct.
We've
And-
already budgeted.
Yeah, and you'll see a little foreshadowing, you'll see 3 vehicles in the police department budget as part of their
And we expect that
replacement.
almost every year.
We do expect that, yeah.
Okay.
Do we have consensus to move forward?
Yes. Yes, definitely.
All right, thank you. Next item is rules of procedure, and Carla will present.
Okay, I'll try to summarize a little bit and also run through the major changes, but if you have any questions, let me know. And this does not have to have action today, so if there are questions or further things you want to see explored, we can do that at a future one. So, overview, the big part of this was making it make sense, because it was very inconsistent and just not clear on some things. So one suggestion would be to remove the preamble and the annotations, because we do operate by North Carolina general statutes, and we do use Robert's Rules of Orders for our meetings. So that's already implied, but there is Part 11, which covers that anything not specifically outlined in here, you would reference Robert's Rules of Orders for meetings. Let's see, to revise the meetings to reflect the newly adopted day, which is the Thursday work session. I did not put a time in there so that we're not confined to that, if the times change of meetings, but it would have the first Tuesday, with exception of holidays, obviously, and then that would indicate.
We've had a problem in the past, so one of those days is an election day. Can we also move it on, so we have, allow people to vote and not have to worry about coming to a meeting on election day?
We don't have them on election days. We usually, and that's where we.
Well, I was going to say, we were excluding holidays. I mean, can we just write in there or election day and then not have to worry about rescheduling it?
We can, because what we do each year in December, when I present the calendar to you for the following year, that's taken into account. And so, for example, last year, we had the meeting on Wednesday instead of Tuesday. So you can do
We're
it.
going to exclude.
Yeah, so we're going to
Throw
exclude,
that in
so it
there.
can be added,
Okay.
if that's everyone's.
That makes sense.
You want to just exclude it altogether on years that there's an election?
No,
And
I'm
not have a
saying
meeting, or just,
that you wouldn't have
we
a
wouldn't be
meeting
stuck
on
to
election
Tuesday?
day.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
We
so
would
we
move
could
to the
say,
next
with
business
the
day.
exception of holidays and an election day.
Just clarifying that that's another
We don't
reason
have
for
to
us
do a
to have,
special change.
to do that bump. Okay.
So I can add that.
Is it,
That just
is
needs
it
to be looked at
election
in
day
December.
of the town of Surf City or election day in general? Because we had election
Town of
day.
Surf City is the only one we've honored,
Right.
since we currently don't have them on the
We
same.
had a meeting on election day last
Yeah, we did.
month.
Did, yeah.
So do you want that to be for every election?
I just want to clarify it. Is it just for our election, our local election?
That's up to you guys.
There's no reason why we shouldn't be able to conduct business if we're not having.
Our
We need
election.
to leave it like it is and just.
I mean, and we have that option when we adopt the calendar every year.
Wants at that time.
I mean, you put it into the calendar that it was going to be on Wednesday. We didn't have to
Right.
notify. It's there. It's on the
Yeah,
calendar.
this is a general
It's a lot
outline of
easier
what we
just to
do.
do it that way, I think, than it is to put it in the other way. I mean, I don't know. I'll be here, so it doesn't matter.
So, add, don't add, just need some,
Well, I prefer structure, and if we're going to change it, we may as well change it the way we expect to do it, rather than having to.
like, to add holidays and municipal election days, is that? Because
I think
we're,
all election days, but
I prefer flexibility, not to be confrontational, but we would be able to address it. The board gets to decide. If there's a new board that comes on, they may decide. It just creates flexibility for the board if we continue to do it the way we're doing it.
Well, it's been working this way for a while, right?
correct. And you do still have the option in December when the calendar's presented to say, we'd rather not meet on that day. Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay. Let's see, where are we? It increases the clarity of the special meetings, emergency meetings, and the organizational meetings, which again, I'll keep saying it, but all of this is referenced and in line with North Carolina General Statute. Modernizing methods of communication, so I don't have to drive to your house and put an agenda on your doorstep. Email is sufficient.
I think we need to discuss this in more detail.
You may individually ask for it. And then clarification of agenda preparation, which is pretty standard in here. Process to add things or modify the agenda. Let's see, we added the roles and duties of Mayor Pro-Tem, which were not outlined clearly, and it's already assumed, but again, just wanted more clarification. Then Part 9, ordinances and contracts. So I did consult with a lot of cities and counties in North Carolina, and most do have that in there. We did not. The ordinances is outlining general statute. The contracts, one slight difference would be it's asking that you are presented with that contract in writing before you vote on it. So there are times that occasionally that we've, indicated we want to move forward on something with a contract, but maybe you don't have the contract in hand to review. And of course, it's always going to be reviewed by the lawyer and by the manager, but this would put the contract in front of you before you vote on it. Public hearings was added. because that was not outlined in ours before. Then the public comment was modified a little. Let me get to that. And then this is where we had discussed possibly adding more public comment periods. So I was unable to find, other than the town of Holly Ridge, and I did not check every city and town in North Carolina, but I was unable to find anyone else who does more than one per meeting. I actually was unable to find anybody who does more than one a month. We currently provide 2 a month because we do allow it at our regular meetings and the work session. But if, again, that was just me researching, so if that's something that you want to see added, we can add that still. I don't know that we'd want to put it in our rules of procedure. The rules of procedure simply says what statute says, that we can provide it, that we should provide at least 1 per month for the public to speak. And like I said, we already do 2, but we can add more. I'll just need you to let me know if you want to do that, and that's something we can just change in our internal process. Let's see.
No comment? I think any time the council meets, be it a regular meeting, a workshop meeting, or a special meeting, or an emergency meeting, the town ought to have an opportunity to speak. I think that's an important part of our transparency and our willingness to listen, I think.
Currently, we do that.
I think we're doing a good job of that because we do.
I will
offer-
say the only time we don't do that, since you mentioned it, is special or emergency meetings. For example, we had a special meeting for a closed session prior to the last couple of meetings, and we did not have public comment on that.
Well, there's no public comment on a closed session.
There's not on the closed session, but you're calling a special meeting,
Right.
and so you could add that to your special meetings before you go into closed session. That's an option.
But we did it on a day we were meeting anyway, and we went into our regular session and had
Correct.
comment time then. There was comment time that day.
Correct.
Within just a couple.
Very
an
rare
hour
that
or
we
two.
have, since I've been here, I don't believe we've had a special meeting other than our strategic planning. We've not had special meetings, but that would be something to consider. We could add public comment.
Yes, it affords the public to comment, but like you can see today, we have a long list of public comments.
But it does give opportunity.
Yes,
so.
there's opportunities there, but, you know.
So we can add that if you
We can't
like.
force people to come and comment, but
No, I'm
I
not saying we
believe it's
should,
in
but
our responsibility to ensure that.
I'm just making the note that, you know, we have it in this meeting today, we changed the meeting times for the public, and based on our attendance over the last couple meetings, we haven't had too many people here. So I think public comment is only going to be there when people have something, I don't want to be rude about this, but gripe about.
Well, I think consistency is key, so I think always offering public comments at all meetings is the way to go. And,
Yeah. Oh,
and I
yeah.
appreciate the research that you did that shows that other towns only offer public comment once a month, and we're already doing it twice a month. So I just think that needs to be our nature.
Yeah.
Which is
And
kinda what
we
Andy
can
said.
definitely add it to, special meetings and emergency meetings as well.
Well, any meeting of the council
Yeah.
that's
Right.
We
open
can
to
do
the
that.
public ought to have a public comment. And then we did talk about, when do we want to do public comment? And you provide us a list of the agenda
Right.
and where things
So
fall.
the order of.
So we have public comment after the adoption of the agenda, which means, or after the adoption of the consent agenda, right? Which kind of precludes anyone making a comment on what's on the consent agenda. Right, because then it's after the fact. Is it to our advantage to allow public comment to happen at the beginning of the meeting before we take any actions? Other than the routine things like the pledge and the proclamations and maybe the beautification committee and stuff, and then have public comment and then go to the agenda, consent agenda, and go forward from there?
So we could move it. Currently, we have, in our order of business, we have adoption of agenda, approval of consent, and then public comment and public hearings. So that is an option to do that,
To move it ahead.
to move it to
After
directly
special
after
recognitions.
adoption of agenda.
I'm fine with that.
I don't see a
Yeah.
I don't see a problem with that.
I also think that's part of why we do our workshops, like they have the opportunity to come and speak to those items at the workshop meetings on Thursday. So they do have an opportunity to speak towards
Before the
what
consent-
ends up being on the
on the
consent.
consent
So the
agenda.
purpose would be for them to come and talk there before we kind of make those decisions. But I don't mind moving it either, but technically they do have that opportunity to speak on those items prior to as well.
So then we'll move it.
Process to see if there's any unintended consequences that would,
Yeah,
and
I
I don't
mean-
see any by allowing public comments prior.
So we adopt the agenda because public comment is part of the agenda, right?
Yeah.
And then we adopt the consent agenda after.
Correct.
Okay.
So
I'm fine
just
with that.
move those two things.
Yep, yeah.
Move it around.
And then one of the other things we had talked about is, do we want to have something at the end of the meeting? And as John pointed out, there's no one here at the beginning of the meeting. The fun part of the meeting doesn't start until we start talking about the budget presentations, where there may be some opportunity for people to show up or to want to comment. Do we want to include something at the end of the meeting where public comment would be allowed to comment on what we did?
A lot of times, we have public comment in the beginning. People make a public comment, and unfortunately, a lot of those people don't hang around for the rest of the meeting. They leave after their public comment. So they don't have an ability to hear the rest of the meeting, or are they not, and they're not here. So, I mean, I don't know. I just,
Does anybody know of a reason or why other municipalities don't have it at the end, other than what we're talking about? A lot of times people don't come out and comment. There again, if there's no, if there's no foreseen unintended consequences for adding it, I don't know that we shouldn't add it or couldn't
Generally,
add it.
it's just held at the beginning. I mean, the belief is that people are going to actually read the agenda in the packet and then want to come in and comment before you vote.
Trudy, I think you said you'd gone to some of the Hawley Ridge.
It was Hawley Ridge that
What
does
was your
it.
take on that? I'll trust your judgment since you're more familiar with it than I am.
Well, I mean, Andy was there too.
Follow up with him.
Yeah, so it did lean to different types of comments and conversations. And I understand what Andy's saying. It could go either way, in my opinion. We also have an obligation to be out in the community and speaking to people about that and all that. But it does give them an official time to be up here and have their viewpoint shared after decisions have been made. I understand, but I spoke with Carla last week, and I was interested. It was interesting to me that no other towns are doing this. And I never had a conversation with Hawley Ridge about why they started it. I didn't, but I did see how the public used it differently. And you got to have that opportunity to have their final words shared after a decision was made. And I didn't see any harm in it. It would make the meetings go a little longer. I do agree that that some people make their public comment and they barely even stick around to hear what we decide and discuss, and they look it up later, I guess. I don't know. I think that's interesting that people, sometimes don't even stick around for the issue that they spoke about. So I don't know. I mean, part of it is human behavior and what would people take advantage of or not do. We don't see anybody taking advantage of public comment time today, but I know our meeting's at 9:00, and that was another thing we adjusted. We have our meetings in the evening to encourage more participation. So I'm kind of mixed on it. I mean, it's something we could offer, and we could see how it's taken advantage of, but it may not be something that anybody speaks up about. And then my question is too, like, would you have two different sign-up sheets? Like, how would you handle that logistically? Are you going to speak at this public comment time? Are you going to speak at this, or you want to speak at
Well, I have
both?
two different sign-up sheets, but people would still have the option, and the mayor can
Just say anybody,
open up
yeah.
to public
Yeah.
comment.
I think if you have it in the beginning and you have one at the end, the people that decide to stay around to hear the meeting might have a comment on what is discussed during the meeting. That's, their
Part
public
of our-
comment might come afterwards, which,
As our town gets bigger and more populated and such, and everybody's schedules are kind of packed, I'm always in favor of opportunities for more communication. So I'm not against having
I'm not either.
And so but it will lend itself to human behavior to see if anybody feels like that if the public thinks that's valuable. I mean, we're sitting here just to take the information in. We want to know if they want it, so, I mean, we're not.
Could we address it the same way we're addressing this meeting, or like our council meetings? We change the date, we have to change the time. Could we do the same thing with the second public comment, to just see if anybody actually responds to public comment the second time?
We should add it to our order of business, yes.
You know,
Short answer is yes.
just do it as a,
Yeah.
like we're doing this as a
But you should add
trial.
it to your order of business, and then if 6 months or however long you decide to
that's what I
try it,
was- yeah.
then we bring it back or it comes up again, then we would have to change the rules of procedure, but it's not,
It's on
not
the-
a difficult change.
This trial
But if
period
it's on the
is for 6
agenda
months, right?
forever and no one ever takes advantage of it, I mean, like, and it just sits there, I mean, eventually someone would would say, let's just take this off. No one's using it, but, I mean, I don't see any harm in putting it on there, so.
What we did with
It's
this is.
another opportunity.
This time change and date change, we did this for 6 months, correct?
We did, but that's where in the rules of procedure that we're talking about now, that was not in there. Which is one reason we're changing the dates and times to, or the days.
We had to go Friday to Thursday.
Yeah,
and that
so
had to be
I
in
just
there.
changed the day, but I did not, because it's not required to put the time of the meeting in there, so I did not put that in there, because we
What
do
I'm saying
advertise
is
that.
just take it from, like, if we decide to put this forward today, do it till the end of the
Well,
trial
we
period.
can look at it again when we look at the other
Yeah,
things
I
about.
can
Just
make a note
work
to bring
into
it back
this-
to you.
To the next meeting that we have 2 public comments, in other words, and the next
I
meeting
didn't
after
see
that.
this being
I know.
the
I'm going to
same.
say my last, Hugh, thank you for asking me, how I felt about it. And I'm going to say this one thing, I should just keep it quick and simple. Why would we not why would we not put it on there? Are we going to say, yeah, we don't feel like listening to the public again? Like, that's my impression of it. We only want to listen to you once. So, I mean, like, I know that sounds kind of silly, but, and then people don't take advantage of it. I always love saying, hey, there's this opportunity, and now it's on you to come. So
I will add that in there,
Yeah, I was gonna
along
say,
with
I'm
the
good
order
with
of
it. Let's try it out and
business.
see how it goes.
Where would we like to put it?
Thought we were putting it at the end.
Well-
is it before
I think it needs to go before council
report?
council comments.
Yeah.
Right.
And I would agree with Alicia. I think before council comments,
After
After staff
attorney?
reports.
Well,
after staff reports, after the attorney,
Okay.
and then before the council speaks. 'Cause
Okay.
that way, as council members,
can address
we
them.
we can address things as
sure.
well.
No,
in
it needs to
our
be before
comments.
council comments, yes.
Yep, somewhere, but
Okay.
just throw it in there.
Thank you, Carla.
So, and I believe that was it. That was all the major changes. If you had any other questions, I can address those.
Excuse me. Madam Mayor, if I may.
Sir?
In regard to the closed sessions, we've transitioned the last couple of times of holding these prior to the regular meeting via special meeting. Is that something the board enjoys? I don't know if is the right word for it, but is that something the board would like to formalize? Or, again, that we can just continue to do it the way we are doing it, but again, the thought process behind that is, so we're not trying to have these deliberations in closed session after potentially a long agenda, and, we're creeping into later hours in the evening. So I just wanted to bring that up in case there's any room for conversation about that.
I like that.
I like having the closed session before
Yeah.
the regular meeting. I think it lends itself to a better conversation instead of us being here at 9:30, 10 o'clock at night and trying to have an intelligent conversation,
No, I'm going to agree. I think running closed sessions as separate meetings or doing them before, particularly before a meeting, makes a whole lot more sense.
Yeah, and then, I think that for our purposes, we should still keep closed session on this rules of procedure in the list, because something might come up the morning of a meeting, and we wouldn't have the opportunity
To
to
call everybody in quicker.
to advertise a special meeting. So I would just leave it with that caveat, that
Yeah.
leave it in here, but also we might document that the town does the special meeting for closed sessions if we can. But again, something might come up that we have to discuss.
I think adding it, or doing it before the meeting on the day out is
Okay, all
better,
right.
because we're here, we're coming here, the attorney's already en route,
Yeah.
We don't have to bring him out on a special day, and,
So we kind of agree that we're going to leave it on the agenda, on the list. However, we're going to adopt a policy that says, when possible, having closed sessions will happen at a special meeting.
Yeah, I
prior
think you
to-
can have just a section on closed sessions here that talks about, what the board would prefer to do, but understanding circumstances might come up.
I can add that. I think it would make the most sense to add that to the closed sessions section. That gives, the basis for a closed session and how it's called, but can also add in there that we may occasionally call a special meeting for a closed session. And again, all of this is outlined in statutes, but we're just adding clarification to our rules of procedure.
Have full consensus on that?
Yep, we're good.
I'll bring back a clean version to the
Thank you for
consent
bringing that
agenda.
up, Kyle.
Thank you.
All right, next item is special events manual, and Miss Bella will present.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Today, staff is requesting consensus for approval of the revised Special Events Permits Manual. Since this document was last presented to you, it has undergone additional improvements, including the implementation of council feedback from the last presentation, the staff recommendation to remove ticketed events and event-related boat ramp closures, some language updates to the surf competition section, and the recommendation of a nonprofit discount for external special events to replace the existing nonprofit sponsorship policy. Included in your packet, I have a table that kind of summarizes all of the changes by section and by page, a highlighted version of the manual itself that points to the specific language updates and added sections, and then a clean final version of the document. And I'd be happy to walk through those changes or just answer any specific questions you have.
Did you walk through them?
Yes.
Just so that the public knows.
Okay. So just the general administrative and organizational improvements. Obviously, if you've seen the active version of the manual, it's gotten a little bit of a facelift, added some photos, just generally made it a little bit easier to read. I have reorganized the pages of the document into sections, just so everything kind of flows together. So there's the introduction section, application process, event planning, safety and operations, and then the requirements, as well as just the new table of contents that points to all of those sections as well. So the introduction, pages 3 to 4, is an entirely new section. So the purpose is just to outline the expectations of the process and highlighting the available resources. I did also just want to note that once this manual would be uploaded to our website, all of the external resources, so any external applications to DOT or ABC, whatever it is, will all be linked in this document. And since this was last presented, we now have a Plan Your Event page on the website that also has direct links to everything, including the manual, the off-duty police requests. Anything that goes along with this process is now in one spot on surfcitync.gov. The defining special events section is to kind of help event organizers ahead of time to see if something that they're trying to do might qualify as a park amenity rental, because we do rent our picnic shelters and our amphitheater for private gatherings. And so just adding kind of those clarifying definitions and the differences between the two, and just kind of to generally define what special events are in terms of this permit manual.
So just a point of clarification, if any one of the criteria met, then it is a special event.
Yes, that's correct.
And you use the criterion of amplified sound. Does that include things like a boom box for music, or? So it's, amplified sound to me is unclear, and I know in our noise ordinance we have amplified sound in there as well. Do we need clarity?
When I was referencing other manuals from other municipalities, that was also similar to how it was written elsewhere. I think it's more in reference to probably like bands or live performances, or if you have like some kind of MC, but I can define that further.
Assume for a moment Trudy is running for re-election and she decides to have a meet and greet at the amphitheater, and she has Mr. Microphone there because she's very soft-spoken, but her words are impactful, and she uses a microphone. Is that considered amplified sound, and would she have to have a special events permit?
In this scenario, is it a closed invitation gathering, or is it open to the public?
Well, that was the next question I had. But,
well, if it's open to the public, then that's another criteria for it being a special event, if it was closed invitation.
but I'm asking specifically amplified sound, Mr. Microphone, for a political event.
Like an event, yes.
That would require a special events permit, not just an amphitheater rental.
Well, they're kind of hand in hand. So if it was like an event in the sense that it's open to the public, then that already meets the criteria of needing a special event permit. If it was like a closed gathering, like it was a birthday party and you were playing music, then no.
If you rented a pavilion
Yeah.
to have Bobby's 5th birthday party, and you brought a little radio or you brought a little thing to sing happy birthday, that wouldn't require it because it's not blaring and disturbing.
So how do you tell Chief Voorhees' officers if someone complains about a boom box? Okay. How are you going to tell him how he should react? Because it's amplified sound, it'd be a violation of the special events manual.
He's just going to send a guy out there to ask him to turn it down.
Right.
Because we've got a complaint on it. That's
Even
all
with
that's
the
going to
noise
happen.
ordinance stuff, there's like a decibel level that once you reach a maximum on it, and that's outlined by a certain set of criteria, so it would all fall underneath that same platform, I would think. If you're loud enough to where you're breaking that level of sound barrier, then that's when it's going to trigger some sort of an action. But if you're out there playing a boombox and somebody's complaining about you and the chief has to go out there,
I think honestly,
If we
somebody,
adopt this, it is a violation because they don't have a special events permit.
Well, if they had a rental, they would also have a rental agreement that's issued by the town as well.
And
for
does
them
it say
to-
no amplified sound?
That I can't answer, I'm not sure. But I,
Concerned, we're putting things in here that are going to put us into a gray area and will lead to some type of conflict. And I'd like to avoid that.
I think an individual.
I do not see any conflict on that scenario.
No, I think an individual, if I'm at the park and somebody's having a party and they're playing music and it's disturbing to me, I'm going to walk over and say, could you please turn that down a little bit? And if they don't, well, they don't. It's like if you go to the beach and I'm sitting here and I'm reading a book and there's a family next to me and they've got a boombox going. I mean, you're at the beach, you're in the open air, you're in a public place. I don't think we should put our police
a lot of these-
department in a position where they're going to have to get called to come down and take an officer off patrol to ask somebody to turn music down when I walk over and ask them, could you please turn that down? And if they're not going to do it, they're not going to do it. I mean, to get it into split the wood here about, what they're doing, the decibel rating and stuff, I mean, I don't think it's
We're left with an obligation to enforce the rules that we have.
It's like this, though. It's to give guidelines to keep good people good. It's no different than the old adage of putting a lock on a foot locker. It only keeps honest people honest. We're digging way too in the weeds on what the volume is at a birthday party. I'm going to tell you, we got to move on.
Honestly, if you called the police on it and the people weren't, I'll use the word nice or cordial about turning the music down, and the police asked them to turn it down, quite honestly, I would say that, they're going to turn it down, and after the police car leaves, they're going to turn it back up again. I mean, if people are going to be they're not,
All right, and then we'll go to the other one. What is a closed invitation?
it's invites to a specific group of people. So it can't just go, you can't post a flyer for your birthday party and say, everyone come to Soundside Park, we're at shelter number 6. Like, it has to be specific invite of a closed gathering group of people.
So if I mailed out an invitation to 100 people to come and join me for supporting our troops in Iran, okay, so, and then somebody goes ahead and posts that on Facebook as well. What
Then you would
happens?
be in violation of the rental agreement.
But I didn't do it.
But it's
But you would have been the organizer and you would have
Yeah,
rented
yeah, I
that.
invite 100 of my
responsibility.
military friends to come and rally around with flags and in support of our troops, and someone else posts it.
We're going to look to you to manage the situation. If you cannot manage the situation, then Chief Voorhees and his people will manage the situation for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's your responsibility.
So what you're saying is an individual has to be invited, and the mechanism, it could be an email, it could be written, but it has to be to the individual.
Yes, and
Okay.
a rental application, you're supposed to list approximately the number of people that are in your party, so to
Right,
say.
and it has
for
to be
rental.
200 or less.
That's correct.
We had 150. We used to, I think it was 150, but that's okay, it doesn't matter. 200, 150, doesn't matter. And then these rules apply only to Soundside Park?
Yes, that's currently the venue for external events.
But we're having one at the skate park.
The skate jam,
Yeah.
that is in partnership with the town, so we will be there
Okay,
representing
so that's a town-sponsored or
town-led,
town-led
yeah, with
event.
an external partner.
So we're not ever going to be in a situation where we're going to do a private event there?
I can't speak to that right now. I know that that Earl G is zoned as a residential park due to the proximity to the neighborhoods, and that was, I believe, the Parks Recreation
Okay.
Advisory Committee recommendation to have it open to town events only at this point.
But we are also, there's a section in there for using streets, and there's a section in it for using the beach.
Correct.
Okay, so those are special rules for them.
Yes.
All right. Is there an upper limit as to the number of people that can go to a private special event?
What's it?
Obviously, we're not selling tickets, but if
Correct.
someone has files a special event, we used to have 750 as the upper limit of the number of people.
For a minor ticketed event, it was up to 750, and I believe for major, it was up to 3,500.
Yeah, but the major had to close the boat ramp.
Correct.
It was
So what
if I may say, all that was created just for when Surf City, the town of Surf City was doing Surf City Live. We are no longer doing Surf City Live, or we had saw that it was that 750 doing a private large event was causing more situations to where it put a strain on our staff. So we are now eliminating.
Right. The ticketed events, but I'm talking about, for example, the Rowett bike where they start the bike off there. Is there an upper limit for the number of people that a special event for a nonprofit could have?
Not at this point.
Okay. Well, we just say we can't close the boat ramp.
Correct.
Yeah, so I mean, in that scenario, again, we can go through a million different scenarios, but it's requested of the applicant, what is your anticipated number of participants? And again, if you say, we anticipate to have 1,000 people ride bikes to raise money and awareness for this good cause, and then all of a sudden 15,000 people show up. That will be an issue, something that would have been outside of our ability to control. And we're going to have to talk to the event organizer about how we're going to mitigate this. I mean, I don't know if there's any way that we're going to be able to truly determine what the total number would be if somebody's advertising for a special event or for, this bike ride or whatever it may be. But also there's a registration process involved in it, and I would hope that there's a limit set on that and that coordination through special events.
We
could
don't
set
have
that.
a number in the special event manual that says events in excess of Y won't be permitted.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that typically gets vetted through the special events process. And we've been, I don't want to say, we have good relationships with the special events that have been coming here and utilizing the town for numerous years to have that understanding. A lot more questions I can imagine would be brought up if it was an event that is new to the town, an organizer that is new to the town that we don't know, we don't have that relationship. Those type of questions are going to be asked about what is the anticipated participation in this event. Because we would
Well, that's
withhold the
part of the
right to
application
deny
too,
it.
right?
Yes, yes,
You have to put in a number,
Yes, that's correct.
and we don't have an upper limit.
correct.
This is just all the preliminary steps. There's still a review with the Special Events Committee and staff upon when we receive the application. So this is just telling people our limited parameters. Don't come in thinking you can have only 5 people and a picnic shelter. Now you got to do all this work. We're just trying to help people understand when you're having a special event, here's some criteria to consider. And when your application is received, we'll have further conversation with the Special Events Committee to determine our resources and the limits that we might need to impose on a newer event if we haven't had that experience already.
Well, we used the 750 number in the past, so.
Andy, what are you trying to get to with this line of questions? Like,
clarity.
what's your, what do you want to see out of what you're asking? Like, is there change that you're
I'd like
looking
an
for?
upper limit, so people understand that, no, you can't have 2,000 people here anymore.
They'll find that out when they apply.
So I think with us not doing ticketed events, we've removed that portion. For the most part, any large event like that we're doing at the park is usually related to some sort of a nonprofit. And there is realistically, it's very difficult for them to predict. All of these nonprofit events grow annually. So for us to say, well, okay, Real Housewives, you can only have 2,000 people show up. Well, as it grows and grows and grows, then one year are we going to tell them you just can't do this anymore? Or do we have to look at that each year and kind of assess what's going on, which is what happens. They put the application in, that goes through the approval process, in which case they say, hey, listen, last year we anticipated 1,500 people, but almost 3,000 showed up, so we really need to rework this event if we're going to let you keep doing it here. But there's no way to set that ahead of time, in my opinion,
So-
with the events that we're currently allowing to happen
So the application
there.
is going to ask for a number, and then the PSET is going to make a decision whether that's.
No,
or
special
that-
events.
the Special
Events
Events Committee, I'm sorry. Is going to make a decision whether that's reasonable, rational, and safe, and
Yeah.
so.
And
we don't
that's
have to-
in-house
We don't have to
staff.
worry about this.
Yes.
Right. Do you find that most of the, I mean, not I like to say that the newcomers, the people that have never had an event here before, but the people that, like Mike White has his bike thing, they've already gone through this process several times. Somebody that's new, do you think, or do you know, do they go ahead online and read this whole special events manual? Or do they bring it to the special events committee and say, I'd like to apply for this, what do I have to do?
Yeah, oftentimes event organizers, if they haven't hosted an event with us before, will call us first, and then this is a resource that I would share with them in turn that has those parameters. But I usually vet it before they even apply to see if it's something that we can accommodate. We have gotten requests for things at Earl G before, so trying to get ahead of it to make sure that they're in the right direction to apply, and it's something that is feasible at that
Everybody
point.
that's had events here before really knows the process, and they don't have to really go through this
Yes.
process because they already know it. Okay, thanks.
All right.
Thank you.
What else you got, Bella?
So the application process, it's our goal under this new manual to have the application opening date annually as July 1. In the past, it's been in November, but just for example, the Dolphin Dip has a pretty quick turnaround, and some of the timeline things that we're trying to implement, it just gives a little bit more breathing room on both ends of the year for event organizers to get their applications in, and for special event staff to then get those presentations scheduled and everything like that. So the how to apply page just outlines the application requirements, the required documents, and then the due dates for each. And then the application requirements is in a checklist format for something easy to pull out as a one sheet of the document to submit to event organizers, so they have something to track their progress for all of the different requirements of the process. And again, all of those external links will take them to that page, and then the Plan Your Event page will have all of those links as well. And then just about issuing the special event permit, and it does also talk about getting permits revoked for not completing the application or the information is not accurate within the knowledge of the event organizer. So if they say we're only going to have 700 people and then 2,000 people show up, something like that, we'd be able to revoke the special event permit in that scenario, or if they have not paid their fees by the deadline, kind of things like that, to just protect the issuance of that special event permit, or put some parameters in place for it not being issued in the future if there are any violation of these those guidelines.
And I will note, sorry, Bella, this is a change that's, I don't want to say dramatic, but we are requiring payment up front for the event. And if there's things that are used during the event or add-ons, then we're going to come back with a separate invoice. But this is definitely a different way in which we are doing business with our special event organizers. And also, too, just wanted to note the strict guidelines for having an application in 90 days prior to your event, and holding people to these objective standards regardless of the event. Is that the events become more complex. Like we've talked about, additional personnel that are involved, additional users of the event, et cetera. So I think that they've done a good job at setting the tone for this, and they'll, whenever we do adopt it, we will communicate with all of our existing special event organizers to let them know these are the changes, these are the expectations that we will be holding, for you. So just want to point that out.
Thank you.
Under the event planning section, that first page is the site map and the event layout. Not major changes under the requirements, just kind of reformatted that because it had been split up into two separate sections. But kind of going off of what we've been talking about with the removal of ticketed events, there is now a note that events within Soundside Park, the event activities should be contained within the park boundaries, so that event attendees are not crossing the parking lot or Roland Avenue to access any event-related amenities. Knowing that that's possible with our backyard beach bash that's coming up, we're not closing the boat ramp for that event. We're putting all of our restrooms within the park, all of the event extras, bounce houses, everything will be contained in the park to limit people from having to cross the street. We're going to put our food trucks along Roland Avenue so that you can just walk up to the sidewalk and get there for that. So knowing that it is possible. So just for those event organizers to kind of keep all of those event activities within the park to, again, eliminate those boat ramp closures.
I think all of the businesses on Roland are going to be very happy with this decision, and also just the locals that come and use that boat ramp. It's only going to be permitted for town events. So
And just
I think
like
it's a win-win.
Yeah, and just like with most of our town events, like the playground will still be open. You can come and go as you please, and just kind of extending it throughout the external event opportunities as well to make sure that the public knows that those amenities are open to them as well, even during events. Those tents and canopy pages had no changes. I added a page for food trucks, just the requirement for the food truck permitting. I'm including that event-related food trucks must hold either the Town of Surf City annual food truck permit or the one-time special event food truck permit, which is issued by the Parks and Rec Department. And again, that annual food truck permit will link directly to the application. And then just asking that event organizers provide the list of food trucks that will be in attendance at their event so that we can ensure that they are permitted in order to serve at those events. Under the alcohol permitting requirements, I just updated some of that additional language to ensure that it's clear that the North Carolina state law regulates the possession, consumption, and sale of alcoholic beverages, and just differentiating between an off-premise license that a brewery may have versus a one-time special event permit that's issued by ABC directly to an event organizer for them to have the distribution and sale of alcohol at their event. And again, that application is going to be listed on the Plan Your Event page.
So 501c requirement is an ABC requirement from the state?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And does the event sponsor have to be the 501c, or can they have a 501c do the alcohol part?
I think it just has to be, if the person on the permit has to be the one selling and obtaining the sales.
Yeah, I think we went through this, and Chief, you can chime in if you need to, but basically, if you're holding an event and I'm not a 501c3, I need to identify the 501c3 to obtain the permit and sell the alcohol, and the proceeds have to stay with that 501c3.
So
and not
nothing has
going-
changed there?
Yeah, no, nothing's changed.
Which I believe that ABC requires some kind of documentation showing that the funds were given to the organization on the,
Yeah,
They do,
on the
yeah.
permit. Yeah.
just the shell.
Under the portable restroom section, I kind of just updated that verbiage to kind of reflect that the permanent restrooms and then any temporary restrooms that are provided by the town are primarily intended for park visitors and not for event attendees, to encourage event organizers to provide the recommended number of restrooms for the duration of their event and the number of attendees that they anticipate. Under our waterway and beach events, this is a new section just for events that occur predominantly on the beach, in the ocean, or in the waterway, because we do get a lot of surf contests and competitions or any runs, walks, or swims that may happen on the beach. Just adding those references to town ordinances about limiting merchandise, goods and services being sold on the beach, that surfers must stay 300 feet away from the pier on either side, and just that banners and other promotional materials to be displayed on the Roland Beach access and not on the beach itself. And then a note about sea turtle nesting season, and a note that it may impose additional restrictions, and just about our surf competition rain dates, that those event organizers can request the rain date, but those are not guaranteed, and that if another application is submitted for one of their rain dates, the new application would be given the scheduling priority, just so you don't have someone requesting too many consecutive weekends in a row and limiting the opportunity for other events or surf competitions to take place during that time. Under the safety and operations section, the incident and emergency action plan, it was more just improvements to the organization and the flow of the information. And I have a link on there to the Plan Your Event page where there is a fillable emergency action plan that event organizers can download, fill in the information that applies to their event, and upload that as part of their submission. No major changes to the street usage section other than adding a direct link to the off-duty police request form. Under the special considerations for event priority, this is something to help our reoccurring event organizers, stating that reoccurring events will get the right of first refusal for their annual date. So that way we are, assisting those reoccurring events that have happened in our community, and allows them to get their application in if it's something that they're going to continue to do, and kind of bars anyone else coming in that might try to be taking their date or anything like that. Just a small section about compliance with town ordinances. The online special events calendar is just kind of a note of, for those event organizers, that we do advertise the external events where it can be found, and it links directly to the special events page. And just that the information that they provide with us or to us as part of their application, whether it's a direct link to their registration website or their flyer or something like that, can be shared on that calendar. And
I was just looking at the other day at the approval for most special events goes through the special events committee.
all of them, yes.
Well, okay, the street usage event has a criterion in there that it's the recommendation sent to council?
No, that don't, street usage?
Well, if there's going to be a street closure, it says applicants may contact yada, yada, yada. It says,
What page are you on?
Yes, it does say and/or town council, I guess, if it was an extreme circumstance.
well, applicants may contact Surf City to find out are under the authority of NCD or the town of Surf City, and then it speaks to
It is on that page. It says, it's
on
page
the
20.
previous page, complete special event application, recommendations sent to town council from the special event committee. Is there a page? It's page 19.
Back up, so he said this is 20 here.
Yes, that was not a change that I had made. That was from the existing manual, and so I didn't update
So
that.
is the expectation that when there is street usage, the council authorizes the special event or not?
I think we, quite frankly, we have not gone to council for the street events. The only thing that we've identified is the alcohol consumption that we talked about last couple
Okay.
months.
So maybe we just,
Yeah, I think that.
I trust you guys. I don't want to be bothered by this. You know what you're doing, and so everybody on council agrees that we don't see any of these special events permits. We don't.
We do not.
Yeah, we don't.
Okay, then I don't know if you wordsmith that out of
Yeah,
there
I can
somehow.
remove that. Thank you. Under the electricity, this is page 24, requirements and accommodations. Just added a little bit more clarity about signs used for special events per the temporary signs ordinance, and that includes the dimensions and things like that. And then a note that if event organizers would like their banners hung on any of the town-owned signs, that they should be dropped off to the community center and that they will only be hung by our facility and ground staff. And under advertising, it's just a note that events shouldn't be advertised until they are approved by the Special Events Committee, to ensure that we are approving all events before they're being advertised to the public. And then on page 25 is the nonprofit discount policy. So this was taken from an existing policy that is the nonprofit sponsorship policy. I kept a lot of the framework and the wording the same. In practice, it has covered the cost of a lot of the full invoice of a lot of our nonprofit events, because there was a lot of discretion left to the Special Events Committee to decide how much sponsorship should be awarded per event, up to $500. And then in practice, it has just kind of been a blanket $500. In addition to the application fee being refunded for nonprofit event organizers. And it was requiring an application each year, and for those nonprofit event organizers to provide kind of a statement of how their event specifically benefits the community, and that it was only being awarded to local nonprofits. And then the definition of what is local versus not got a little bit hairy at times. So this policy is supposed to just be blanket, so that anyone with 501c status would apply or would have this discount automatically applied to their final invoice of the extra event add-ons, if it's their rental, if they're using barricades or cones or things like that. But similarly to the original sponsorship policy, that costs associated with town staff expenses are not covered under that, so you can't get 10% off your police officers or any kind of facility and grounds hours that are extended for the event. And then just a note that it's 10% not to exceed $500 of the final invoice. So I don't know if there were any questions on that.
You have a military discount, which is great, but you also include dependents. Is that something new? I thought it was active and veterans and not.
I believe it's just per household, so an individual with military status, it would apply to their household.
The term dependents kind of threw me, in that if my father is a veteran but maybe he's deceased, do I still get the discount?
During your application process, are you going to reference that for the
Sure.
discount?
I'm a dependent of
Of a deceased veteran?
a veteran.
Okay, which
Which
one?
you wouldn't be the dependent, Andy. You would be a relative.
A relative, which all of us could,
Okay.
and anybody and everybody
All right,
could say
so,
that.
so dependents means minor children then? Or,
We have it defined, not in this document, but for the Parks, Recreation, and Tourism Department, when you register for a program or an event, if you are a part of a household of a military member, that a military discount can be applied.
Not if they're deceased, basically.
We haven't dug into that. We
mean,
can
that's just-
certainly, I don't want to make anything in jest if someone is deceased, but they're, as a current member in our household, we're not going to go and investigate that, so that was never part of the process here.
Then the last page, we had talked about this last time it was presented, was just that event accessibility, that event organizers should make reasonable accommodation to ensure equal access to the services and activities of their event. And that is the document.
Good job.
Yes, Val. Valerie,
Y'all
very
have
good,
worked,
Val.
what, 4 months at putting this back together, and more than that.
6 months, 6? Do I hear 6.5? Do I hear 6, 4? Very good.
Is there consensus to move forward?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Bella.
Thank you.
Thank you, Frank.
Thanks, Frank.
All right, item number 5, emergency management sole source. James is not with us, but Kyle is going to present.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and Mr. Horn is requesting a vote on this item, and that is due to pricing discounts that he is going to make sure the town is eligible for. But this is agenda item number 5 is a sole source request for Sunny Communications LLC, who is a vendor specializing in land mobile radio infrastructure, renewal, and reuse. Through their work on large-scale system upgrades, they acquire existing infrastructure, renew it, and make it available for use by other agencies. Approval of this request allows us to work with the vendor to configure and acquire current generation manufacturer-supported equipment at a significantly reduced cost. We've conducted due diligence to identify comparable vendors and have been unable to identify any that provide like or similar services. Therefore, staff respectfully ask for approval of the sole source request as presented. So again, my understanding of this is that for our radios, Sunny Communications is able to provide that turnaround for rehab on our equipment. We've looked for other vendors. We cannot find other vendors that provide this service, and they're pretty much known as the entity to do this.
You looking for a motion to vote on this?
Yes, sir.
I will be asking for a motion because it is requested that the town council consider approval of the sole source agreement as presented.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 6 is the 2026 audit contract, and Melissa Moore will present.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and Council. Thompson, Scott, Price, and Adams will be providing our audit services for the upcoming year end of 2026. Preliminary audit work will begin upon approval of the contract by the town and the local government commission. The base contract for the price is $25,000 with a not-to-exceed amount of $34,000 to account for all our single audit requirements that they anticipate. It is respectfully requested consensus to add this to the consent agenda for April 7th. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Questions? If not, do we have consensus?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Melissa. Do we want to take a 5-minute break before we get into item number 7?
Thank you.
Please, 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. That's a heads up.
Okay, budget presentations.
Madam Mayor and Council. Good morning. For the next item on the agenda, as you all know, this is typically a lengthier process, but this is really the introduction of the budget requests from the department level standpoint. So our goal here today is to listen to budget presentations. I ask that you ask questions if there's something that is not clear, based on the requests from the department. After this, and once we get to the last slide, I think number 143, we will talk about the process where we go from here. So we are not here to balance a budget. We are not here to set a tax rate. We are simply here to listen, ask the questions, to provide staff further guidance in refining the fiscal year 26-27 budget. I say that to say we'll take any input that we can get that's very helpful in our deliberations and representation back to council to try and capture council's input into really our spending plan for the next year. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started. You have a book in front of you, a binder that has a paper copy if you want to use that to take any handwritten notes. Also, staff has presented to you a spreadsheet in an Excel form as well as in a PDF form. Just know that will change over the next couple months of the duration of the budget development. So make sure that you label that correctly. You're not referring to something old as we progress further down into the future. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and get us started with our Fund 10, our general fund. The general fund is generally made up of revenue sources such as property tax, sales tax, that's real and personal property, and a couple of other minor funding sources, and includes several departments. So moving ahead, we will go into the first department, which is 410, the governing body. So this takes council's budget. And what you'll see here and what is displayed on your screen is the fiscal year 27 requested budget, what that percentage change looks like from last year, where we are currently at, what was budgeted the current year, where we're at in our current year spending, and then gives prior year budgets and expenditures, and then percentages down at the bottom of the column. So as you can see, generally speaking, the governing body salary, FICA insurance, training, other than insurance, which we are experiencing increases with, generally stayed the same. Let me get into the increases. So advertising, we're seeing increase in advertising costs from the Pender Post and Voice, which is the paper that we do all of our legal advertisements and other miscellaneous advertisements. And then you do have an increase in training or conference registrations for your dues and subscriptions.
Excuse me, Kyle, sorry to interrupt. I'm just looking at the spreadsheet that you have up here, and I'm looking at the same in our handout. And there are some nominal differences.
Okay.
For example, the 2026 budget total 109,388 in here and 104,388 there.
I'd have to ask staff to.
I mean, it's the rest of the numbers appear consistent. I'm just,
So if there was a line item that was set for 0 this year, to clean up the report, we would have deleted that line out completely. So that would, if he had $5,000 in there last year,
got it.
that would change it.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Oh, there's a $5,000 line, okay. So we should use what's up here, okay.
Okay, so decreases, again, very minor in salary. The insurance decrease, postage, we decreased just based on prior year and evaluation of needs. The printing, we brought that down. The travel, which typically coincides with your training, we brought that down to be more consistent with spending. Same with supplies, and then uniforms. We had increased that budget, I think 2 years ago, and brought that back down to $100 per member. So again, that's the governing body's pleasure as to how you want to spend those funds, but overall, the budget has been decreased from last year to this year, and try to answer any questions that you may have for your own budget. So,
Kyle, we aren't going to be able to relate this to the predicted or expected spend. We're just looking at directly at what was budgeted last year, not really what we anticipate would be spent this year.
well, there's certainly things that we would anticipate, like your memberships for professional organizations. We have, quotes for paying the COG for our annual dues, the training that we would anticipate attending, uniforms, again, that would be an anticipated spend. So it's not just a shot in the dark, but things like supplies, I don't have a inventoried list of exactly what's going to be.
I understand. So we're going to work off of what we expected to spend in 2026. There's no way we can say that, are we going to be over or underspent in a particular line, since we don't have numbers up to the end of the year as it is. So that's.
Yeah, I mean, we wouldn't anticipate any overspend in the current fiscal year within your budget, not to my knowledge.
Try to hold it within their current budget. We may allow them to transfer money from supplies to maintenance and repair, but for the most part, their budgets are going to remain whatever was approved unless they've come before you and asked for an amendment.
Could you tell me again, under contracted services, what data analytics is? I'm sorry.
We're not there yet.
Oh, sorry, I jumped ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Any additional questions on 10.410, which is governing
Oh, yeah, you're
body?
right. I'm ahead.
Okay, so we will move on to 10.420,
Yes.
administration. So this is myself, Madam Clerk, and the assistant to the town manager. Again, we have, other than personnel costs, we have some reductions, but also a couple of inclusions, specifically under contracted services that Councilwoman Solomon has graciously led into.
Sorry. I went one page ahead.
Yeah, you're okay. So the first one that I'll cover real quick is a request for a contract grant writer. And what this is being recommended as is a contract employee that would assist with grant research, application development, and post-award compliance and administration setup. Funding for this position is being presented as a split between the general fund and enterprise fund. The contractor would operate as, consultant would operate as an independent contractor under a professional service agreement. Utilizing a task order model, work would only be performed upon written authorization for specific projects. Compensation may be hourly or a fixed fee per task order with optional reimbursable expenses subject to prior approval. The consultant services would span the full grant life cycle, including pre-award, award, and post-award phases. Engaging the task order-based grant services contract would allow the town to strategically pursue funding opportunities while ensuring compliance and financial integrity if awards are received. This structure provides flexibility, cost control, and targeted support aligned with project-specific needs. So if funded, it would be anticipated that we would solicit an RFQ for this contract personnel. We would award a contract to that individual or firm, and then really bring them in, let them understand the capital improvement plan, our strategic plan, all guiding documents, and allow them to research the grant opportunities and bring those back to us. By no means does this provide 100% reliance on a grant writer to do all of the work. Department heads are still expected to participate very heavily in the process, but I think the true benefit of this comes with Melissa's side and the financial side, is making sure that grant agreements are reviewed very strictly, and we have the fundamental setup on the front end of the deployment of whatever the grant is awarding to make sure that compliance is being achieved, reimbursements are being submitted on a timely manner, and that everything from the financial side is being taken care of. Because what we do see is in our day-to-day, something may be missed. We have to go back, reconcile something, which is we're losing efficiencies in that overall process. So once again, it would not be anticipated that we're going to let somebody run free rein and rack up a bunch of hours, and we're paying them for no return. There will be grants that we apply for and we don't receive the funding for, but we won't know that until we apply for them. So it would be very strategic, and it would be on our terms and not somebody else's. I'm happy to answer any questions on that. That is a new request.
And that's going to be utilized for all of the town departments as well.
It will be for all departments, as well as our enterprise fund. So stormwater, water, wastewater, are going to, the way we've set this up is that half of this would come from the enterprise fund, half of it would come from Fund 10. The second item under contracted services is really continue to build on the efforts that we have put forth in data analytics. So traditionally, where we are utilizing this service, or primarily I would say, is our marketing and evaluations of tourism impacts, utilizing different sources of data from that the town basically compiles, parking data from visitor data using, what was our last company that we were using? Placer AI, understanding where folks are coming from. We have been layering in additional data resources from police department, water consumption, water production, weather, rental information to get some predictive modeling on how many folks are coming to the island, looking at ocean rescue data to understand better where our hotspots are, and trying to tailor communications, operations on a whole wide set of just trying to make better decisions and utilizing the data resources to do that. So we split this data analytics up into several different funding sources, 20,000 coming from the general fund, and then we have some additional funds that are budgeted through Fund 21 that specifically look at the accommodation side of things and deploying that. So if you have any additional questions, I'll be more than happy to try to answer those. But we've been working with Marcus Ellis with Blue Nalu Analytics. We had put an RFP out last year, 2 years ago, and selected him to do this work. So you've seen him around. He works with the PSET regularly. He works with some of our local businesses. Had a meeting with him and High Tides a couple weeks ago to try and get point of sale data. We're not collecting revenue data. People are very leery about that, but it means a lot to us to understand zip codes and where zip codes are coming from, building visitor personas based on those zip codes, using the demographic data, and also sharing some of this information back with our business partners in the community too. So.
And this is going to be directed out of Parks and Rec, since they're the bulk of it, Parks Rec Tourism?
So the bulk of it does come from Fund 21, but the reason why I put a portion of this in the general fund is because if Chief Voorhees wants to look at something specific.
No, I understand, but just looking for, the direction will come from Parks and Rec, and that will be the point of contact.
Point of contact is typically through me.
Okay.
What I challenge department heads is, what's the question that you're trying to answer? And we develop basically on a task order system, but they're not calculated based on fee on a task order system. But what's the challenge that you're dealing with? Is there a way that we can incorporate the various sources of data that we collect to answer that problem? And a lot of times the way that I like to look at this is sometimes it helps validate a decision, especially in today's day and age where a lot of questioning of decision can come up, a lot of resources that people have access to, and we can dive a little bit deeper if we need to. So.
And if council has a request, you could come through you then.
Absolutely, yeah. Be happy to look at it. So that's the bulk majority of those things. Again, reducing cost in professional services. We had budgeted a small amount just for any potential surveying needs we have, but again, we're not seeking that out. If we have it, we'll combine those in with a project specific. We have a small increase in training, reduction in telephone and postage. We moved advertising costs over to governing board, so that's why you see that $500 reduced by 100%. Again, reduction in printing, small reduction in travel, supplies, and we are foregoing a uniform allowance this year, and then a slight increase in dues and subscriptions. Getting into the strategic initiatives, under organizational excellence, specifically the strategic plan implementation, the administration oversees review and update process through directives and oversight to all town departments. And then what I had spoken about the grant writing, and then of course infrastructure and transportation, multi-use path oversight, and then the Army Corps of Engineers project, just some major projects that we'll be working on next year that fall in line with our strategic objectives, goals, or initiatives with it. Y'all are good? Yes, sir.
Just a quick question. I noticed something here. When we were funding the employee health vision and dental insurance, we're using a number of 10,000 per employee per FTE. Is that correct? All right, and that makes it a whole lot easier with the math because you multiply 10. A couple of the departments didn't do this. They have differing numbers.
On those instances, you're probably talking about like IT and community development. You have employees that are split between funds and those.
Got it,
So like
thanks.
Jason,
That's what I figured,
50%
but-
of his, or 75% of his will be in the general fund, 25% in the water fund.
Well, we consistently, the 114 full-timers, 10,000's the allocated budget.
That's,
Okay.
unless there's a split there, like Melissa was saying. But good question. Okay, that's what I have for 10-420. Next up would be 10-425, which is human resources and our wonderful Miss King.
Good morning, everyone.
Lydia?
So the HR budget is fairly small, and there's not a whole lot of changes in it. As far as the increases go, there's two, and one is the contracted services, and that is because of the legal requirements that we now have been put upon us for new hires and employees that was not previously there in years past. So that's where that increase came from. And then the other increase is advertising, and we've not had advertising in human resources in a long while. And the reason why we're doing this is so that we can do some very targeted advertising for our hard-to-fill positions. Because generally, the things that we do, we're doing it on our mass way through our regular channels. But there are positions that are coming up that need to be, they have very specific requirements, and they're very hard to fill, and we need to do some very targeted things on that. So that's a new line item, and that's why it's 100%, because we've not had that in the past years on there. And then the next part is the decreases. And the main decrease is with the professional services. We went back through and redistributed those into contract services. We had some that were kind of back and forth and could have went either way. So we've moved them from contracted, from professional services to contracted services. The telephone and pager postage, we removed the MiFi. And then the supplies, the reduction in supplies needed mainly because we've moved to, as much as possible, a paperless system. So those kinds of supplies, we don't need as many of those. And then as far as the employee appreciation decrease, we negotiated these items with the vendors, and we're able to bring those things down. And then for the strategic planning for the organizational excellence, we're looking and we'll be updating our retention matrices in comparison to the town's position against our other towns to see where we are with that, so that we can look at the things that we have done to see that they are working or not working and what needs to be changed with that. And then we would also be doing a proposal for the major medical broker. RFP will go out in January, and that is specifically just for the broker. That has not a bearing on what the insurance rates will be. We are strictly speaking about the people that will be doing the negotiating and assistance with me and Kyle to do that. So it just would strictly be on broker services. And then we will be also, which kind of ties that with the strategic planning updates with the retention matrix, would be doing the benefits benchmarking to make sure that we are where we had intended to be through our strategic plan, through what all of the information we got from our employees and where we are on that. And again, how it's working and how it's not working. And that is HR's budget.
Perfect. Thank you, Lydia.
Thanks, Lydia.
Next up will be 10-435, which is information technology.
Everyone. All right. So the first two slides, we'll jump right in. These are all the IT expense lines. I'll start by noting that the overall request is reduced this year. That's primarily due to completing a few larger requests, larger projects, including access control improvements and the public safety modem project. You'll also notice that spending isn't evenly distributed throughout the year if you look at the current year spending, since many of our costs are tied to renewals and scheduled purchases. This continues that view across the remaining accounts. Overall, the department reflects about a 15% reduction, roughly $73,000. You'll also see where we consolidated some expense lines last year to improve clarity. For example, licensing was rolled into hardware,
and the IT lease line is being phased out. We'll go to increases. The only operational increases in supplies, which reflects anticipated needs for relocating into the Public Utilities Building. The new staff implementation expense line has been created to separate equipment costs, new positions from our normal replacement cycle, so it doesn't impact life cycle replacements. If those positions aren't approved, that cost would not be needed. The reductions listed here are mainly the result of completed projects, eliminating ongoing costs where possible, and adjusting services to better match actual needs. As stated previously, access control upgrades were completed as part of a capital project and the completion of the public safety modem project, allowing for the elimination of ongoing subscription costs. In other areas, we reduced costs by tightening services such as phone and software licensing. Overall, these are not reductions in capability, just a result of work already completed and ongoing cost management. The strategic planning. Looking ahead, the focus is on a few practical areas. In the organizational excellence area of the strategic plan, we are continuing to maintain and improve core systems, most notably storage and data handling, to keep things reliable. Also, we are expanding asset inventory and network visibility to support better planning and budgeting over time, and making better use of existing monitoring and security tools to reduce the chance of unexpected issues. In the safe, healthy, and vibrant community goal of the strategic plan, we are continuing to support public safety systems by improving reliability and reviewing surveillance systems across the town. Nothing a major shift, but we're just continuing to build on what we already have in place and keep things running smoothly. That's what I have for this budget, but mainly a decrease overall. That's what I have. And I was hoping to have a small discussion in regards to having some monitors in this room, a larger monitor either in the front or on the side. I do have $10,000 in hardware for that, if you guys want to pursue that, but I wasn't sure.
Is that for viewing for people that are in here essentially?
Yeah, as alternative to the small screens on the side. If you have something you're really trying to present to them, sometimes it's hard to see the smaller ones up front.
It would be something
That size?
along that.
It's going to be larger. It would be a full projector size was what I was proposing, and it could be a pull down or a deployable up front, or something that would be on the side that would drop down.
I think that is something that a lot of people, we hear that they have a hard time seeing, so.
Yeah.
We do hear that a lot.
Yeah, sometimes our fonts aren't that big either. So,
Yeah.
but, no, I think anything that improves transparency is good.
Okay.
Yeah. I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
In some of the departments, there's a budget line called IT shared.
Yes.
What exactly does that mean? And
It's kind of it's an old line that used to exist before we started properly having everything in IT. And in particular cases, it's almost never used, right? As far as I know, it's been pulled out. Is there a couple still being in use?
I saw a few. I think they were in the enterprise funds, right? Dave?
Okay, in that case, that would happen. Things that IT needs to do within that fund is separated out, just because of how.
Okay, so if it's an enterprise fund, that makes sense.
Yes.
So within Fund 10, it ought to all live in your shop.
That's the
Okay.
way we are trying to do it. It's trying to compile everything that's been separated out, but we had licensing of certain softwares, et cetera, that individual departments were funding, and so it just makes sense. Jason manages all the contracts and manages all those things, so we want him to have control of it.
Yeah, no, I agree. So anything Fund 10 goes, and then the enterprise obviously has to do
Yeah.
their own cost sharing for IT, and
Yep.
that shouldn't come out of Fund 10 anyway. All right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. So do you plan on adding the 10,000?
It's currently in there.
Okay.
We
It's
have
already-
it here.
it's in there.
Yeah,
Okay.
just, thanks for bringing that up, Jason. We just wanted to make sure you guys were okay with adding something in here. I don't want to see anything here because then it defeats the purpose. But I think something over here and then a fixed projector or something. But we'll figure all the details out about that. We don't,
It's in the current budget?
current budget,
Yeah,
yeah.
so it'll come as an expense.
It's in this proposed.
The proposed budget.
Oh, in the proposed, but I thought you had the funding now.
No, not
Okay,
yet, sorry.
Gotcha.
Well, is that an opportunity to do a budget ordinance amendment to give the money now to get it done and take it out of the, that way we can get it done,
You have money in your budget?
well,
I don't think, there's none right now for
Okay.
this.
Yeah, yeah.
I have
now.
a little over 1,000 for some
Okay.
other
So
microphones.
if it's something that you all want to see, we can make it happen. Yeah. Okay, we'll make it happen.
I think it's worth it.
Thank you.
You.
Sorry, chief, that's coming out of your budget.
60.
That's strategically stated there. Okay, so we're gonna move to 10-440, which is our finance department, Miss Melissa.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and Council. This is our budget request for this coming up year. As you can see, there's a slight increase in some various lines, and we'll explain those. So we had a slight increase in overtime. Our employees must deliver the bank deposit daily by general statute to Sneads Ferry, which is normally done after hours, so at times they do incur overtime. We're talking about less than $1,000, so. The other increases were contracted services. Our financial software contract has an annual increase of 3% built into the contract. So that's part of the increase for MCSJ. We also use an actuary service to prepare our GASB 101 requirements. That was a new addition from the previous fiscal year. That cost was much larger than we had anticipated. We had anticipated being similar to our law enforcement study we have to have done, which is about $3,000 a year, and it was $10,000. Finance assumed the cost of the IVR telephone service from IT, as this service processes credit card payments over the phone for tax and utilities. PCI rules for credit cards prevent the town employees from taking credit card payments over the phone. So this is a service that we pay for to ensure they can make payments over the phone. We've also seen an increase in our Chronos expenditures, which is the time clock, due to an increased number of employees. This upcoming year, one of our goals is going to be review this contract and determine if we can get a cost savings and decrease this expenditure. Our advertising expense, the town saw a 25% increase in the number of late notices we mailed on March 1st for delinquent taxes. We anticipate our delinquent advertisement to increase based on the increased number of notices. We only increased it by $100. Printing, finance covers the cost of the printing cost went up. We cover the cost of a specialized check printer as well as a portion of the printer copier located in the administration area. The cost associated with this piece of equipment increased mid-year. The increase was $920. Supplies, an increase in paper, envelopes, and other supplies to complete the first pre-foreclosure notice. We experienced an increased demand for deposit tickets and deposit bags as well, so the increase for this line was $1,500. Our dues and subscriptions had a small increase for our Finance Officer Association. The increase was $50. Bank fees, I know last year we had a huge discussion about this, and we eliminated credit card processing fees and transferred those to the customer. However, that increased the number of ACH transactions, and every transaction we have at the bank has a fee. So you decreased your credit card and you increased your bank fees. So we will try to look at that and see if there's any way we can change that, but with the banks in our location, we don't have the most options.
How does our bank calculate our fees? What,
You have a fee schedule, and I can actually show you a bank analysis because they send it to us each month. and they have different fees for everything. So based off the number of deposits you have, based off the number of ACHs you have, the number of wires.
It's per unit of service, okay. And the fact that we have accounts with money in them doesn't help us, or it does?
So that is considered, where you have your large investments with First Citizen, is considered First Citizen's Wealth, which is a different division than banking. So if we keep a minimum of $4 million in the bank, they don't charge you any fees. But I make more money, or we make more money, with it invested in the wealth. So it's earn or don't pay a fee, and you're going to earn more interest.
Well, I'm used to free checking with a $25 balance, but I guess that's not happening for us.
Not happening for us with the number of transactions and the different types of transactions. That
And
If you
you
got people doing check deposits to your account every day, then you probably,
not just one, we normally process 6 to 8 deposits a day.
yeah.
That's from here, that's not counting Stripe and your WIP payment from MCSJ and all those types of payments.
So if we change behavior of our customers, our folks, or let them know it's better to do it this way or that way, or, because I do an ACH, right? And if that's costing the town money and I can do something else instead.
So there's a fee for every type of transaction.
All right, so I'm not gonna be
Whether you pay me with an ACH or a check, I'm still going to pay a small fee for them to process each.
Okay.
So like we did last year, figure out with the help of Jason and Allie, that because we were making the bank draft on people's account for the water accounts, we were doing it the same day, the bank was charging us $1 per transaction. If we do it the next day, it's a free service. There's 1,742 people, so they were charging us $1,700 to do that draft, where now, because we do it next day, it's free.
Okay. So you're looking at all the nooks
We're
and
trying.
crannies to save us money.
We're trying.
When I see bank fees in the thousands of dollars, and I think about the balances we have in our reserve accounts, I'm going, if I were a bank, I would give you stuff for free to keep that money at paying you 3% when I'm making 6% loaning it
A
out.
lot of times your ACH is a flat rate too, where your credit card transactions are a lot of times a percentage of the transaction. So even though it's costing us more, it's still probably saving us from the credit card transactions.
We
that
were up
doing.
into $45,000 to $60,000 last year, and now you're looking at $20,000.
All right, so we're moving in the right direction. I hate giving money to banks.
Our decreases, we had a decrease in professional services. Last year, we had budgeted First Tryon Advisors here for a full financing of a loan for us. We've moved that to the actual project, which is the phase 2 of David's project. So that's why we decreased this line. And then with the telephone and postage, we found last year through a phone audit that Jason conducted that there were some lines that weren't necessarily needed or we were wrongfully paying for, so that was the decrease in telephones. So if you have any other questions, I will be glad to answer them, and then about that, or we can move on to the strategic planning. So our focus is on organizational excellence. There's 3 of us, myself, Wendy, and Donna. We oversee the daily financial operations of the town, which continue to grow. We provide a lot of one-on-one training with employees. We've worked with Frank and Jeremy since they've come on. We worked with Cheyenne yesterday and provided some one-on-one training for purchase orders and requisitions. So we try to assist to make sure everybody can use MCSJ. We're implementing and monitoring grant reimbursement processes. Myself and Allie have sat down in the last 4 months and tried to take over our reimbursement processes for DEQ. We have successfully submitted 1 reimbursement, and we had our second reimbursement rejected, and we resubmitted yesterday, and hopefully we will be successful this time. A lot of paperwork and a lot of requirements to even be able to submit, so that's another reason we're looking at the grant person. Our increase in audit cost is associated with the increased number of single audits. As you continue to get grant funds, if they're over the thresholds, which are $750,000 for the state and $1 million for federal government, you're going to have an audit of each one of those programs. And each program provides their own audit compliance guidance, and each one of those programs are tested based off that. So when I came here, you had no single audit requirements, we currently have 3, and that number is growing. And we're going to focus this coming up year to bolster financial policies that are going to recognize our long-term forecasting of needs.
Good news. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, we'll move forward.
Okay, next department is 10450, or emergency management. And again, with James's absence, I will go through his notes that he had provided me. So through intentional budget forecasting, we are presenting a controlled and largely flat budget request for fiscal year 27. Most operational line items have remained flat or decreased based on actual usage and through identified efficiencies. The primary reason for the 32% increase is due to a position request, which will be covered in a moment. Beyond that, the proposed budget maintains current service levels while also remaining fiscally disciplined. As stated, funding increases shown here are primarily based around the emergency management communications specialist position request. The only operational line increase is within the telephone and postage line, which accounts for the movement of 2 lines of service from IT to EM, and the proposed addition of cellular connectivity at our AM and LMR broadcast sites, which will provide live telemetry and allow for the ability to remotely manage and maintain some of those system components. On the reduction side, we've identified several areas to scale back funding requests. Training and travel were reduced by prioritizing more cost-effective options. Maintenance costs decreased due to prior year investments or a new vehicle, and the supply line was adjusted to align with projected needs. Additionally, dues and subscriptions were reduced by identifying lower cost alternatives. These reductions reflect efficiency gains and improved resource management, not a decrease in capability or service delivery. The EM communications specialist position supports both emergency management and the expanding public communications efforts identified within the organizational excellence goal of the strategic plan. We recognize increasing expectations for consistent, proactive public communication, including maintaining the town's website as a reliable, up-to-date source of information with a focus on improving usability by reducing click depth, streamlining content flow, and making information easier and faster for residents to access. This position will improve the timeliness, accuracy, and accessibility of town communications while helping to balance the current workload, while also providing additional operational emergency management capacity, ensuring both functions remain effective and sustainable. In the safe, vibrant, and healthy community goal area, we have 2 ongoing projects. Phase 2 of the town radio system project. Phase 2 focuses on procurement and installation of core system infrastructure, including antennas, transmission lines, equipment enclosures, and power systems. Design is complete, vendor coordination is ongoing, and site work is scheduled to begin in the coming weeks. The public safety radio subscriber replacement. Police department portable unit replacements are nearing completion, and mobile units are being installed in conjunction with the department's vehicle replacement policy and cycle. Fire department testing and evaluation is underway, with 6 handhelds in the field and installation of a mobile unit on Engine 25 scheduled in the coming weeks. Pending successful outcome of the evaluation process, broader system replacement will begin mid-year. I will say that throughout the annual planning meeting, common themes were communication, communicate, how can we communicate this better, et cetera. So this is an outcome of the board's deliberations in providing additional communication support to emergency management. I think that if the town wants to continue to increase our level of communication, we have to add another position. Ashley does a fantastic job. She's pulled in a lot of different directions and still is unable to get out the messaging that I would like to see and that I know you all expect to see. on the numerous projects that are ongoing, decisions that this board makes or deliberates, et cetera. So to my knowledge, other than the fire department, this would be the only position request within the budget this year. So I've asked James to include that in his proposal.
That person would be service two
Yes,
positions, really, right?
there is, and I think communications, him and I would certainly argue and have a healthy conversation about it, but the communication side certainly I think is priority, but having that person and having some basic knowledge about the emergency management, especially when we activate and get into certain situations, there's things like asset management that needs to be done, radio, when we deploy radios and keeping track of resources, et cetera. So we can always use those assistants. Always, we're trying to plan, so making sure our planning documents are in place, making sure that education is being provided back to town employees on the emergency management process, what forms need to be filled out so that we're in compliance and we're prepared to submit for reimbursements, and we don't have a loss of time and money when we go through that process. So those are the major justifications of the position that's being presented.
Well, certainly it would come in handy during a storm situation when there's just, James now.
Yeah, well, and I think that the town continues to educate ourselves, train on these activities and functions. Everybody has a role to play in this. This position is certainly, the primary focus on it is going to be the day-to-day communications, things like preparedness. It requires communication for a community to be prepared. But again, also the numerous items that I've already discussed as to what the desire would be.
So the preference is to put it within the emergency management structure as opposed to the administrative structure under the PIO?
Yeah, that's correct. And because that's where our current PIO sits, is under the emergency management. So this would just be an extension of that department.
Is there any opportunity to use accommodation tax funding?
That's a good question.
Not unlike what we're doing with Frank's group, right?
Yeah, so there's very close coordination between PIO and typically, if it generally falls under special events, coordinating the communication that goes out through the Parks and Recreation. So like, again, Facebook or social media is generally handled through Parks and Rec, and then they let us know what, they come up with a posting schedule, quite frankly, and then we are coordinating as to what that would look like. If there's things like, you got me just kind of thinking outside the box here, but.
Sorry.
No, it's good. I appreciate it. A big goal is going to be communicating effects of the Army Corps project. Could a portion of this position be funded through that? I think the rational nexus would be there. I just look at Melissa here, but to look at that, because we have purposely budgeted $1,000 just for communication materials within beach nourishment to try and get that word out once we get the schedule from the Corps, et cetera. So we can always, if the board is generally acceptive of the position, and I know we're not making that decision now, we can go back and look at how that's structured or framed.
I would be hard pressed to say Fund 21, which is accommodations, because your tourists are not really interested in budget meetings. They're not interested in what the town council is doing, and that's going to be the bulk of your communication.
If it came from anywhere,
This is this role's primary communications role is in emergency preparedness, or as part of emergency preparedness. I'm thinking when we have 30,000 people on the island and we have a situation is a little bit different than when we have 3,000 people on the island. So
we can look at it, but again, thank you for bringing that up, and we'll try to fit it where we can. And if not, we'll try to give you good
The
reasons why.
the specialist role, where does that fall in the hierarchy? Maybe.
It would be, I think, again, I don't know
Is it
how
an 8?
James had imagined this, but I think it would be parallel to the PIO position, not a hierarchy of James. Ashley would not become a supervisor of this position.
Right,
Be
so it would
working
be
in coordination.
Ashley plus 1.
Correct, yeah.
Same, okay. So that's like an 8.
Yeah, we'll get it graded out.
Whatever.
Okay, if there's no more questions on Mr. Horn's budget, we will move on to 10-465, the most exciting one that we have here. What is? Oh, that's okay. So this covers your workers' comp premiums, your general premiums, and any potential claims that come up. So we will expect an increase in workers' comp premiums. This all falls under the North Carolina League of Municipalities as being our insurance provider in here. So those are the numbers that are associated with that. And you'll see similar line items with other funds. And I'll just say that it's going to be the exact same thing. We just budgeted through the different fund, so we won't go through any explanation with it. I can try to answer any questions if you have any, but again, there's just minor amounts of money that's allocated for any sort of claims, workers' comp or other. And some years we use those, some years we don't, but they are budgeted as line items there. All right, moving on to 10-470, which is legal. So we are asking for an increase into our legal budget. We've experienced some active legal cases through either appeals or actions on behalf of the town, so that we are increasing that by $10,000 for the next fiscal year. And we're also budgeting legal in beach nourishment for easements, et cetera.
The hourly rate isn't changing, though.
No, sir, we're under existing contract. All right, moving into our general fund, public buildings. This fund was set up for the Juniper Trail site, so Mr. Price, take it away.
Good morning, Mayor, Council.
Morning.
This budget here is strictly for the maintenance and upkeep of Juniper Trail Complex. Contracted services, telephone, utilities, contractors, let me see here. All the increases and decreases are based on actual expenditures. Like I said, a 6.2% increase on telephone. That's $130 a year. Utilities up 21.21% to reflect $12,000 a year. The contracted services went down by 4.76%. Some of the things that these pay for is termites. I'm trying to think of what else we got. Fire extinguishers, stuff of that nature. But I'm available for questions if you should have any. Oh, on a side note, utilities has been housed here for 20 plus years, but starting next year, this will be Chris's. I'm sorry, facilities and grounds. Carl?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, David.
Okay, next up is 10505, Facilities and Grounds.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and Council. Just a quick overview of the F&G department. We do have one director, two supervisors, one for facilities, one for grounds. We have one tech two, 5 tech ones, one facility tech two, 2 facility tech ones, one facility tech, a solid waste crew leader, 1 solid waste tech, and 1 solid waste part-time year-round employee. With the 10505, even though it's a small drop in the bucket, we did decrease this budget this year by a little over $5,000. A few of the increases are in training, professional services, maintenance and repair of grounds, maintenance and repair of equipment, and maintenance and repair of vehicles. A few decreases in the F&G budget are maintenance and repair of facilities. This is due to dropping the Welcome Center and the old PD on the island. We also have decreases in supplies and uniforms. Some of our strategic planning for the year.
Before you go on,
yes, sir.
Mr. Kirk, I want to ask a question. We're adding 4 CDLs.
Possibly.
That's a huge part of that budget. Is there a reason, rationale for this? Do we have?
Well, the reason behind it is just being the fact, like during Christmas season, utilizing the bucket truck, we have to have CDL drivers for that. And being that we are kind of low on CDL drivers in this department, we rely on 1 or 2 right now. So the idea is to get more in here, so that way we don't have to rely on just 1 or 2 employees. Plus 2, if they leave, we will need somebody to step in and be able to operate these trucks.
Yeah, because I think if I remember right, in Mr. Sadati's, there's also a CDL being added.
We have 3 CDL drivers today, but the passenger endorsement is different, maybe different than what.
Yes.
Oh, it is. Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
So you can't loan a CDL to him at Christmas.
No, if he wants to get on a school bus and go up and down the block, we can do that.
And some of
he can loan you a CDL.
No, without us having the, what's it called again? The passenger endorsement, we cannot drive the school buses. So plus 2, we couldn't use his because these trucks require people that know how to operate them. There's a lot of setup and breakdown that, goes along with different things. So we would more or less have to put personnel out there with them to be able to help operate the truck. So that's just, using more people.
All right, so I was just looking at shared services across departments.
Yes, sir.
The way you described it was more episodic than chronic that we needed somebody.
I got you, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I think 4 is a lot, but.
And I mean, this is just to cover it in case we have them people that want to go to this. Not saying that all 4, not saying we have 4 people that's going to be able to go, but this would be able to cover it if we do. And again, in this field, we do have people that kind of come and go from time to time. And once other people see that they bring things to the table, they're all about snatching them up and taking them away from us. So this is just a way to try to be able to protect the town and make sure we have personnel to be able to operate these things.
Well, one of the other small things is if you have 3 people that are out sick and you need to use a piece of equipment, if you don't have multiple licenses, now you're restricted to not using it, and you might need to use it.
Yeah, and we also split up the crews where they're working on different tasks. So there might be one time that we actually need 3 CDL drivers to be able to operate different things. So it's just a way to protect the department and the town.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I just asked the question.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ask any
judgment.
Ask any question you want to. So for some strategic planning this year, our facilities department will be develop a maintenance schedule for the buildings, upkeep for buildings, and repairs for buildings. This will just help guide us in, budgeting a little bit better, not over budgeting possibly. Help guide the, part of my role is to help guide the supervisor in planning projects, personnel, emergencies that come up. Let's see, last time projection. We also try to project out with, just use an example, AC units. We just try to look at them, see which ones, financially, how much will they cost, different things like that, and trying to predict when we need to replace these things. For the grounds, we'll be develop a maintenance schedule for the right-of-way, park, streets, and the beach. Help guide the supervisor in planning projects, personnel, and any emergencies that come up. Evaluate the maintenance responsibilities between parks and recreation and facilities and grounds operations to ensure clear accountability, efficient use of staff resources, and consistent service standards for town-owned facilities. Update the town's pavement condition survey to facilitate I cannot say that word. There you go. Roadway rehabilitation and maintenance to maintain an appropriate standard. Conduct periodic reviews of departmental roles and operational responsibilities to identify opportunities for improved coordination, efficiency, and clarity in service delivery across town functions. If council has any questions, I am happy to answer them.
Prior years, we had discussed that the addition of parks and stuff may warrant additional staff, but again, like with the maintenance from taking away from the police department and the welcome center, you feel like you're balanced with your staffing at this point?
Yes, ma'am, and also working with Park and Rec, I do believe we have all of our the grounds covered for that. Yes, ma'am.
Glad to hear that.
Yeah, we have sort of a goal upcoming. We didn't want to rush anything, but we do have a goal upcoming to look at, like what Mr. Carter was saying, operational efficiencies and how staff are delineated between cutting the grass at the parks facilities versus cutting the grass at grounds facilities, et cetera. So Bryce and I and Frank and Chris and Melissa are going to be working very closely in the upcoming year to try and seek those efficiencies, also to look ahead for any sort of specialized needs that may present themselves or that will present themselves at phase 2 of Earl G. Because again, we have different equipment that can be used for different applications, and we just want to make sure that all that stuff is looked at closely. So.
Thank you.
How many vehicles do we have in your department?
On the ground side, we have 3 trucks that are actually being used right now. One that is used, that kind of sits on the yard, but it is used to haul our heavier equipment. It's the only diesel that we have. On solid waste, we have 2 trucks for that one. And we do have one Ford Ranger, but I believe its lifespan is about to be over. And then for facilities, we have 1 new Dodge, and then we have 2 electric vans that we did get through a grant. It was a 80-20 split on that.
8? Plus the 2 electrics?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you're not anticipating adding any this year?
No, sir.
So, and this particular budget also includes the rollback?
No, sir, this does not include
Okay.
that. No.
We'll get to that, right?
Yes, sir, we sure will.
It's under solid waste.
Okay.
Thank you, Chris.
Moving on to 10-510, which is our police department, Chief Voorhees.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good to see everybody. Good to be here this morning. Okay. It's no secret that the police department's budget is one of the largest in town. So it gets scrutinized pretty good every year. We try to look at everything objectively and provide the best services we can while being fiscally responsible. If you look at our salary and all, or if you look at our budget and all the numbers, you'll see that our salary and wages and things like retirement, 401k are our largest expenditure. So our employees are really the largest part of our budget. Our operating budget is much smaller than what we actually spend on our employees. That being said, we're not asking for any new positions this year, for any new police officers. When we plug the numbers into the approved matrix to see if we needed additional officers. It came up short in 2 of the 3 fields, so I didn't feel that we needed to ask for additional officers. Now, in coming years, I think that we're going to need to look back on that and reflect and see, our majors told us that we needed 0.75 officers this year. If we look at it next year and we look at it again and it says 0.75 next year, we may need to look at that and say, yes, that equates to an officer, and look back over the years. That may need to be an adjustment that we make in the matrix. But that's going forward. But this year, no additional positions. We do have some increases this year. Looking at the list going down, besides the salaries and FICA retirement, we've got an additional increase in overtime pay, contracted services, our separation allowance, and when we get future in ahead in a few slides here, I'll explain what these things are. An increase in our training. Let's see, and then decreases in utilities, decreases in our maintenance equipment. Does anybody have any questions about those before I flip to the next slide?
So you are fully staffed now for the 2025-26 budget year that's ending in June, right? So you're not adding any more people this year. They're all there, and you're not asking for more people next year.
Correct. But we have people that are actually in training in BLET right now that we're paying as cadets, not as police officers, that are going to come online in June.
Oh, okay, so we are going to see.
They're budgeted positions.
Yeah, they're budgeted.
Right. Okay, but we aren't paying them as police officers in this budget. As I was looking at this year's expenditure to date, and then there's a gap between the actual budget and the expenditure to date as compared to your requested expenditure for next year's. But that explains it. Thank you.
Because the salary that we pay cadets is far less than what we pay them once they're sworn in.
Right. And that makes perfect sense.
Okay. Moving on with the budget overview of expenditures. Our supply line is up slightly. Shop with a Cop program that says, minus 100%. That's really donation line. That doesn't involve any funds from the town. Our uniforms are up 10%, due to some subscriptions 31%, and our capital outlay for the firing range is up 100%. That's a new line item. Our firing range is being encroached upon by residential community, and it's time that we move it. We're working with David Price to acquire land out of Juniper Swamp to construct a new range so that we can get that away from residential areas and be able to continue to train without disturbing our neighbors. Some of the decreases on this page, you'll see capital outlay vehicles down 40%, and our capital outlay PD equipment is down 70%. And if you look at the bottom of the page there, our total percentage increase for this year is 1% over last year. Does anybody have any questions before I move on? All right, our 26-27 budget increases. When you look at salary and wages, we're up 5% for merit and COLA increases. I think that's pretty standard. Our overtime pay is up 20%. And if I can flip back to my sheet. Last year was budgeted $98,000, and I requested $117,965 this year. Does anybody have any questions about that line item? I anticipated questions about it.
Okay.
I can go into detail if you like.
So this is the overtime?
Yes, sir. This is the overtime line.
So when you say staffing for events, those are obviously the town-sponsored events.
Correct. But there's also a lot more that goes into that. It's not just. I couldn't fit everything in that little box that really goes into that overtime line. And if you'd like to, Mr. Pleil, I can go ahead and I've got a number of things here that I can recite to you that why we pay that overtime.
Go ahead and do it.
Yes,
Okay.
just do it. You're prepared.
So
You should share it.
when I get down to it and I drill down on the numbers, we average about 11 hours per officer overtime per month. And where does that go? So we have 2 separate court systems that we're responsible to go to every month. Sometimes that falls on an officer's when they work, and sometimes it does not. Sometimes it falls on their day off, and we have to pay them overtime to respond to court and respond to those subpoenas. We also have extensive training requirements to maintain our certifications and readiness, and we also encourage professional development. So we're always sending officers off to training somewhere, either to meet the requirements that we have set for each officer and in their career ladder or their professional development. We're also seeing an increase in calls for service. That leads to more enforcement actions and extended shifts for officers when they make late arrests. We have a higher volume of incidents that require detective response and follow-up, which equates to overtime hours. Our staffing needs for town-sponsored events and community functions continues to go up every year. Our mutual aid requests from neighboring jurisdictions. So if Burgaw sends us a request for the Blueberry Festival for 3 officers for 12 hours, we're usually paying those. Usually bring those officers in off duty and pay them overtime to respond to that. But on the flip side of that coin, when we send them a request, they send us their officers and are required to pay them, and they come and assist us. We also participate in task force events such as speed enforcement, DWI checkpoints, and saturation patrols across Pender and Onslow counties. And all the above must be managed and staffed in addition to our day-to-day police services we provide to the community. So if we start degrading our overtime pay, we're going to start degrading our services to the community. And we can't operate efficiently without it. The last bullet point I have on here is we also have reserve officers that we bring in to work our special events for the town, and we also have to pay them that rate when they come in. So that's why our overtime rate is at that level. And when I say 11 hours average per month, it doesn't mean every officer works 3 hours overtime per week. There may be a month where they don't work any overtime, and there may be a month where they're in 20 hours overtime because of training or special events or court appearances.
Money well spent.
Yes, sir. I believe so.
Well, it's money necessarily spent. It's less than a fully loaded FTE, right? So
That's what I was gonna
replacing overtime with an FTE isn't going to do you any good this year.
No.
Correct.
So, and it's, as a proportion of total salaries and wages, it's a small number.
I figured out the percentage, but I didn't jot it down. But I think it was 5%, maybe.
Yeah.
Or less than 5%.
So if you're running 5% overtime in a police department, you're doing exceptionally well.
I think we're efficient in that area.
Some towns are running 100% overtime.
Right.
But then again, that's
other places. I'm not worried about that.
Thank you for that breakdown.
Okay, you're welcome. Our contracted services is up 40%, and that is largely due to our Axon in-car camera contract that we instituted last year. Last year, that was in the capital outlay line for the initial purchase of the equipment. This year, it has moved over to contracted services. That's why we're seeing that increase. FICA retirement 401k, those are all merit and COLA.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead, Danny.
That contract amount will stay at that number now?
It just depends. If we add more contracted services to it, or sign contracts for other services, it may go up. And
This is an annual recurring cost for the Axon camera.
Or it may go up. This is not just for Axon cameras. This incorporates a lot of other stuff. So it incorporates our body cams, Axon cameras. It incorporates our surveillance systems, our LPRs.
Operation costs as opposed to hardware, software kind. It's
correct.
Yeah, it's to make them
Operational cost of
work,
it.
not to buy new ones. I got it.
Right.
Thank you. So we should expect to see a line item that looks a lot like that year upon year.
Correct. Now, sometimes those contracted services, those vendors come back and they give me an estimate every year of how much their service is going to cost. And most years, it's pretty close, but some years we do see increases in those, and those would relate directly to that line. I mean, if we do see increases in the services that are provided.
Okay.
Separation allowance is a allowance that's paid to retired department members. It's required by state law. Our training is up 5%. When we say up 5% in our training line, it moves to about $13,000, an increase of about $1,600. And every year in the past 5 years, I've been expanding our firearm training for our officers. Instead of just going out one day and trying to cram, not really even doing training, just going out and maintaining the minimum state requirement, we now go out multiple days a year, train on firearm systems, do classroom training. We have requirements above what the state requires. For example, and that would be, I require any officer that carries a patrol rifle to actually go through the patrol rifle course before they're allowed to carry it and before they're allowed to qualify with it. The only exemption to that is for military trained members that have already been trained in a rifle weapon platform. That equates to dollars when we do that. The ammunition is expensive, and our time is expensive, but it's money that's well spent training our officers and being proficient in the weapon systems that we carry. Our supply line is up 6% and it moves to a little over $16,000. That's equated to department growth and our growth in community policing. We continue to provide a very robust community policing model if you compare it to like agencies surrounding us. And to provide that, it equates to dollars, and there's money that has to be spent to continue those programs. Uniforms are up, and that relates directly to department growth. Our dues and subscriptions is also up, and that's up 30%. Expanding the membership in professional organizations, I'm a very big proponent of professional development. We have more officers now that are actively involved in professional organizations than we've ever had before, and we have more officers now attending professional conferences for training than we've ever had before. So that just equates to professional officers, and the overall, I don't know the word I'm searching for, but the overall effectiveness of our officers and the training that we give them, so that we can have professionals on the street every day that provide that community, that's police service to the community that we want to. Moving on, the capital outlay firing range. Again, I spoke about that a few minutes ago. That's $30,000. That was a cost that wasn't in there last year. That's why it's at 100%. Employee insurance. I'm sorry. Is there any questions before I move on? Let me stop there. Everybody's good? Okay. All right, I'm going to move into our decreases. So we had a decrease in employee insurance, and that was equated to there was no rate increase this year. Our utilities dropped 20%. We're no longer responsible for Station 2. That's being remodeled and is going to be turned over to utilities. Our maintenance equipment has dropped 35%. And it says in there alternate funding options. It's moving to a different fund line because the maintenance that we do on our equipment is directly correlated to beach patrol. So that was in discussions with the manager and Melissa, that was moved to a different fund line item. That's why you see a drop there. Our capital outlay vehicle has come down from $300,000 last year to $180,000 this year. It equates to a 40% decrease, and we are continuing with our vehicle replacement plan. Our vehicle replacement plan is in place. I wrote the first vehicle replacement plan in 2017, and we've been operating under that ever since. It's a living document. Every year we go back and look at it to make sure that it's in line with what we want, that we're providing safe, effective transportation for our officers. I could tell you a story that when I first was promoted to administration, I was given a vehicle in 2015 that you had a 50-50 chance if it would start. When it rained, it ran on 5 cylinders instead of 8. And I knew at that point that there was a need for a plan, that we needed to have a systematic way to replace our vehicles and have reliable transportation and be professional at the same time. We had no professional upfit at that time. Our vehicles were being upfitted piecemeal. We had no preventive maintenance measures that were outlined anywhere. We had nothing that said that this is what we would do or follow manufacturers' recommendations. So we really, at that point when I wrote that plan, it was a idea to move to industry standards, to follow the manufacturer's preventive maintenance plans, oil changes, to put all that on paper and have a standard for everyone. And I think when you look at that, it's taken quite a few years since 2017 to really catch up, because we were operating on best guess needs for our vehicles. And the last time we did a bulk purchase of vehicles before 2017 was in 2012. So we had gone a number of years without providing new vehicles for our officers, and they weren't at the level the professional level that we need them to be. So moving on from 2017 to our current year, we've made huge strides in our fleet. We've gone to the fleet mentality and set standards for ourselves and for those patrol vehicles. Officers are taking better care of our vehicles, and I think you can see that when it equates to our maintenance line remaining the same when we're adding vehicles. So our maintenance line is not going up. It's remaining the same, and it might actually start to drop in future years because of the health of our fleet. So it's been a lot of hard work to actually get us to where we are today. And if you look at our police cars, you can take them and you can compare it to any agency anywhere, and our cars are professional. They are built top-notch by professionals for professionals. Does anybody have any questions? No? All right, moving on. So some of our strategic planning updates under the Safe and Vibrant Healthy Community. We've instituted a school resource officer-led instructional program in the school to teach children about bike safety. That was one of the goals that we had. And every year we do a survey of the teachers in the school and the administrators in the school. And one thing that we continued to see was they wanted to see instructional programs from the SRO to the children. So we're going to continue that. This year we started with the kindergartens. We're going to expand it next year into other grades and potentially expand it beyond just bike safety. Hosting bike safety events, helmet giveaways, child safety seat checkpoints. Moving on to one of the, under the Safe and Vibrant Healthy Community is ensure a safe coastal community by maintaining strong police services. And that we're doing that by maintaining our cadet program. In fiscal year 25-26, we're going to have a total of 4 officers that have graduated from our cadet program and have been sworn in to work as full-time police officers. It's been our #1 recruiting tool so far. We've been able to add many more officers through the cadet program than we have been through lateral transfers from other agencies. Anybody have any questions? Okay. I believe, oh, no, I think I got 1 or 2 more slides. So our safe and vibrant community also, we leverage technology to enhance public safety and improve emergency response. We continually analyze every program that we have in the police department, our technology, to make sure that it's living up to what we want it to do, we're getting what we pay for, and when we don't get what we pay for, that we find other options and implement those other options and defund programs as needed. We've defunded programs currently that just weren't living up to our expectations, that we thought were too expensive, and replace them with programs that maybe be less expensive or provided a better service to the community and to the police department. We've begun to integrate data and technology platforms that support faster information sharing, improve situational awareness, and more effective emergency response. A few examples of that are that our platforms now, we're able to share information directly with the district attorney's office with just a click of a mouse. We can share it with other agencies, with officers within our agencies, and also give access to our officers remotely so they can, all this information is at their fingertips at any given time from their car, from the police department, wherever they're at, they can access this information. One slide too many. Okay. Our infrastructure and transportation. Improve transportation system performance by advancing strategies to reduce congestion, optimize traffic operations, and support efficient emergency response. You heard Kyle talk about earlier the data going into Blue Nahu, and we've implemented new technology that is now pumping data directly back to them. And we've also tied in our RMS system directly back to them so they can pull data from there. We haven't gotten anything back yet, but I certainly have high hopes for this, that there's things that I can't see that they can provide to me, that we can make informed decisions going forward and be able to actually make a difference in our traffic. Our traffic and transportation system is stressed, and I'm hoping that this can really provide some insight into that and help us make informed decisions going forward. Organizational excellence prefers the value and reliability of town facilities, infrastructure, and equipment. And I talked about our vehicle replacement plan and having that in place, and gave you details of that. And we continue with that and continue to maintain a fiscally responsible fleet with operational readiness. That's the end of my presentation. I hope it was informative for everyone. I know I went a little longer than some, but there was some information I definitely wanted to share with all of you. But if anybody has any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer. I like no questions.
Thank you. That was very professional, and
Very good.
Thank you.
the whole department, the way I think the council looks at it, and as the community, is that, the huge amount of integrity that you and your department deliver to the town of Surf City is excellent.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Value of your professionalism keeps us out of the 7 o'clock news.
What's that, Joe?
I said, your value of your professionalism keeps us out of the 7 o'clock news.
That it does. That's one of my
Used to
goals.
say in New York, page 3.
Yeah.
I did have one question. It's probably a question that should apply across the board, too, is given the uncertainty in gasoline prices recently, I noticed that you've increased your expectation by as much as, it's about 35% more than what you've,
No, I budgeted the same amount from last year
well,
across.
well, we
but-
haven't spent to that amount. So
Right,
that's,
well-
so there's, if you think you're going to use about the same amount of gasoline every month, right?
Right.
Which is probably for petroleum, it's probably not so you're going to be underspent on that line. That's okay. So, because gas prices went down.
They fluctuate, and sometimes it's hard to really to pin that number down. But when I estimate these numbers, I look at how much the miles we're driving and how much we're spending on gas per officer per month, and I try to pin us down to the number closest. But obviously, when I do that, if gas prices go up or they go down, that throws all the numbers off. But we're also looking at, and we've also discussed gas prices now that are going up. What's that going to do after July 1st? We look very good right now in our gas budget, but what's going to happen after July 1st? And the consensus was that let's budget for what we know, and if it gets that bad, we'll have to come back to the drawing board and reevaluate and potentially ask for more money or wherever we have to go.
It wasn't directed at you and your budget. I think what you've done is an excellent job. I'm going to maybe ask Melissa, do we as a council need to think about that as we go forward and approve a budget to have some type of a contingency plan? Shall we use the general fund to do that? Those kinds of uncertainties, I think, are thought things that we need to consider.
And I think, I don't think, Melissa and I will have our recommendations to y'all for that specific. I mean, that's can be a major disruptor of, a budget. We'll bring forth the recommendation, but obviously when department heads submitted their recommended budget, all the things going on in the world had not formulated by that time. So it is an emerging thing that we got to focus on, and we certainly will, and we'll bring that recommendation back.
Well, maybe we should just go ahead and assume that it doesn't happen and then do something in case it does. So
Yeah.
what you did, Chief, is entirely accurate. You used what best information and went ahead and budgeted accordingly. I think all the other departments did about the same thing. But we need to understand the overall exposure to the town.
Sure, and we'll also too, we talked about this last week briefly internally, is there may be some proactive measures that we have to administer from the management side of it to reduce costs, reduce idling, reduce whatever it may be, just in case something happens that's going to affect our budget in our current fiscal year. So those things are being taken into consideration.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Carla, lawn chair, Carla? Break before we,
Yeah, so it's 12:03. I think Carla said like 40 minutes for,
Whatever you guys think is sufficient, but ours is here.
I would just say for staff to be back here by 12:45 would be a good timing. And Chief Wilson will start our next round. So obviously those that fall behind him, you probably have like 3 hours for lunch. So.
No, you don't.
All right, Mr. Calbrewer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. We're going to continue on with item number 7. And next up is Fund 10, 530, which is our fire department. Chief Wilson will present his budget.
Perfect. Madam Mayor, Council, Manager, and staff, thank you again for the opportunity to present the fiscal year 26-27 Fire Department budget. Please stop me at any time if you have any questions for me.
No,
Yes, sir. The first two slides here obviously display the year-over-year expenditures. And much like Chief Voorhees has stated, the fire department is one of the largest budgets, and the majority of that cost is related to personnel. The fire department remains committed to strong fiscal responsibility and careful stewardship of public funds. At the same time, we are navigating historically rising costs for apparatus, equipment, and services that directly impact our ability to maintain readiness, but we are committed to providing excellent service to our community. These next two slides give some explanations on increases and decreases. I'm happy to answer any specific questions you may have here, but I will address all the increases, decreases, and major requests as we proceed through this presentation. As you can see, most of the major increases are due to projected merit and COLA increases along with additional personnel requested in this budget. There are some door replacements that are needed at Station 23 on the island. We also have requests for additional firefighter PPE, as well as we need to replace our AEDs and some of our CPR instructor materials, along with some capital vehicle requests. The decreases here are largely due to department's ability to conduct more in-house training, complete some of our own maintenance, and capital investments made this current fiscal year. The department's mission directly supports and advances each of the town's 4 strategic goals. As a coastal community, our services support growth and natural resources by safeguarding life, property, and environmentally sensitive coastal areas. We contribute to infrastructure and transportation through emergency response and roadway incident management and planning that protects critical systems during storms and high-impact events. Through training and fiscal responsibility and professional standards, we demonstrate organizational excellence while ensuring our personnel and equipment are prepared to meet increasing service demands. Most importantly, though, our work is the foundation for providing a safe, vibrant, and healthy community. Fire protection, emergency medical response, rescue services, community education, and disaster preparedness allow our residents, businesses, and visitors to live, work, and invest here with confidence. As growth continues, sustaining operational readiness remains the fire department's central role in supporting the town's strategic vision. As we look at some of our current and upcoming projects, you will see that we are aligning our needs with the strategic outlook for the town. We are actively focusing on several critical areas. The ladder truck replacement program is a key project, and I'm pleased to report significant progress. We have been engaged with multiple manufacturers in detailed discussions, providing clear guidance on the specifications needed to ensure that the new asset will serve Surf City reliably for many years. We are currently reviewing initial drafts from each manufacturer, which will allow us to refine and compare options. We expect to have a finalized specification and a chosen manufacturer ready for board approval this summer. As we continue to work through the Station 25 expansion project, we must start working on the Station 23 expansion project. As our island community continues to experience rapid growth, the Fire Department and Ocean Rescue Division are being tasked to meet increasing service demands with expanding personnel, apparatus, and specialized equipment. While we have taken proactive steps to keep pace operationally, our current station footprint is no longer sufficient to support the scale and complexity of these services we deliver. The proposed station expansion focused on additional equipment storage, dedicated training space, and improved response staging areas is a necessary investment to ensure we can continue to provide effective, safe, and timely emergency services. This expansion is not simply about space, it is about sustaining operational readiness in a high-growth environment. By investing in infrastructure that supports our personnel, equipment, and response model, the town is ensuring that both the Fire Department and Ocean Rescue Division can continue to protect residents, visitors, and our coastal resources effectively. Without this investment, space limitations will increasingly hinder our ability to meet service expectations, impacting response efficiency, training quality, and overall community safety. The Fire Department continues to advance its role in community risk reduction by leveraging incident data and service trends to guide the development of targeted public education programs. By analyzing call types, geographic response patterns, seasonal fluctuations, and common incident causes, the department is identifying high-risk populations, behaviors, and locations within the community. This data-driven approach allows us to move beyond generalized outreach and instead deliver focused education initiatives, such as fire prevention, water safety, and emergency preparedness, where they will have the greatest impact. This strategy improves both efficiency and effectiveness by aligning resources with demonstrated community needs. Programs are being designed to address the most frequent and preventable incidents, while also supporting vulnerable populations in high-traffic areas, particularly within our growing coastal environment. As these initiatives are implemented, the department will continue to track outcomes and adjust programming accordingly, ensuring continuous improvement and measurable reductions in risk. This approach strengthens our commitment to proactive service delivery and supports the town's goal of maintaining a safe, vibrant, and healthy community. Any questions on some of our ongoing strategic initiatives? All right, moving into some of our budget requests for this year. We have already spoken in depth about the ladder truck replacement project. We do anticipate this project staying within the $2.5 to $3 million range. We are also looking at a 2 to 3 year construction time frame. Phase 3 of our fire department staffing plan. Over the past several budget cycles, the department has taken a deliberate and fiscally responsible phased approach to staffing our ladder company. The town has already supported critical steps in this plan by funding additional captains and firefighters to begin building the staffing necessary to safely operate the ladder company. The request in this budget represents the final phase of that plan, adding 3 battalion chiefs and 3 firefighters to complete the operational staffing model required to fully deploy and manage ladder company operations. The ladder truck is one of the most complex and high-risk apparatus in the fire service. It is designed to perform specialized functions, including elevated rescue, ventilation, aerial master stream operations, technical rescue access, and support for large complex incidents. National operation standards, such as those promoted by the National Fire Protection Association through standards like 1710, emphasize the importance of adequate staffing and effective command structure during fireground operations. Completing the ladder staffing plan ensures the town receives the full operational capability and safety benefits of the apparatus investment that is already underway. The addition of the 3 battalion chiefs is a critical component of this final phase as the department grows in both call volume and operational complexity. The need for consistent command level supervision across all shifts becomes increasingly important. Battalion chiefs provide incident command, strategic oversight, and coordination of multi-company operations during structure fires, technical rescues, severe weather events, and other large-scale emergencies. Without adequate command staffing, complex incidents place a greater burden on company officers who are simultaneously responsible for tactical operations. Battalion chiefs also play a vital role beyond emergency response. They provide daily operational supervision, training coordination, safety oversight, and personnel accountability across multiple stations and units. As the department continues to expand to meet the demands of a fast-growing community, maintaining a strong command structure ensures consistent operational standards, improved firefighter safety, and effective resource management. The request for 3 additional firefighters completes the staffing needed to place the ladder truck in service with appropriate crew configuration. Ladder companies require sufficient personnel to simultaneously perform multiple critical tasks, including aerial setup, ground ladder deployment, search and rescue operations, ventilation, and rapid intervention support. Completing the staffing allows the ladder company to function as intended during high-risk incidents and ensures the town's investment in this specialized apparatus is fully utilized. This request is not start of a new initiative, but rather the completion of a strategic staffing plan that the town has already been implementing through prior budget decisions. By finishing the ladder truck staffing model, the town strengthens emergency response capability, improves firefighter safety, and ensures that our fire department remains prepared to protect a rapidly growing coastal community. Any questions on our staffing plan request?
The battalion chiefs, is that going to be internal, like promotions, or are we actually creating 6 new positions?
So there are 6 new positions in this budget request, but however, the idea and the thought process would be to promote the battalion chiefs from within. Hopefully we have enough candidates that would want to be a battalion chief. And you know, we would do that first, and if there's any that did not get filled within, then we would open it up to the outside. But the idea would be to fill those from within.
In most cases, doesn't that usually how it rolls?
That is correct, yes.
You know, guys that are,
Yep.
striving.
And that would be the preferred method, is to promote our company officers that we currently have to battalion chiefs.
But then you need to backfill the roles
Correct.
that they left.
Yep.
So it's still 6 new positions.
It's still 6 new positions, yes, sir.
You presented the rationale as being preparedness for the ladder truck. The ladder truck is 3 years out. Is it necessary to have the change in staffing now?
We currently have a ladder truck.
Okay, and you're telling me that we don't have the staffing for that ladder truck in the way that we
Correct.
believe is in the best interest of the town.
Correct. When you look at fire department staffing models, we would look at it from a couple of different perspectives. It's basically based on minimum standards, best practices, and then we look at geography and density. Some of the most recent studies also look at staffing numbers for career fire departments between 1.5 and 1.8 firefighters per 1,000 people protected. When you look at where we are with our population, our best estimation right now is about 1.48, but that doesn't include our population increase from the summer. So we really look at about 0.71 firefighters per 1,000 people, but that also doesn't take into consideration our minimum standards from ISO as well as the North Carolina OSFM. Right now, to get ISO maximum points, we have to respond with 2 engines and a ladder. We're not able to respond with a ladder because we have to wait for volunteers or part-time or off-duty firefighters to come in and get the ladder truck. So we're still trying to meet minimum standards in terms of staffing at a fire event.
So your request for staffing is independent of the ladder truck?
Independent of replacing the ladder truck, yes, sir. It just happens to be it's happening at the same time.
In looking at the numbers, you're asking for a significant increase in the full-time salaries and wages, a reduction in I guess, overtime, right? Your overtime, you've already spent $150,000 this year on overtime. On a budget of $120,000. So,
Correct.
So you're going to, what you're anticipating though is putting 6 new or adding these positions is going to reduce the amount of overtime others.
It will not reduce the total number of overtime that is scheduled. However, we got to look at this year. We've had 3 people out on FMLA, and that has created a huge overtime increase for us that we didn't necessarily account for prior to this year.
Okay, so this year's expenditure, which exceeded the anticipated budget for this year, is due to the FML.
Correct.
A burden and not having sufficient. So
Correct.
that explains that.
Yep.
Which makes the budget request of 126
Yep.
more
And
consistent.
actually,
And the increase in the budget for full-time is the 6 positions that you
Correct.
wanted to add. So
Yep.
all those numbers add up. Okay, now I'd like to ask Ms. Moore a question. Assuming the ladder truck is $3 million of investment over the next 3 years, have we done the calculation on the difference between cash out of pocket over the next 3 years versus some type of financing of the ladder truck?
So to say we've done it completely, no, but we have looked into the options of financing.
Is there, I don't know, maybe Mr. Brewer has an answer, is there an opportunity to get low-cost loans in support of fire safety from some government agency?
USDA might offer a loan opportunity for us. Again, weighing the benefits of paying cash versus borrowing and earning money on investment. We absolutely can, we anticipate doing that as part of this process.
So I don't think there's a question whether or not replacing the ladder truck is a good idea. I think the question may come down to what is the best way to fund that type of an investment. I've done some back-of-the-envelope calculations, and given what our return on investment is in our reserve account and what a low-cost loan could look like, it might be to our advantage to borrow the money as opposed to pay for it out of pocket. We need to be careful. Staffing, we all have to assume that what you're telling us is an accurate reflection of your needs, and you're the expert in this area. So there are a couple of other areas where I have some questions, but they aren't for today. So
Yeah, no, the process of evaluating the financing or funding of the ladder truck is absolutely something we'll be looking at. So any insights or calculations that you want to share, we'd be more than happy to take a look at it.
I'm happy to sit down with whom, if you want to take a look, or Ms. Moore, or sit down sometime between now and the April meeting.
Sure.
And go through some of the options and maybe do some sensitivity analysis on what the outcomes could be depending upon interest rates and timing of payments and whatever. I'm happy to do that. I think it's worth our while. It's the difference between paying $70,000 per $1 million a year as opposed to paying $3 million over the next 3 years. So.
Yeah, we have talked to Chazo, which is our financial advisor, about options, not necessarily via the USDA, and I'm sure you wanted to elaborate on that. We may have other private funding loan options that were very close to the USDA.
USDA is usually limited to the amount of money that our broker through USDA has in that pot. That's one of the things I have learned through USDA, especially from their Red Legs program for fire apparatus. It's limited to that number. When we looked at potentially borrowing or getting Red Leg money for the training tower, if I remember right, we were limited to like $1 million on that. So.
Well, and clearly, if we want to borrow money, we can borrow money. The question is, how much is it going to cost us? Do we get $1 million at 3% from USDA and the other $2 million at 5% from somebody else? Those are all, things we can look at. Those scenarios we can look at. So I look forward to doing that between now and the 1st of April, so that council might have an opportunity to see, okay, here are our options, and then make a decision. But the ladder truck is the ladder truck, and it's something we need.
Anybody else? All right. And so with that, with the additional personnel, there is a request for a battalion chief vehicle. As we add the battalion chiefs to our response plan, the command vehicle is a necessary investment to support effective incident management and operational readiness and command level response across the community. As the call volume increases and the complexity increases, those BCs are routinely required to respond directly to those emergencies, establish command, coordinate resources, and manage multi-unit operations. So a dedicated vehicle is necessary for that task. Those vehicles function as a mobile command platform equipped with radios, incident command tools, accountability systems, etc., to respond to those events. They provide a multi-purpose command vehicle. Improves our response times as well as enhances situational awareness and strengthens our coordination between fire, EMS, law enforcement, and mutual aid partners. This request also supports our continuity of operations during simultaneous or extended events. With the growing community and increasing service demand, it's not uncommon for us to have multiple incidents occur at one time, requiring command level supervision in different locations. The BC ensures that command coverage is maintained across the system, improving safety for both responders and the public, while allowing our frontline companies to remain focused on their assigned tactical functions. Any questions?
So that's just one vehicle for all three positions?
That's correct, yep. Mm-hmm. So moving into our PPE request, providing a second set of turnout gear for each firefighter is a critical investment in personnel safety, operational readiness, and compliance with industry best practices. Firefighters are routinely exposed to hazardous contaminants during structure fires and other emergency incidents, including carcinogens and toxic byproducts of combustion. Standards established by the NFPA emphasize the importance of proper cleaning, inspection, and maintenance of turnout gear following exposure. Without a second set of gear, firefighters are often forced to choose between remaining in contaminated equipment or being temporarily out of service while their gear is cleaned, dried, and inspected. The second set of gear allows for immediate decontamination and continuous operational availability. After working fire or significant exposure event, contaminated gear can be removed from service, properly cleaned, and inspected without impacting staffing or response capabilities. This reduces long-term health risk, supports cancer prevention efforts, and aligns with modern fire service practices focused on firefighter wellness. Additionally, it ensures that personnel remain fully equipped and ready to respond to subsequent incidents, particularly those periods of high call volume or extended operation. This investment directly supports both firefighter safety and system reliability by reducing downtime, extending the service life of protective equipment, and minimizing exposure to harmful contaminants. A second set of turnout gear strengthens the department's ability to maintain readiness while protecting the health and longevity of its personnel. As we discussed during our annual planning meeting, I did meet with our staff to review our current gear stock and program, and we have developed a plan that aligns that program's goals in achieving a 30% cost reduction, which is reflected in the budget request versus what is listed in the capital improvement plan. In closing, the success of the fire department is not measured by statistics, nor by the number of incidents we respond to. In many ways, our best work goes unnoticed. We are often under the radar until something significant happens. Our true measure of success is our preparedness, our ability to respond to, manage, and mitigate any emergency we are called to handle. We are the catch-all agency. When there is uncertainty about who to send, the answer is usually simple. You send the fire department. That expectation places a responsibility on us to be ready at all times. Meeting that expectation requires deliberate investment. Preparedness does not happen by chance. It is built through reliable apparatus and equipment, capable facilities, and continuous training. That is how we position ourselves for success before the call ever comes in. When you look at our 20-year plan, it becomes clear that the next several years are critical. As a relatively young department, having marked our 25th anniversary just a couple of years ago, we are now facing challenges and replacement cycles for the first time. These are not unexpected. They are part of a maturing organization. What we cannot afford to do is delay the inevitable in some of these situations. Deferring these needs year after year will only erode our service capability, increase risk to our personnel, and ultimately result in higher costs and longer timelines. This budget is about maintaining readiness, protecting our firefighters, and ensuring we can continue to deliver the level of service our community expects, no matter the call. I thank you for your time and allowing me to present the fire department budget. I'm happy to answer any additional questions you may have.
Thank you, Alan Wilson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
All right, next up is 10540, which is community development. Mr. Jeremy Smith.
Council. We'll drive. Community development is made up of 6 staff, myself, 2 building inspectors, code enforcement, a GIS technician, and our administrative assistant. As you know, community development covers planning, zoning, permitting, building inspections, and code enforcement. We also handle the town's online mapping and produce 911 addressing and any other requests from other departments. We act as a facilitator for new developments and projects that are proposed in the town and coordinate those with outside agencies, be it NCDOT or the many divisions with North Carolina Department of Environmental and Natural Resources, Division of Coastal Management, Stormwater, Land Use, or Land Management. For you is our expenditure overview. We have the standard increases that other departments have with our FICO wage and what have you, or FICA, not FICO. I wish I could increase our credit scores. The biggest request I have in there is a line item for $150,000 for Island Town Center Master Plan, and I will dive into that more when I get to our strategic plan projects over the next year. Other than that, other increases include a desire to increase our training budget level. We have a building inspector 1 who should be getting his final level 1 this year before the fiscal year is over. And that way he will be a building level 1, electrical 1, mechanical 1, and plumbing 1 leading into the next year, where he will work on building 2 and electrical 2. If anyone is familiar with building code, electrical always tends to be the tougher of the trades for building inspectors to learn. Our building inspector 1 is this week in Carthage, North Carolina, taking a flood management class in hopes to become a certified floodplain manager for the town. And that is part of the proposed training in the future for credentialing and certification and continuing ed, not only for flood management, building inspections, code enforcement qualifications. We do have a new code enforcement officer. His 6 months was yesterday, 6 months with the town. Matt Nierenberger, I believe you've met him. He's doing very well, but part of his requirements is to get to become a certified zoning officer. And that is a program offered through the North Carolina Association of Certified Zoning Officers, and it requires some class time at the School of Government. Thankfully, they do offer 2 parts of that online, and you only have to go for 1 week in person. So that's a savings there, because a lot of our travel is invested in the building inspector 1 certifications. We are in an unfortunate position as a local government, as with any county or city, town, that there is desperately always a need for building inspectors. It is a dying trade. Not that the state Department of Insurance hasn't done what they can to invest and develop and try to get more certifications, but when you get good inspectors on staff, we want to do what we can to train them, hold them, and maintain them. And I do believe that with Ken Morrison, our chief building inspector, and Mike Rocco, we've got 2 great inspectors, and I want to invest what I can into them in training and travel, and keep them certified and credentialed. We're also looking to get our GIS technician, GISP certification. That is another state level certification in terms of geographical information systems mapping. Advertising is increased. That's just a proposed, as we expect to get a number of new planning items submitted over the next year, and we have to statutorily advertise for those projects. Our IT cost share line item, this increase includes our licensing for our permitting software, licensing for our disaster recovery software, the software we use to go out and do damage assessments. It also includes the increases from a proposed increase needed for licensing of the International Transportation Engineers Manual, where we can check and verify traffic generation and parking needs for projects as they're submitted to the town, so we can corroborate what they submit to us. While we do trust these engineers and developers when they submit stuff, we'd like to back that with our own data that we find. And that is another yearly license that we would have to pay digitally. Budget decreases this year. Last year we had overtime budgeted. I do not foresee the need for budgeted overtime because we have 2 building inspectors. Those are the ones that we would see impacted there, but with a 4,000 population and 2 inspectors, I believe we have the adequate coverage in light of any natural disasters or the need to be out there helping folks get power back on or clean up. Again, the standard decrease in insurance across the board. We've become more efficient in violation notices. That's why there's a decrease in postage, and that we try to utilize courtesy calls, contacting, going into the business, going into the location, and working with folks. You can usually get more compliance if you confront them and let them know what the issues are. And I believe our code enforcement officers are real good at doing that. And I will happily pick up the phone.
Now that we have a code enforcement, do you have an idea of how many more violations or what revenue is being generated from violations year over year?
I do not. Because when I started with the town last year, we were coming out of the summer months. And so those revenue line is high because of trash violations primarily. And with us not coming into the season now, I do not have that number. And we've recently updated our solid waste ordinance. We've done the trash can change out. So we've had to willingly overlook some issues because of all the changes in the process and the change in what constitutes a violation for solid waste. And as the board may recall, at the last council meeting, we approved a new fee schedule to actually have a zoning ordinance violation fee. Do I see the potential of that? I hope not. We hope that everybody complies, but there are zoning violations out there. That will be another tool in our belt to use. But at this time, I do not have an actual projected revenue. I've kept it modest in our projected revenues based on last year's, which I think we were around 2,000 collected in fines this year. Obviously, fining is not a money-making thing. It is an unfortunate side effect of not abiding by our ordinances, but I believe the line item is consistent with what we've had in the past. Earlier in the session today, we talked about moving vehicles from one department to another. We recently retired an Explorer, and by way of getting an old 2016 Taurus, which has proved very well. I think it'll last us another 3 or 4 years. I do have in our CIP later, 3 years down the road, to potentially replace that with a truck. But it has worked out good. With that in mind, I think our vehicle maintenance line item is going to be down $1,000 this coming year. So there's cost savings there. And I do know the gas thing came up. The gas question, gasoline prices. I've projected a decrease in need, but that could obviously change with the economy if gas prices go up. But this past year we had 4,000 allocated. We're not even 50% into that. And so I thought it was prudent to reduce that number down. Uniforms is just a needs and reduced. My guys are mainly needing boots. Most of them provide their own clothing and whatnot, but we do offer that ability to purchase polos, button-up shirts that they can get embroidered with the town logo and have those. That is still an option, but I don't feel comfortable over budgeting that. I want to keep that more realistic number. And then there's a reduction in our dues and subscription, and that's just changing of what the different organizations that we're all member, their prices are down. So on to strategic planning updates. Right there at the beginning, the first one under growth and natural resources, which corroborates the request for $150,000 for the development of an Island Town Center downtown master plan. This is heavily supported by our strategic plan, primarily out of the transportation, infrastructure and transportation, but it's also in our growth. It's supported just overall in terms of making the community, the island itself, a regional destination through redevelopment of the downtown. And that process, I believe, would take 1.5 years or so based on some projected scopes we have gotten. But that'll be a planning initiative where we work with business owners and residents of the Island Town Center, the Central Business District, create steering committees, have meetings, look at charrettes and designs of what the town, this board, and the community wants to see happen with our downtown Island Town Center in the future. Identify projects that are easily obtainable, the bigger projects working with outside agencies such as NCDOT on how to make that a value, a economic driver, and a benefit to the town to capitalize on what we have. I know there's a lot of eyes on it. We recently had a couple of variance requests that is anticipating the Island Town Center. Our recently adopted November 2024 zoning ordinance has left up a section in it for central business design standards, which I believe would be a result, an identified concept or project that would come through an island master plan, along with what we would want to see with our primary corridors. And it also will piggyback on the already funded bicycle and pedestrian plan update that we have funded through NCDOT, which is slated to kick off in a few months. But under the growth and natural resources, that is our primary request, is to move forward with that identified Island Town Center master plan, and we'll eventually get to what we're going to call it. Are we going to call it Island Town Center master plan, downtown, It's one and the same, but eventually we will get to the point where we name that document as we get through those early steps. I can provide a scoping that we received from a consultant that is not what we would do specifically, but it was an effort to get a number, a realistic number of what that would cost. And then we applied a 25% or a 20% contingency on that to get to the 150,000 number. I do foresee that my staff would do a lot of the heavy work there in terms of inventories, site visits, seeing what is on the ground, what we have. And we are already in a great position to provide that. Again, with the bike and ped update, all of our mapping projects, our utilities, everything is mapped and it's easily turned over to a consultant then that can help us coordinate and steer that. Moving on, again, I touched on it before. November 2024, we had recently adopted a new zoning and subdivision ordinances. Part of the strategic plan is continuing to seek and update that based on comprehensive plan, strategic initiatives, and community needs. Community needs are going to be identified either by applicant-driven text amendments or staff-initiated. And the newer one there is the development of a tree canopy inventory. I'm not requesting any funding at this necessarily, but this is something that we can work on internally and start seeking some outside revenue sources, grants and what have you. We have some pretty strong tree preservation ordinances, mainland and island towns, the island under the Coastal Forest Overlay District. They should be improved. We need to review those and see how to improve them, and then identify what I've talked to the manager about is looking at like an urban forestry canopy restoration, to where when sites are impacted and they remove trees, we give developers an opportunity to plant back, not just on their property, but into places where the town, this board, the community wants to see more trees. And that just wouldn't be for the island, it'd be for the mainland as well. Through the strategic plan, we support the infrastructure and transportation, working with NCDOT on current projects they have within the town, the R5900, the 5210 project, and the R899, the Watts Landing. I believe that's what it's R5899. Yes, 5899. That's the Watts Landing that's in and out of our jurisdiction, but we continue to work with them as we have developments that occur around there. This past year, we adopted the new Town of Surf City Technical Specifications Manual, and we continually implement that with new projects we get, and we use it as a reference as we have sites that redevelop. One more time, as I touched on before, we're going to kick off in the next couple months updating the bicycle and pedestrian plan to not only integrate our multi-use path planning, future ITC development, and then seek opportunities to increase safety through our sidewalk system throughout the town, including the multi-use path. And that follows up with, we've recently applied for NCDOT TAP funds for crosswalk signals to increase pedestrian safety. This is along North New River and South Shore Drive. We do know that we are still in the running there. DOT is actually doing the design work to see what that funding would cost, but I feel very good about our chances for that. Then one last item that we've been working on since I came to the town, and that's creating job growth corridors policies for our comprehensive land use plan. The planning board made recommendations on that last December, and it is my hopes to bring it to the council in April at a work session to discuss with the board on those policies, changes that may be necessary to bring it again for future adoption. And with that being said, I'd happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Thanks. Well, okay, so the bulk of your budget increase is in the ITC planning process.
Correct. My budget would have been only $5,000 more if not for that big number. And talking with some consultants with staff's capabilities and the information that we have on hand, I think there's going to be a significant cost savings on any proposal that we receive in terms of us doing the legwork there in terms of land use inventories, feet on the ground, meeting with business owners, letting them know what we're working on, and then getting them to the table. What I would foresee if that's funded is to put out requests for proposals early next fiscal year, and then once we review those, accept a bid, look at a probably 12 to 18-month process.
So the 150,000 is your best guess at what a planning document would cost to generate?
Correct. And that would, be the project management overall. And then your kickoff, your due diligence, that's where we're going to be the significant cost savings of, anywhere from 25 to 50,000 in terms of doing the field work. That keeps your consultants from doing we got to come to your town, we got to do a site visit or participate there. We've got a drone, we've got staffed and leveled licensed individuals that can run that. There's so much that we can do on our own to keep the cost down and make a better product.
No, and I appreciate that. I guess where I was headed with that is splitting the 150K over 2 years as opposed to doing them all up front would kind of dampen down the immediate burden. And the other thing I wanted to ask Mr. Brewer is, we do have envisioned putting together some type of a committee like we did for the multi-use path, because I think it's extremely important that we get input from our community to establish at least a vision of what the Island Town Center in their mind looks like,
yes.
right?
Yes, correct. That would be part of that plan process.
That would be, and I don't mean to interrupt. That is the foundation of the entire process. So having this board make that appointment would be extremely important for us, to move forward with the project. First step is, like Mr. Smith is saying, is that inventory of existing assets, utilities, et cetera. But yes, having a steering committee to work that process is paramount to the project.
And since we're integrating the Island Town Center with the bike and ped and the MUP planning, any chances accommodation taxes can absorb some of this cost?
Probably not on the planning side of it.
On the execution side?
On strategies that are identified for implementation, absolutely. So when we start looking at the Roland Beach access and the Welcome Center property, what's the vision of that? When we talk about integrating bike and ped facilities, or there may be a little mini public park. I don't know, I'm just throwing out examples. Yes, implementation, we would have the opportunity to look at that. The planning side, I would be a little bit reluctant on applying Fund 21 monies on that. And we'd have to look into a multi-fiscal year contract. We'd still have to obligate the funds to be able to sign.
Right, so then it wouldn't make a difference when we spend them, as long as
Sure.
they're encumbered, they're part of the budget, so.
Yeah, we can figure it out. We can talk amongst ourselves to try and see if there's a difference.
Well, I think in general, the folks in town are in agreement. We should do something with our downtown, because there are parts of it that are really, really nice, and other parts that, like, wait a minute, this isn't.
Yeah, and we've been talking about this a lot lately, and we want to make sure that the vision that is set forth is achievable, because it's not just the town that implements this plan, it's also private investment. So we just have to make sure that we can demonstrate a return on investment based on the community's vision, or a bulk of it doesn't get implemented. And that's the last thing we want to see, is that we have this wonderful vision for reinvestment and land use strategies, and it's not implementable because
Nobody wants to buy into it.
Correct, yeah. So those are the expectations that I try to lay out there, because I think that we can all envision this perfect downtown, but if you don't have somebody that's willing to make that investment, then it just doesn't happen, so.
And I mean, I could speak all day on it. You know, you want a plan that doesn't get on the shelf. And I speak to my past experiences. City of Jacksonville adopted a 2001 downtown master plan. They just executed in 2024. It sat on the shelf for that long. I think a plan needs to have very attainable goals, the easy, low-hanging fruit, but then those bigger projects where you start looking for private investors, you work with their projects, and I think they're all very attainable. And that would be my goal out of there is the types of projects, lay them out, and who's responsible and how we implement that. But the stakeholder, the steering committee, that's a huge part of it. We'll actually get a taste of that when we kick off the bike and ped plan update later this year. But
Thank you, Jeremy.
So,
Thank you. You
Thank you.
explained that very well twice.
Yes,
thank you.
All right, next up, we have 10565, the Powell bill. This falls under Facilities and Grounds. Mr. Carter.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council again. So you will notice one change in this, not requesting any funding for sidewalks this year. We want to push them funds over to street maintenance and repair. Most of the time with the maintenance and repair through the POW bill, we get
Around $173,000.
around $173,000. So this year I am requesting the town almost match that to get us up to the $300,000. And if anybody would like a list of the streets that would be on this coming year's repair list, I can get that to them. So one reason we are taking the money away from sidewalks is last year we were able to finish all the sidewalks down North Topsail, and we have been able to hit a few little areas for repairs. Also in this budget, you will see the supply line. The supply line that mostly covers our cold patch, so when we need to patch potholes or something along those lines, sign damage, replacement, pole replacement, anything along those lines. Also street markings, parking lot markings, different things along those. So the strategic planning updates for this year will be implement a proactive transportation asset management program to maintain and extend the useful life of roadway infrastructure by utilizing the town's pavement condition survey to objectively assess roadway conditions, prioritize maintenance and resurfacing needs, and guide a data-driven investment decision. Integrate survey results into the capital improvement planning process to ensure timely maintenance, optimize life cycle costs, and preserve the reliability and safety of the transportation network in Surf City. And if council has any questions, I will be more than happy to answer them.
Right.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you very much, Chris.
I will tell you, we still have enough POW bill fund balance that the town will not be on the hook for the balance. We'll take it out of the POW bill fund balance this year.
The whole 300,000? Okay.
I would like to see the list of sent.
Yeah, me too.
Sounds like the roads that are coming up.
I will
We all
get
do.
that to you.
Yeah, we all get asked for
Send it
that.
to me and I'll distribute it.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
People ask you, is my street getting fixed?
We do have a set of roads that are due this year. I thought West Ridge was one of them, North Ridge. Are they going to get done this year?
Yes, sir.
Down there, Andy?
Oh?
No. Don't you live in there?
Yeah, well, I was thinking I really didn't
We're
need
getting ready to
it,
have
but,
we're not gonna do that. No.
so, no,
For
just,
next year.
not in front of my house. So those will still be done this year on this year's budget.
Yes, sir. They'll be done through NCDOT through their pavement program. So they more or less they take a lot of different municipalities, put them all together, so we can get a cheaper price on the entire project. But I'll send that over as well too.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, next up is our sanitation or solid waste. Mr. Price, I think, is going to cover this. They're drawing up their plays, I think.
That's good.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Sanitation is one of these shared functions. Chris directs the staff out in the field. Contracts are handled through the town manager, Ms. Melissa here, and the customer service is handled through the front-end staff that fall under the utility fund. So we are expected to pull in $1.6 million in revenue this year for sanitation.
So it's the building, it's separate for recycling.
Okay. Excuse me 1 second. Okay. I'm going to defer on this number right now. It says 7,000. I'm going to double check on that for y'all. Is additional court?
I would say, but let's look.
Okay, we'll look into that one. So like I said, most of this covers the contract itself, plus Chris already mentioned earlier with his budget, there's two full-size trucks and the Ranger that doesn't really get used. They fall under the rollback service, excuse me. So with the natural growth of things, we're expecting increases in merit and COLA, contracted services up 15%. I think recycling up 4.3%. Large item pickup is flat, and a 401k and retirement goes along with merit and COLA. The decreases are FICA, group insurance, and capital outlay, because we don't have a capital outlay plan for sanitation this year. And for strategic planning, like I said, I'm going to brag on this a little bit. Coordinating all 4 towns together, I'm sorry. Provides a coordinated and efficient solid waste service for this whole area. But also, I know there's been a lot of talk lately about the rollback service and understanding it. And I've dealt with this in other areas of the utility fund. Before the rollback service came about, there was a serious trash issue on that beach. There's 2 solutions that got suggested to the town. One was to spend a lot of money on code enforcement to bring restrictions to our citizens, or spend less money on providing a service to our citizens. The town pretty much turned a code enforcement issue into a service for our citizens. That's what they're doing. If you remember, those who were here back then, how much Scott, who was the code enforcement at the time, that's all he did all day was write letters. So I think the council deserves credit for this program, for adopting it, because we've done it with other services as well. But this has solved a solution while providing a service. But I'm open to any questions.
Do you have an estimate of the cost of the rollback service?
I can get that for you. I don't have that in front of me.
Is that paid for strictly through fees from trash pickup?
That's correct.
Are those people, are we able to use those, kind of like the police department where we do the SRO, but then we get to use them on our, for more benefit to us on the beach? Is that the same scenario kind of apply to these employees?
I'm sorry, I was looking at some second. Would you mind?
So we can utilize, our rollback folks, we can utilize them if they're not rolling carts back for other functions.
Yes.
Their salary still comes out of the
solid waste. Yeah, we don't try to
Did we
split
have
them
any
up.
increase when we took those on through the solid waste fee?
We calculated the solid waste fee. This has been in place for a couple years now. So the solid waste.
The way I remembered, it didn't go up. It seemed like there was.
Well, we had to increase slightly with the new contract. But
It went up $1 a month.
Yeah, but that had already, but the rollback had already been in place
Okay.
for that.
That fee. If I remember right, in 24-25, based on the audit report, $117,000 went from Fund 10 to pay for stuff in this category of solid waste. So the fees collected for trash pickup almost covered everything. But again, we got things in there like the yard waste and the other things in there that sort of pays for that. So back to Mr. Cannady's point is, it would appear that the waste or the garbage fees pay for the majority of the rollback. However, money is fungible. I would like to understand better, is it possible to exclude some areas from rollback where it's not as necessary or even desirable? For example, south of the bridge in the pocket communities, where half the people are irritated because the rollback service isn't doing anything for them, and two, may even be making their lives more complicated. And I'm a case in point in that.
So we could identify a process to remove certain accounts from rollback. I'm afraid that would not.
Not single accounts. I'm talking about regional. For example,
if they
Sandy Ridge, don't do it there. Don't do it in Island Oaks. Don't do it in Pleasant Cove.
But we're still going to charge the same rates.
Well, nobody's going to get money back. I'm thinking saving money to the town, which can then be spent on other things.
If the community wants to if the community says we don't want our carts rolled back and it's 100%, absolutely, we'll take it off the list.
Why wouldn't they want their rolled, I'm just questioning, why wouldn't a neighborhood want their trash cans rolled back?
Well, when they roll my trash cans back, they put them in my parking space, so I gotta.
I know where you're coming from. If
Yeah,
I gotta move
it's
it
an
anyway,
inconvenience
I'll just
for
move it the
me.
first time. But it doesn't always apply. It only applies to really the long-term resident. I'm with you. I hear what you're saying, man. I see it too.
They don't put mine back where I usually keep it, but it's no big deal to me to roll it back 10 more feet. I mean, if they took apart and they listed every single house and they listed every single location, then I think it would be harder on the guys that roll them back. They probably wouldn't get finished in a day.
What I was talking about is doing it only in that part of the town where it's
Do we know
critical.
that those parts of the towns do
Well,
not?
we know where most of the citations were written, and I can.
Do we know that those parts of the town do no rentals at all?
There's no place in this town where
I
there's.
think if we're going to look at doing something like that, somebody's going to have to take the time and not probably be staffed to reach out to some sort of representative from that community specifically and do a case-by-case basis. Hey, do you guys want to keep this service or do you not? And if collectively they can speak on the community's behalf, then we can make that move. But I know, like, when we had the windstorm Tuesday or whatever, like Adam even said he got up and was like, rolling trash cans out of the street, and no offense to anybody else, but he was like, cars were just bobbing and weaving around them because they had gotten emptied and you guys hadn't gotten there yet. So there are days where it's an amazing thing to be able to have that in general. I think it's a bigger positive impact on those main roads. But then you guys also said that you use being able to access those side roads to be able to assess like road maintenance, if there's potholes, if there's other things that may be going on. So you're kind of like eyes on by having them in there.
Right.
But I think that's not something that's necessarily a huge part of this because it doesn't become, we've discussed, there's not a financial benefit on one side or the other based on a line item off of this. So if we want to.
It's $100,000 worth of headcount labor that we're committing to this particular service. And if that's what the council agrees, then I'm not going to find it. Just an awareness, I think, is important. I personally think those who benefit ought to pay for things. However, all in all, we all benefit because the road is not full of trash cans. Okay, I get that part.
And I know I've had more people since this has become a thing reach out to me and say, please don't take my trash can rollback service away. So
I know I feel like that's my experience too, and it does get the I know it may not be in your designated spot at your house, but it gets it away from the road where a car might bump into it or something, because that's an issue on my street. It's kind of narrow, and so at least does get it a little bit off the main traffic way, and then I'm thinking about the winds and the rains and all that. And there's times that you're out of town and you're like, I'm really glad they're putting my cart away because I'm not there, So I think there's more advantages to.
It's a nice service to have.
It is, but it's only on the island. Just remember that.
Well.
Okay. Thank you for that great discussion, David. I think we I think it is a great service personally myself.
You know what? People
And
should come
I
up.
think that it is an awesome revenue that we can use as far as safety issue, whether it be for fire, police, EMS. It is, the trash cans need to be rolled back for safety issues, no matter what, you know.
I invite a neighborhood to come and speak at public comment time if they want to get rid of theirs. I mean, we haven't heard any public comment where people say, I wish you guys didn't do that. So, I don't know.
And I would think there would have to be a whole neighborhood deciding not to do it, because if
Well,
I
you
lived
have-
on a street and
No,
everybody
it
else
can't be
said-
one house.
No,
Yeah.
you know, I would say, what the heck?
No, that would be an administrative nightmare. That's,
All right,
you're
David,
absolutely right.
thank you for opening up that can of worms. Anyone else have any more questions for David? Do you have anything else, David?
I'm all good, thank you.
The new GFL fees are incorporated here.
Yeah, contract, I think contract is 3% cap. It's CPI with 3% cap, I believe, is what the contract says, so.
Okay.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Okay, we are moving on to 10-620, recreation, Mr. Sadati.
You guys want to stretch first?
Rock on, brother.
Okay.
Is that a recreation joke?
Are you going to lead us in some kind of activity?
If that helps, I can. All right.
Wanna lead us in
I
a,
was for a year.
wanna lead us
Back in
in
the
a
day.
two-minute workout?
Yeah.
I could do a stretch, not a workout. We could stretch. All right. Thank you all. Overall, the budget that I'm requesting is an increase. I'll go over individual lines in a minute, but the general overview is that we've identified some major needs in this upcoming budget year, mainly to some of our heavily used facilities or amenities. So our gym floor is 20 years in the making for a 15 years in the replacement process. So we'd like to go ahead and get that done. We also have all of our original light fixtures in the gym. We've noticed that our playground system does need to be have some more attention to it, and I think we're just trying right here to piecemeal it and strategically allocate some money to some whole structure repairs or replacements. With the impending changes to our budget for staff, we are actually trying to remove one position and then institute the use of Fund 21 in accordance with Fund 10 for the deputy director position. So overall, it is an increase, but some of those increases that I'll go into specifically will answer some of these questions premeditated, I hope. So again, all the merit increases overall are pretty standard. Gym lights and the gym floor. We do have a request to move from Bermuda and Winter Rye just to Bermuda, and that's for our athletic fields. For anybody that's played, it just is a better surface for us. Advertising has increased as well. We've been exclusively only marketing to our followers on social media. With Bella here now, and we've been able to kind of use boosted posts and then advertise to people who don't follow us, which in theory is really the whole point of advertising, is talk to people that don't know about your services. The playground maintenance line, it is new this year. Between Chris and I, we do try to coordinate with each other to make sure needs are met and the issues are noted. But because of the known issues, I'd like to request a lump sum of $100,000 for an entire replacement structure. In working with distributors and manufacturers, $100,000 really doesn't get you quite the structure, but because of the immense amount of requests that I'm bringing to the table, I wanted to try to make that as level as possible. That does not include installation, nor does that include the 5 or 10 year maintenance plan. So that's just a flat sum for the parts. The maintenance and repair to the vehicles, we are anticipating a
a plethora of maintenance issues to our sedan and buses. And so with that understanding and working very closely with Ashby's, Hunter does a great job of making sure everything's kept track of and that we're not just sending it over there for no reason. But we just anticipate a large amount of repairs to these buses that are used daily from September through June. Last year, we didn't have any bank fees budgeted, so I added that. And then there's some new programs coming our way. We've had some instructors reach out, and staff has done their due diligence in marketing to the community, adding an agility clinic, and Hunter's working on a dance instructor right now. So we're anticipating the need to have this expenses set aside to replenish it once the revenue is received. Increasing game costs or games and uniforms. Official pay's going up, uniforms are going up. And we did purchase the turf tank this year, and we're just planning to be able to utilize it again in the near future. If anyone's been out for soccer yet this season, the lines are beautiful, and it saves staff collectively a day and a half of work, I believe. I'd have to get the exact number from Bob, but 3 part-timers and 1 full-timer no longer having to build fields and then reline them weekly. So that expense in itself, it's paying for itself very quickly. Decreases. We do have, thank you. We do have decrease for contracted services. Johnson Controls replaced our fire panels system in the community center this year. The contracted bus services, we've just kind of got a little bit more granular with what we're anticipating to spend. Again, same thing with the bus rental for the summer camp program. Gasoline, I think everyone's touched on it since the comment has been made. These projections were given before recent events. And then our memorial bench program, we've kind of run out of space to put them until the new park becomes more developed. So the strategic plan updates, the overarching pieces of information here. Our gym floor, our gym in general, and our athletic fields are overly used. There is an elongated plan for athletic field rentals to be able to be promoted within this department. We are just not even close to being up to par to market ourselves that way. So in the near future, we'll be working towards better field and turf maintenance to allow additional revenue streams. Right now, with the gymnasium, we are operating outside of operational hours just to get by, so I don't anticipate that becoming a more rentable facility, but the pickleball, the basketball, the volleyball play on there is great. It's dozens of hours a week, each program, and then our open gym and after school, and then our voting. It's a heavily used amenity, and we want to give it the attention that it deserves. The lighting, again, it is a safety issue. It's almost like someone purposefully went to the most strategic light bulbs and won't let them turn on anymore. So the parts that need to be brightest are not. So that is not convenient for athletic play. You guys have heard me speak about the buses and the sedan that we have, knowing that those lifespans have exceeded, the use has exceeded their lifespans. We just anticipate a lot more maintenance to be done on them. I am looking and hoping to be able to provide more trainings for staff. A certified Parks and Recreation professional certification was achieved by myself and 2 other staff this year. So keeping up with those certifications is important. The networking is invaluable, but it gives you ideas that other, your neighbors and distant neighbors are doing that are beneficial. The org chart, like I said, is currently undergoing a change, and we are anticipating proposing more additions in the near future with phase 2 coming online and the community center expansion project taking place before I retire. So I'm very hopeful that a lot of these changes that we're hoping to apply right now will impact the very near future increases that we're anticipating. With phase 2, We are, in theory, doubling our athletic space, our outdoor athletic space, and with the community center expansion, we're doubling our indoor space. So these known costs and known improvements are going to be have a financial impact. And then lastly, as far as the playground maintenance and replacement goes, like I said, Chris and I, and then Kibby, Cheyenne, a lot of us are really working together to make sure we're highlighting our needs and elaborating on the most effective short-term and long-term plans, but we'll need a lot of support for the immediate changes and upgrades that need to be made. Do you guys have any questions?
The $100,000 line for playground, that's basically those that were identified in the plan that needed replacement.
So the CIP, luckily or unluckily, identified every playground that we own. So that $100,000, like I said, it was a modest request. I know $100,000 is a lot of money, but in theory, an individual playground structure exceeds $100,000 for that age group of 5 to 12-year-olds. That is not including installation or maintenance. And so we're trying to get our feet underneath us just to go, instead of going from 0 to 100, going to 0 to 50 and trying to test the waters here, see what we're capable of. In theory, if I could just say there's a number that I need today, that would probably quadruple for an individual playground.
So this money will be spent on playgrounds in general to replace parts of it?
I can't say that it's a plural. It would be a playground structure at this point.
All right, so it's one playground structure, location to be determined.
Correct. So the most time-sensitive replacement that is capable of being replaced.
A lot of times in the past, it's like Parks and Rec, you guys figure out something's broken, it goes to Parks and Rec, and you have to work through all the hoops and get the quotes and then come to us and ask us for more money. So this kind of puts that money in your pocket so that when there is a need that's addressed, you're not adding an extra month to having to wait to come to us if they're like, this is not safe and we need to get it fixed and out of here.
Yeah, Chris and his crew are currently working on our community center repairs. And Chris, if I'm giving wrong numbers, please chime in. But about between 15 and 17,000 for the repairs, and that's not including the labor nor the time off of being able to be used, which I know we can't really quantify that. But we currently have a structure down at Nelva that just word of mouth, I don't have it in writing, but that structure would not be $100,000, nor would that include installation. And so anticipating these growing needs and the growing concerns, we want to get ahead of it. But again, if I change that 100 to a 1 million, I know we wouldn't have a conversation.
So, Ms. Moore, would it be advisable to consider setting up a Parks and Rec reserve? Because, you know, Nelva isn't the first park, it won't be the last park. Kenneth Batts is also, maybe start planning a reserve approach to, or just handling it annually as part of a CIP?
I mean, it can be handled as part of a CIP. A comprehensive evaluation of the needs is item number one that needs to be done, and that's what we'll be working on collectively to provide that documentation.
Well, in the master plan, each of the parks, with the exception, I think one is missing, it has an assessment, and it's either red, yellow, or green.
Yeah, but it's just not, you know, again, Frank, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's not to the level of the certified playground inspector going out and doing the proper.
This is one of those.
Yeah, it generally speaking, it is. I mean, it's good, but once you start diving into this stuff and getting into the nitty-gritty details of the actual playgrounds, that's where the challenge starts to present itself. And what we're going to do as a town to look at systematically making these improvements, because the last thing, and Frank knows this, I tell him, last thing I want to see is us putting a yellow tape around a piece of playground equipment. That's just not who Surf City is. So.
And the other question is, with the pending fee schedule adoption and the new programs here, do you have a sense as to the increase in revenue capture that we might see to help offset some of these needs?
So I can't speak on the new programs. Those were not necessarily given to us. The community didn't say, hey, I really want a speed and agility clinic. We've offered clinics based on instructors' abilities and wants to provide, and if they don't meet a minimum, we don't run them. So these clinics that I was referring to are an instructor showing interest. We're allowing them to use our space with the understood agreement for the instructor payment. But what other revenue streams did you want me to refer to?
Well, we went through the fee schedule.
And like the cost recovery and how we might be able to factor all that in.
I think walking into this, there was no set number, recover 10%, 80% of whatever your fees are. The national standard is about 12.5%. We're operating at about 50%. And so unless there was more direction from council, I was very comfortable with our current pacing. But if there's more direction from you guys, I'm happy to apply it.
It would be nice to better understand how much cost to offset these changes, the increased number of programs that are being made available, because we're doubling the wellness programs, in effect.
So I think that was something I think you and I spoke about, is that the wellness programs will inherently pay for themselves, will never be in under a revenue stream, just because the program
is the 60-40 split deal.
Right. So it's not costing us 100 and then we hope to recoup 40. It's 40%.
Getting 40.
Yeah. And so the indirect cost of the overhead and everything, the calculations of that, the gym is open, the staff is working, and the supplies are there. And so the increase in programs in the very near future, when it comes to phase 2, when it comes to the community center expansion, those numbers will have to be quantified for fiscal year 28, the projections at least. But right now, I'm not quantifying any of that since the building won't exist and the fields won't be online for next fiscal year.
I just want to say the basketball court, like, I don't know if you're redoing it or just resurfacing it, but people don't realize that becomes a huge safety risk as well when you have people running in there. Like, those courts, when they get used that much, get very slippery. And, like, I know Bob's been asking for that for a long time, so I think that is important.
Yeah, we've been fortunate to have the 100% support from PRAC. I've not heard a neutral or negative comment on the need. But with that being said, as far as timeliness and as far as the amount goes, the company that I've worked more closely with, I don't have a timeline from them, but I know that their price of $70,000, that's the generic understanding from when I talk to athletic managers and athletic directors and private owners of gym space of, you're looking at that range. One of the benefits of possibly going that route would be the uniformity that being able to be applied to the new community center expansion. If we know we have this surface, we can reapply to have the same thing on the gym on the other side of the fence, the wall, the divider, whatever it is.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you.
All right, moving ahead, we are into, we had Fund 21. So accommodations tax again, revenue generated, or excuse me, expenditures associated with accommodations, revenue source being our accommodations tax. So the first one up to bat is Fund 21, 505, which is our facilities and grounds.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council again. So looking at this budget, you will see a few budget increases. One being in professional services. This is increased to reflect the cost of the portable toilets that we have around town. That would include them at our beach accesses and our parks and stuff like that. The other one increase is the maintenance and repair. This is really to reflect the cost of our current Centos contract, which they provide all of our supplies for the beach accesses and the parks, which really frees up, I say, my time to work on other things, because there's a lot of ordering that goes on for this right here. Yes, ma'am.
Back up. When you said that, reflect the cost of the portable toilets, is it they've increased in cost, or we're adding more, or
We have actually added a few more in the locations, yes, ma'am.
if they were costing us more from the supplier or something?
No, ma'am, I have not received anything through TNT yet as far as costs going up, so this is to reflect new ones.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. A few decreases that we have, one will be in the utilities line. The decrease for this is due to the Welcome Center being leased out right now. Also, we have the mosquito control. That has just been decreased to reflect the actual expenditure on that one, and that is through Pender County themselves. A few organizational or strategic planning updates for this with facilities. Provide all patrons with clean facilities throughout Surf City. Give all visitors safe access to our beach. Help guide the supervisor in planning projects, personnel, and emergencies that come up. For the grounds department, provide all visitors with safe, clean, and well-maintained parks. We maintain 6 miles of beach for all the residents and visitors to be able to enjoy. Help the supervisor develop a mowing schedule to keep Surf City looking nice for all to enjoy. Assist Park and Rec in providing all town-led events. And then with our solid waste, provide a safe and clean environment for all visitors and residents to enjoy. This is accomplished through the rollback service, but they also work with the parks, the trash at all the parks, go through the parking lots that we have trash cans at. They are also, working with 39 beach accesses. This is stocking dog bags, pulling trash cans out, pulling them back in, and any other little maintenance trash-wise that would be going on around our beach accesses or our parks. If council has any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them.
The parking costs are non-paid parking, right?
I'm sorry, that?
The cost for parking, that you have the line item there, that's for the non-paid parking that we have, so like parking lots out
yes.
here, what have you.
Yes, sir.
In the facility repair line, 110,000, this is routine?
Yes, sir.
All right. It seems to be substantially more than it has been.
If we have a toilet that goes out at one of our, parks or something like that, that's about a $400 toilet. And that's one of the cheaper ones that we can get.
Oh, okay.
That was just an example.
Year over year, it seems to be a larger increase this time than we've seen historically. That's why I asked.
Right, and things have went up in the past few years, so just trying to keep up with them.
The increase in your ask is a little bit more than I would have anticipated, but that's compared to what we have been spending. That's
Which specific line are you talking about, Andy?
441 511 500.
The best I can do now, we'll run a detail on that and get with you and tell you exactly what all is in that line.
I looked at the 2026 budget of 370,000, and the current year-to-date spend is 135,000. If you project it out, it would be about 209,000. So we're going to be 100. Just saying. All right. That's why I asked the question.
So the reason you have to think about, right now you're in the off-season, he's not spending a great deal of money from September to February. You're fixing to see all those expenditures skyrocket as of March through the end of the year.
And I appreciate it, that there are seasonal effects. But just making the observation, that's why I asked the question.
It will go up significantly over the next 3 months. His
We
amount of
had
expenditures.
July, August, September in there from last year, because our fiscal year is July to June. So we already had peak months in there already. It's an observation, and I just was curious as to, and there's that $110,000 that sticks out on a $400,000 budget. That's 25% of the budget. What is that?
I'll be more than happy to get a spreadsheet put together for you showing everything as far as different costs on stuff and some of the trends that we are seeing through this.
Since this has been brought up, and you're going to do some homework on that, I do have a number of conversations with residents about, well, we had the water tower graffiti, and I run into your guys all the time, and they're great at just chatting, and I ask them questions, and I'm kind of amazed at how many times I'm hearing of them doing some unnecessary cleanup at some of the public bathrooms and things that happen that I wish didn't happen, and the damage that it's done. And I hate to pick this out, but I'm kind of curious as to how much money we do spend on those, those things that people are coming here or whoever it is and doing damage that we're spending a lot of money on, things like that.
Yeah, so and that's another thing that we've been talking about in regard to some of the amenities in which we offer, and locking bathrooms has got to start happening, and it will start happening. So we hope to see a reduction in that. Also, well, again, the graffiti on the water tower, a whole different.
I know,
animal,
but that that was
yeah.
upsetting.
I mean, unfortunately, some of the behaviors that we are seeing, I think, are continue to get worse and worse in our community.
Yes.
And it's not even just the beach accesses. At Earl G is, very concerning that we would have as well. So, yes. I actually have a hard time convincing residents that kind of stuff happens with our facilities. And I'm aware of it because I've talked to the guy who just cleaned it up, and I feel terrible about it, and I'm upset. And I don't want to sit there and talk about how Surf City is trashed all the time, and we've got this, terrible problem. But I also think a good number of people don't have any idea how much time and money is spent on these things on a regular basis.
Weekly. I mean, I'm just going to go ahead.
Weekly. It's weekly.
It's weekly.
Yes.
Several times a week.
Yes.
Well, it's like some of the things I've heard and run into with your guys, talking to them from time to time. It's the minor vandalism inside these bathrooms where things are ripped off the wall and they need to be replaced and they need to be purchased. So I mean, maintenance, coming from a maintenance background, maintenance and repair is an ongoing thing. It's just not something that everybody sees all the time. But in the background, it's pretty intensive when you get a public area. You're going to get,
I don't know if you have any time to document something, but
So one thing we are going to do this year that I have not done in years past is John on the grounds crews and Ed with the facilities. He will be in contact with Cheyenne. We are going to do a running spreadsheet on just what was actually tore up. Not something that needs to be replaced because it's worn out, but actual things that get messed up by people. And with our population, especially in the summertime, growing and stuff, more things are happening. And also, Mr. Price did point out to me, one thing is a couple of the maintenance and access repairs that we're doing. With lumber and everything else, that is not cheap. So wood going up, just a box of screws for us cost us about $350. So
No, I understand. It's a 10% increase in the budget, which, okay, I get that. I'm just, the other thing too, Mr. Brewer, this is 21 funds, so it doesn't come out of the resident's pocket per se. And I'm assuming, Ms. Moore, that there's a strategy on when you allocate a particular cost to 21 and when it goes to the more routine Fund 10 expenditure, so we don't need to worry about that. That should be happening as well.
Yes, sir.
And I've got it highlighted, so we'll do a deep dive on this one just so that we have it. 'Cause I was pulling up some expenditures right now, and a lot of it's going towards cleaning supplies that go to all of the Fund 21 facilities, I would say.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah, and we had some expenditure on maybe a playground, something Fund 21 playground repair. So again, we've got some strategy that we're working on to organize some of this stuff, but yeah, I've highlighted it. We'll take a look at it.
We did have a meeting this past week with Centos, and on April 1st, we do have a walk around with them to look at the supplies that they bring us and see if there are areas that we can cut back on certain things to try to.
Sure, and I appreciate that effort. I just want to make sure, one, we maximize a 21 source of
yeah,
and that we're doing it in a way that makes sense. So, thank you.
Thank you,
Sir.
Chris. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Thanks to your crew for the Rolling Beach access.
Oh, yes.
Looks very nice and spruced up for the spring.
Yeah.
We actually get 100% complete with that.
All right, next up, yes.
Forward, just on the page before
Yes.
Chris, on page 68 of 114.
Oh, non-departmental, we didn't discuss.
Yeah, she's
Did we skip that page?
So we have OSHA required training and safety and risk supplies within there, with the total fund of 20,000 on that.
Okay.
It's budgeted, it's not tied to a department per se.
Oh, right.
So we didn't put a nice little PowerPoint together for it. Yeah,
Yeah, I
OSHA,
just-
OSHA stuff is
Okay.
what we have to
I just
do.
want to make sure we didn't skip that.
Sorry
which
about
was-
that.
It's
It's like a must.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have a choice on that one, do we?
Okay, Chief Voorhees is up again to talk about Beach Patrol, Fund 21, Department 510.
So our salary and wages under that covers our SROs for the beach patrol, and that's a portion of what, we pay our SROs 25% of their salary. The other 75% comes from the county every year because they're in the school, and that's the agreement that we made with them. Last year, we were able to secure that second SRO position, have 2 SROs, 1 elementary school, 1 middle school, which we have 2,000 students out there, and it's 2,000 student staff at any given time, and I certainly think it warrants that second officer out there. But I regressed back to the line item that you see there pays for their salary during the summer months. Is there any questions with that? And overtime pay there, it's relatively low. And then, FICA, retirement, 401k contributions, that's all part of the salary itself, insurance costs, and then the maintenance and repair, that $1,500 comes back in from the other fund that we pushed to the 21,510 because the costs were incurred directly to the beach. So some of the maintenance that we were doing to our UTVs and some of the equipment costs that we put on those UTVs are directly related to beach patrol. So it got moved to this fund.
This is the 2 SROs that do beach patrol in the summer?
For the salary line and
Did we add the second one?
it's part of their salary, not entirely.
Right. So, and
this is related to the beach portion of their job only.
right.
That's what I thought.
So other than maintenance and repair in here, the rest of it are those 2 SROs for 3 months or whatever.
Correct. And that pays their salaries and benefits while they're, working directly for the town on the beach.
Right.
Questions? Concerns?
I interrupted. I was just asking, he started like in August, right? I mean, we didn't have him last summer, so. The second,
We did.
we did?
We had 2 beach patrol, but he didn't start acting as the second SRO until the school season.
After.
Yeah.
Right. So we moved him to beach patrol
Right.
to augment that, but
Got it.
prior to
Yes.
the official appointment. And then 401k, COLA, and then maintenance of repair equipment. I think that got duplicated.
When you have a vehicle on the beach, I mean, it's different than the fire department having a vehicle. You guys have equipment and stuff on yours. I mean, you just have a ATV kind of vehicle?
No, we have equipment on the vehicle.
do?
So there's actually, there's technology on that vehicle. There's a modem on it. We hook our computer to it. They can print citations right on the beach.
Okay.
It used to be they would hand whip them,
Yeah,
but we
okay.
want to provide them. They can do, instead of pulling somebody off the beach to do a ID check, they can actually do it right then and there at their patrol vehicle. So we upfitted that, within the last couple of years, we put that technology on the vehicles.
Okay, thank you.
No more walks of shame, huh?
No more walks of shame. Yeah.
Shaming right there.
Yeah.
Does anybody else have any questions?
Thank you, Chief.
Thanks.
That was an easy one.
And now over to Fund 21 530, Fire Department, Ocean Rescue.
Well, Madam Mayor, Council, Manager, and staff, thank you again for the opportunity to present our ocean rescue budget.
Coming back.
Yeah, hey, I'm here. Just like before, this first slide shows the year-over-year expenditures, and I'm happy to answer any questions. But the majority of the increases you're going to see are due to basically better alignment of costs charged to Fund 21 instead of Fund 10. There are no additional personnel requests. We're still working pretty diligently to create a better separation and accountability of ocean rescue expenses versus general fire department expenses. And we've also seen an increase in the cost of equipment used for ocean rescue. There are also some capital requests that I'll discuss in a minute, but I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any specific ones. The Ocean Rescue Division plays a vital role in supporting the town's strategic plan by ensuring the safety and protection of our most valuable natural asset, our coastline and oceanfront. While our Ocean Rescue Division currently operates under its own council-approved strategic plan, it does directly support growth in natural resources by safeguarding beachgoers and encouraging responsible use of our coastal environment. Our team also helps with infrastructure and transportation by managing busy shoreline areas, coordinating responses with marine and emergency agencies, as well as maintaining a safe access along the beachfront during peak tourism times and severe weather events. Through professional training, preventative lifeguarding, and coordinated emergency response, the division exemplifies the town's commitment to organizational excellence. Most importantly, Ocean Rescue is key to maintaining a safe and vibrant, healthy community by providing life-saving services, public education, and proactive water safety programs that enable residents and visitors to enjoy our beaches safely while supporting the local tourism economy that is vital to our community. The town continues to strengthen its commitment to water safety through targeted investments and enhanced coordination across response agencies. Recent progress includes the implementation of the Water Safety Station project at Soundside Park, which provides accessible life-saving equipment and public education resources in high-use waterfront area. Building on that success and the success of the water safety stations on the beach, this year we expanded the beach water safety stations along the ocean front, adding 12 additional stations to improve rapid access to emergency equipment and reinforce preventative safety measures in areas with increased visitor activity. In parallel, the Ocean Rescue Division is prioritizing stronger coordination with Beach Patrol to deliver consistent, unified messaging focused on water safety, hazard awareness, and responsible beach behavior. By aligning public education efforts, signage, and on-the-ground engagement, both agencies are working to reduce preventable incidents and improve overall situational awareness among residents and visitors. These combined efforts support a proactive, data-informed approach to community risk reduction and reinforce the town's goal of maintaining a safe, vibrant, and healthy coastal environment. The Ocean Rescue Division has implemented a multi-zone operational model to enhance coverage, improve efficiency, and reduce response times along the beachfront. By strategically dividing the shoreline into defined response zones and positioning personnel based on historical incident data, peak activity periods, and geographic risk factors, the division is able to place resources where they are most likely to be needed. This approach allows for faster initial contact with victims, improved surveillance of high-risk areas, and more effective deployment of rescue assets. The multi-zone model also strengthens coordination and accountability by clearly defining response areas and supervisory responsibilities. As a result, the division can better manage daily operations, adapt to changing conditions such as weather and crowd density, and maintain consistent service levels across the entire beach. This strategy supports a more proactive and data-driven approach to ocean rescue operations, ultimately improving public safety and enhancing the town's ability to provide a safe and well-managed coastal environment. Any questions on our strategic updates?
Would I have a question?
Yes, sir.
installation at the Soundside Park.
Yes, sir.
That was brought to us through what?
Well, that was an Eagle Scout project.
And who was the Eagle Scout? I just got to get it out there. Who was the Eagle Scout, Alan?
That Eagle Scout was Mr. Tyler.
Thank you. I just wanted to give him a little plug there. That's all.
So you have 128,000 budgeted for part-time OR swimmers.
Yes, sir.
Clearly, there is some supervisory role that occurs, and that comes out of your department, but there's no budget line for that supervisory resource.
Correct.
Ought there be one?
So currently, the daily supervision of our ocean rescue swimmers falls on the company officer of the fire engine. Our ocean rescue strategic plan has identified the need for an ocean rescue supervisor. However, from a staffing standpoint, we're still behind on getting our ladder truck staffing plan in place. So
You didn't want to ask for 7.
we're trying our best to go in order of prioritization on our staffing plan.
Well, I'm
yes.
thinking more about budget allocation than anything else, Kyle. I think you appreciate that question.
No, I do, and it's something that we talked about in our budget meeting, because I'd asked the question about dedicated resources to ocean rescue outside of part-time. Deputy Chief Hobbs, does the training side of it. There could be a potential element that gets brought over here in that as an outcome of that discussion. Again, we didn't alter anything from our discussions to now. So
and the other thing is there are trainings associated with this particular department. However, I imagine that some of that training is actually of staff that aren't the part-timers, but rather others within your organization who might be getting, for example, the instructor training. Or
Sure.
is it one of the part-timers that's getting
So sure. So all the training that happens, our career firefighters that are in Fund 10, paid for through Fund 10, also participate in ocean rescue training because we have that responsibility to respond to ocean rescue events, regardless of whether our seasonal staff are in place. So we take those full-time career firefighters as well as our part-time firefighters and volunteers through the same training. So, because if today we had an ocean rescue call, then we still have that duty to respond, much like we do on July 4th.
And I understand, and that's exactly the way operationally it should be executed. The question is, that training that your full-time firefighters get to support ocean rescue, is that part of the dollars that we see?
That ocean rescue training is being funded out of 21.
So that's the $7,000.
Yeah,
Okay, and that's what I'd hoped to hear, and thank you.
Yep.
The other big part of your budget is the equipment.
Yes, sir.
I know we've talked about that. Are we going to move that to the CIP discussion, or isn't there?
Yeah, the rescue boat and jet ski replacement.
Yeah, that's half the budget, right?
That's correct, yeah.
And that's my next point to
I'm sorry.
go over if you're okay with. I just want to make sure we're good with the strategic outlook.
No, I think one of the biggest questions is why don't you have guys on the beach, lifeguards? And the answer is we do it we guard your life, but we do it in a more effective way, I think, than having a kid sitting in a tower next to the. So this is great that we have this, and the way we're executing on it, I think, is fine.
Yeah, I mean, the way that our system is designed came from basically firefighters coming off the fire truck to respond to ocean rescue events. So having that surveillance lifeguard tower really didn't fit into our plan. We weren't able to staff it that way. But as we have built this ocean rescue program and now have dedicated staffing through our seasonal employment through the summer, I think you'll start to see maybe some suggestions to move to some type of surveillance, whether it's still on a roaming ATV, but we're doing a lot more of that surveillance now, just not in a lifeguard stand. Because remember, our staff are certified lifeguards. They actually go through the lifeguard training. We just don't have that lifeguard certification as a department, which we could get, because it's no different than really what we're doing. We just have a different response model.
And that posture, I think, will be fleshed out when we go through the update of the strategic plan for ocean rescue, but also, too, when we have the physical ability to put, to consider putting a lifeguard stand on a beach where some areas of the beach, we just cannot make that decision. Yeah.
Just for the public knowledge, could you tell everybody what months you start, when you run ocean rescue, and what hours of the day?
Sure. So we generally say Memorial Day to Labor Day. However, depending on how the weather turns out, we'll generally we'll staff ocean rescue during the weekends a week or two before Memorial Day and generally a few weeks after Labor Day. But we run basically they come in around 9, they get their duties set up, they do their morning training and exercise, and then they go right out on the beach. The first thing that they do, you won't see them do a whole lot of surveillance first thing in the morning because they're having to go around and check all the flags in the cans. And if there's a flag change, then that takes a little bit of time too. But they run basically right up until about 4:30, 5 o'clock. So moving on into the request this year, we are requesting a rescue boat. This request is an acquisition of a rescue boat with secondary firefighting capability as outlined in the Ocean Rescue Strategic Plan. The vessel will be designed primarily to support life safety marine operations within our jurisdiction and along approximately 6 miles of the Intercoastal Waterway. While this vessel will include limited fire suppression capability, this is not the traditional fireboat request. It is a water rescue asset intended to address increasing demand for emergency response in a growing coastal and boating community. Our area continues to see significant growth in both year-round residents and seasonal visitors, resulting in increased vessel traffic, waterfront activity, and associated risk. The incidents on ICW and surrounding waterways include medical emergencies, vessel groundings, missing persons, and water rescues. Require rapid, direct access by water. Currently, response options are limited. The inclusion of firefighting capability should be viewed as a secondary benefit that enhances overall preparedness rather than the primary justification for the asset. While the number of waterfront fire exposures in our immediate jurisdiction may be limited, the ability to deliver water from the ICW during shoreline or vessel fires provides an added layer of protection for docks, marinas, and adjacent structures, primarily in areas with limited hydrant access. From an operational standpoint, this vessel improves response time, access, and versatility. It allows personnel to reach patients and victims more quickly, operate in areas inaccessible by land, and provide immediate intervention during water-based emergencies. It also supports proactive patrol operations, increasing visibility and deterrence while allowing crews to identify hazards before they escalate into emergencies. Ultimately, this is a life safety investment, not a specialty or luxury asset. As our community grows and waterway use continues to increase, the risk profile is changing. This rescue boat ensures that the town is equipped to meet that risk with a timely, effective response capability while also fulfilling our role as a reliable partner within the county's water response rescue system. Per your request from the annual planning meeting, I have contacted neighboring departments, and there do not appear to be any potential partnership opportunities at this time. But I do want to point out that we were able to secure an extra $300,000 from Pender County this past year to assist with fire department capital projects and equipment costs. While additional funding year after year is not guaranteed, I plan to continue requesting additional funding to support the needs of the fire department as we provide fire protection services to the Northeast Pender Fire District. I also researched options to modify the current vessel to meet the capabilities of the requested boat. First, I could not find any reputable shop willing to undertake that type of modification, and I also learned that such modifications would likely make the boat uninsurable. Moving on to the jet ski replacement. This request is for a scheduled replacement of one personal watercraft, commonly referred to as a jet ski. In accordance with the fire department's adopted vehicle and equipment replacement policy, the department currently operates 2 PWCs that were originally purchased through the generous support of the Surf City Firefighters Auxiliary, one new and one used. Since their acquisition, these assets have been fully integrated into daily ocean rescue operations and are now recognized as essential frontline response equipment. PWCs play a critical role in our coastal response model, providing rapid, direct access to victims in the surf zone and nearshore environments where larger apparatus cannot operate effectively. They are often the fastest and most efficient means of reaching distressed swimmers, overturned vessels, medical emergencies in the water, particularly during peak season when beach activity is at its highest. Due to their frequent use, exposure to saltwater conditions, and high operational demands, PWCs experience accelerated wear and have a shorter service life compared to traditional vessels. With the formal adoption of a replacement schedule, the department is transitioning from reliance on donated equipment to a sustainable planned life cycle management approach. This ensures that critical assets remain reliable, safe, and operationally ready without creating unexpected budget impacts in future years. The replacement of this unit is necessary to avoid increased maintenance costs, reduced reliability, and the potential for equipment failure during time-sensitive rescue operations. This request also reflects a commitment to protecting prior community investment. Ultimately, this is a routine but essential replacement that supports a proven high-impact rescue capability and aligns with the responsible asset management practices. In closing, the ocean is one of our community's greatest assets, but it is also one of the most unpredictable risks. Unlike many other public safety services, our ocean rescue divisions operate in an environment that changes by the minute. Conditions shift, crowds fluctuate, and emergencies develop quickly and without warning. Success in ocean rescue is not measured by the number of rescues we make, but by the incidents that never escalate, because we were present, prepared, and proactive. Prevention, rapid intervention, and professional response are what keep our visitors and residents safe. Most of that work happens quickly, long before it ever becomes emergencies. Our personnel are highly trained, but training alone is not enough. To operate effectively in the surf zone, they rely on specialized equipment, reliable watercraft, and the ability to respond immediately across a wide and dynamic shoreline. Readiness in this environment is not optional. It is the foundation of everything we do. As our community continues to grow and visitation increases, so does the demand on this division. The risks are higher, the expectations are greater, and the margin for error remains zero. This budget is about maintaining a professional, capable ocean rescue program that can meet those demands. It is about ensuring that when someone is in distress in the water, help is already there, equipped, trained, and ready to act without hesitation. Once again, I appreciate your time and consideration in regarding the ocean rescue budget request. I'm happy to answer any additional questions you may have.
Couple of quick questions, just out of curiosity. Jet skis, are they staged on the beach every day?
Yes, one is.
Where do y'all stage those, just out of curiosity?
Right there at Access 13.
Okay, cool. The rescue boat, can you gather some data for me? I don't know how far you could go back. I'm thinking 5 or 10 years. What kind of calls we've had in the waterway that would were life-threatening?
Sure.
10 years if you can do it.
Yeah. I go back and see. We go back to our electronic data. We only keep 7 years of data, but we may have it all the way back to 10. But
I mean, something that's effective. That's just not like, hey, we had a spike of crazy stuff last year. Let's, something
For sure.
To see a trend.
I wanted to go back to the jet skis. We have 2 on board now. We're going to replace the older one. Okay. And in the thing you call them Ski 23 and Ski 23-1?
Ski 23 and Ski and 25 is what the we just changed our ocean rescue call signs due to the zone implementation. So it's going to be Ski 23 and Ski 25.
Right. And so we'll get rid of one. So we probably get rid of the maintenance for that one too, but we need maintenance on that one. Okay, so we're not going to have 3 on board. We're going to have one that's staged on the beach, one that's in reserve, and
correct.
And the other one we're going to surplus. Right, Carla?
Yep.
David Price needs a jet ski.
Some other departments, yeah.
He's got some excellent ponds out there.
That's all I need to see is you out there in a ski belt. In the wastewater.
Yeah.
The whole head oxygen mask gone.
Yeah.
Frank could use it, Frank could use it at the park in the fishing pond.
Councilman Pleil had brought up the CIP, individual items within the budgets. All that is being worked based on the priorities that you all said and that the scoring sheets had set. So we will present the recommended CIP based on the projection on what's available in 10, 21, 81, and any them prices stuff too. So that will be presented back to you.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you, Alan.
Yeah, thank you.
Good job.
Now back to your real job.
Okay, so 621, which is generally considered tourism. Director Sadati will give this update.
You guys want to stand yet?
I'm gonna go use the restroom.
Okay, we'll take a quick break.
Yeah, maybe we take a 5-minute break.
This is gonna be a long one.
Ouch. Sharpen the arrows.
What are you saying, man?
Oh, we gotta wait on Melissa. I didn't see, I'm sorry. Do you want us to wait on Melissa, or we want to? Let's do it. All right.
Get to it.
All right, you just have to drive the PowerPoint. Oh, there you go. That really wasn't me. So, is that you? It's the Mr. Oz? Thank you.
Yes, it was him.
I don't like that. Yeah. All right, 2161 is for tourism. There is one line listed on here that I just need to clarify in the coming hours about tourism part-time. We do have one part-timer with a total value of around $16,000 or $17,000. So that third line down, instead of negative 100, would probably be negative 60 or 70%. You can see there's a lot of red here, and that's a good thing. As far as tourism goes, our staff, they're a little bit more familiar and more organized. I think the amount of printing, the amount of supplies, those things are becoming less and less cumbersome or expensive because we're utilizing digital media, digital marketing. Maintenance and repair of the building has gone down due to the Welcome Center. I know Chris mentioned that from his lines before. Supplies is down, like I mentioned. Uniforms will be down. And then there's a lot of zeros just from previous expenditures and previous fiscal years. The increases are just, the relative one for me is the training. We do want to have a certified meeting professional certificate, and the decreases, like I said, in general, the Welcome Center being, oh, my bad. You're right. Thank you. Driving two cars at once. The decrease in all these are mainly for the Welcome Center and less marketing material. Luckily, the majority of our programs, our athletics programs are at or over capacity. Working on our marketing for our recreation programs is more of a Fund 10 issue. And same thing with athletics, but marketing our events is a little bit more inexpensive with the way we're currently doing it. Upon my arrival, I saw that we were utilizing a lot of third-party services like SurveyMonkey and MailChimp. We were able to consolidate that into current expenditures with Microsoft or Office and Outlook and things like that. No, you're good. That was me. So see, it's down on this one and right on the other one. Sorry. For strategic plans, growth and natural resources, we've been contracting with Blue Nalu and streamlined the expenditure of Placer to be encompassed with Blue Nalu using Veriset. That data analytics was a cost savings overall. Organizational excellence, attending more trainings and decreasing the third-party contracts was important for us. And then again, utilizing our current trends to advertise more efficiently. I think Bella has done a great job, and our PSEC committee has done a very good job in bringing any initiatives or issues to the table and how we're communicating with people, whom we're communicating with, when and how we're communicating with them. And so I do believe that the overall decrease in this budget is justified. Do you guys have any questions on 21,621?
Is this the account where your part-time allocation is your 25%? That's the 108,000 or whatever?
Yeah, the full-time, yes, sir. So you'll see in 21,630 that there is no staff expenditure or full-time or part-time staff expenditure there. So Fund 21,621 is
where part of your salary goes. And I think
Bella's, Gabrielle's, and then 100% of our part-time staff Phoebe's.
So it's 0.9 FTEs is ultimately what's being allocated here.
0.25 times, or plus 0.33 plus 0.33 plus the whole part-timer.
Well, in terms of full-time, never mind. It's okay. It's perfectly fine. Great. Thank you.
I'll find out.
No, don't, not to worry.
Now I'm curious. 21,630 recreation.
You can see here only some red, unfortunately. We are going up in some contracted services. And then this does go on for a second page. So a total decrease in the budget request. But for the increases, Jason's not here, but we do have Starlink at Soundside Park and Earl G. We need those expenses to come out of the contracted services from Fund 21. We are really looking forward to being able to offer a drone show at our tree lighting event. Again, I know sometimes it can just be like the fun, cool stuff, but honestly, the amount of feedback we've gotten from the public, there's a lot of tradition involved in the tree lighting, but we also want to bring new things when and where we can. Drones, I think, would be new here. They're new for me. The vendors are very eager and willing to work with municipalities. These aren't the most common features and events, but they're not uncommon either. So that expenditure, again, we're interested in moving forward with that, and with your approval, we would, Bella and Gabrielle have already done some legwork. I've spoken with some vendors already as well. So we could get our logo in the sky, get Christmas-themed aerials going on. So it's cool, it's fun, but that is just what it is. It's cool and
Help
fun.
me out here. Drone show. 10 seconds. What is it?
Do you know what a drone is?
Thank you. Yes, I do.
No. I want to make sure.
Frank, I figured,
want
these guys, look, these
blocks, man.
These guys have been twisting my head for the last 4.5 years, and I'm saying, now Frank's a new guy, but thanks, Frank, you jump right in. Go ahead. Next thing will be short jokes.
I don't, oh, no,
You keep it
I
short.
don't. I don't want to assume anything at that point, but in assuming that we know what a drone is, they do have drones. I think it is about, how many was the minimum? 1,500 drones?
Well, here it says 150, but.
Oh, I'm sorry, $15,000 for 150 drones. Thank you.
It's $1,000 a minute.
Yeah, well, the pricing we can definitely get a lot more specific on, but in general, you take X amount of drones and you can make shapes. The more drones, the better quality shape, or the bigger shapes, or the more shapes you can have.
Okay, that's what, I've seen that. That's
Like
what's
a light
good.
show in the
I've seen,
sky.
all right,
Yeah.
I've seen it.
Okay, that'll be really cool.
Sorry I asked the
Makes me
question.
feel any
Patterns in
better,
the sky.
John. I didn't know that's what it was going to be.
Yeah, I know
you
that
can-
jump right in
And
there.
he's
Yeah,
small.
but that's okay.
Yeah, I didn't know.
I didn't know
that's
I was
what
going
it
to
was
get
I thought it
to
was
sell this for the
showing
vendor
what's
here, but no, I mean, you can put, you can coordinate it. You can have it in coordination with music. You can have it in coordination with an actual programmed show. It's not just like, hey, we're going to put 2 dolphins in the sky for 2 hours and just have them sitting there. Like, which, I mean, if you want that, we can work on that. But it's a show. It's an active show. It's a production. So with Fund 21 expenses or budget, we'd like to look at that as an addition to our current offering for the tree lighting.
Does it take video as well back down to the ground?
No, that's not. We could
It's
get
entertainment in the
James's.
sky, it's sort of like fireworks.
Yeah.
I could ask James if he wants to get on his drone and show the drones droning.
So the drone's droning.
Thanks, Frank.
Which, when?
Wherever you are, James.
Bouncy castle only for adults, got it.
Yes, that insurance will allow, I think. And then the decoration supplies, I think in the past we've neglected to account for the set and breakdown with the lifts, so now we're just putting them in there. And then an increase in event expenses, the more we do, the more we need. So simple things like A-frames, zip ties, and cords, just to reference a few things. The decreases, the beach supply line is through facilities and grounds. Thank you. And advertising, the majority of the decrease here is just because we want to be pulling from Fund 10 to advertise our recreation programs, mainly that have nothing to do with tourism. But our athletics, our after-school day, summer camp, and wellness classes. And then the disc golf maintenance and repair, I believe that there had been intended or expected maintenance in the past. We know we have some extra baskets at the Public Works building, and staff hasn't communicated any extra needs, so we're just anticipating not needing to pull more money for that amenity. And then again, for the strategic plan, I promise I'm pressing it. All right. The new disc golf course across the street from Earl G in the near future, we know that's going to come online sometime soon, not in this upcoming fiscal year, but we're going to limit our maintenance on the current course. Many of our programs are at capacity, so we're reducing the marketing efforts, including in our expenses, the Wi-Fi for staff and visitors at our parks, at 2 of our parks, and then adding the drone show is of great interest for us. You guys have any questions? Cool.
I will point out in either 21,630 or 21,621 is the transfer of accommodations tax from Fund 21 to Fund 81. We just did not include it yet because we're not certain of the amount. So it's the 3% that Pender County has earmarked for.
Did you just plug 2.5?
We didn't plug anything.
Okay. Andy had asked me a question about the 2.5 earlier.
The 2.5 is on Fund 10, which would be your 10 cent from general fund.
Right, but the 2.5 number was one that I don't know where.
It's just a plug right now.
Yeah,
It's a placeholder.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it could be 2.1. Last year it was 2.03 or something, 2.05, something, whatever it is. Yeah, I got it. Never mind. No, not a problem.
Thank you, Melissa.
I used my own number. And I used 1.6 for accommodations, that as a placeholder.
Thank you, Frank.
Okay, we're jumping into our enterprise funds, I should say, 30, 31, 32, water, sewer, wastewater. So Mr. Price will have the luxury of being up here the next few minutes.
For the foreseeable future.
How quick can you make it?
Good evening. I have the next several slides. Start off with Fund 30, the Water Fund. We start off with the Water Administration. This covers a third of 3 of the ladies you see up front. Actually, no, let me back up on that. That's right. With Jason, because come out of that, I sewer.
They're further down in your operations part.
Okay.
One of them's in sewer, one of them's in water.
Okay. Don't quote me, but we did something different this year where before employees up front and a portion of Jason, Chris, Jordan came out of a certain fund. We've more evenly distributed it among the different enterprise funds. I have not memorized those yet. But that covers that. It covers myself, the administration salary, as pretty much the customer service portion and the higher echelon of the enterprise funds. To move to the budget increases, like I said, I could go line item by line item if you all like, if you see anything that you particularly want to call out. But the increases with administrative overtime, that is included in there just because before it was consisting mainly of myself, who's exempt, so I don't get overtime, and some office personnel who work at a standard 40-hour week. We do have some other employees in there that do qualify for overtime. Chris Wright, for example, or Jordan, on special occasions, not very often at all, the administration up front. Contracted services went up significantly. We went with a new billing system where our old people that met our bills closed up shop overnight, so we had to find one in a hurry. That's South Data. And another increase was due to the other half of the grant administrator that Mr. Brewer was talking about earlier in the presentation. Telephone and postage is reflecting the current cost projections. A lot of that could be the new customers. Like I said, we are adding between 150 to 200 homes a year So there's that many more mailings we have to do. A lot of that has to do is with the renewed focus on communication. We are sending a lot more letters out, having a lot more public meetings. 100, that is a new line item with the printing contract for the new building. We have a common printer there that the whole building is going to use. And we put in 2,000 for stationery cost. We're assuming that the front end staff's going to need papers, pencils, staplers, stuff of that nature. The decreases, administration salary. This is due to the front end staff not coming out of one budget, but be dividing amongst they divide amongst stormwater right now.
We're dividing them solid waste, water, and sewer right now.
Okay. So between those three funds. And the downstream effects of that, the FICA, retirement for one contribution, group insurance, all that's reflective of that. The bank fees were decreased. Ms. Melissa was nice enough to introduce a fee of 3%. That has had an effect. People are switching to more efficient means of payment. Bank draft, checks, they're not coming in and paying anymore. So as a result, we are paying less bank fees. The reserve, that's a decrease. For those who don't know, the enterprise funds actually budgets our reserves. We want to take the active act of committing whatever money after expenditures that we have. We do that intentionally. We have a lot of challenges coming up, and we want to go ahead and save anywhere we can. We don't spend everything we have because we know that we have challenges. That is decreased because that is taking in the new debt service for the facility expansion and the resiliency project. That is why that's decreased so much.
And how do we derive that number? Because I would have thought we should have perhaps more in that line then. So how does the 168 come out?
That is, we have a model every year that forecasts our revenues, and I'd be glad to go through that with you. We run that in-house.
So it's a proportion of the revenues, the anticipated revenues?
Yeah, we
X
have
number percent or something like that?
No, we actually have a model that takes the current usages, the current accounts, and has a growth rate and a inflation rate on the expenditure side. You'll like it. I got to show it to you one day. We rebuild it every year. We've been doing it 5 years, and we've always been within the margin of error of actual predicted revenues. We take that number that model spits out, we see what we need in cost, and whatever is left after our expenditures, we budget into the reserve line item.
Oh, okay. So it's not something we just pick out of the air. It's something that, it's a residual from the expected spend and the revenues associated with it. Got it. I would have given you more.
So smart, David.
You're tall.
And tall.
It's getting silly. We're getting.
Y'all gonna mess me up now. Okay, strategic planning. Staff to guide infrastructure installation, excuse me, I told you how to mess me up. Good. Staff to guide infrastructure installation associated with new development in a manner that increases reliability and quality of service with focus and development revenue, reducing costs to existing ratepayers. When I'm typing stuff, I type stuff I can't say. What that pretty much means is when we review plans, we direct the laying of that water and sewer line to replace existing lines, to create redundancies, to create loop systems, to design in a way that benefits our existing ratepayers. We're heavily influenced in the design of new developments. When new developments happen, I've always made a comment, and like I said, some people have trouble understanding it, is new development subsidizing existing ratepayers. They do that through rehab of existing systems and through design. Like so I could go through examples of that. I don't think this is quite a venue, but anybody wants to learn more about that, go to a TRC. You can see me talking quite a bit about that. Or I could go through any plans and show you how we've changed it to benefit existing residents. The grant administrator, Mr. Brewer, spoke at length. Like I said, we've been very fortunate with the grants and direct appropriations we've received. Enterprise Fund alone has received $34 million since Mr. Brewer's gotten here in low interest, or actually low zero interest loans and grants. That comes at a heavy cost to Miss Melissa here. So we want to keep it going. We want to continue to seek it. But if we can't support it in a way to where we meet all the check boxes, they're not going to give us that money. We could qualify it, we get a nice award letter, but if we don't hit all those milestones, they just say, we're not going to reimburse you. That is a real risk we have if current staff or future staff can't keep up. Organizational excellence. Staff continues to encourage a culture where junior staff has the means and incentive to seek within the budget to seek further education and allow upward mobility within the organization. What that generally means is institutional knowledge is not something that you could get from a degree. Knowing the system coming up in this organization, it can't be replaced. If we keep somebody here and grow our own future leaders, we're gonna have better leaders than stealing from somebody else. That's what we try to do. You'll see that all through the enterprise fund is training, training, training. We want to incentivize them to come here and grow with the organization because that's going to get us a better product in 20 years and 30 years than hiring somebody from Raleigh. They could come here, they have knowledge, they're not going to know this system for years and they'll be hostage to existing staff. All right, 3814, this is our water plant. The water plant consists of one individual right now. This is some of the training, some of the shortfalls we're having. I do have an old one. I apologize. I have an older version of what y'all seen, so I'm trying to mend the differences. Like I said, it's one individual. He's been here for a long time. He's eligible for retirement today. That explains his salary. He is well worth it. I'm in the process of hiring a replacement. But that's who we are right now. Now, his overtime has decreased. This is something that you're going to see through there too. We encourage comp time. We believe that in the enterprise funds, you work when you need to work. If you need to work till 8 o'clock at night, we don't go home till the job's done. You know, I can't say, Ms. Cannady, I'm sorry, you ain't get water, it's 5 o'clock. So that's why you'll see people having overtime. We've always encouraged people to take it as comp time. You work late here, you go home early on Friday. Sometimes that works, sometimes it don't. A lot of times they'll build it up and hunting season rolls around, it's not as busy, they'll take off a week and go hunting. We encourage that kind of thing. Unfortunately, what we've seen with the new tax structure, the incentive system has changed on that. I don't mean to go into the weeds, but before they preferred comp time because they'd rather have time off because they just can get taxed like crazy anyways. With the new tax system, with the current administration, that's changed a little bit. Like I said, I go through any particular line item if you are interested, but I'll cover the highlights.
I have one. There's a line item called water utilities, and it's got $250,000. And what exactly does that?
Yeah, I'll be glad to go through that with you. We charge ourselves a sewer bill.
Okay, and we do this because?
To accurately track the cost of doing stuff. That water plant actually makes up 10% of our total sewer capacity.
So when we clean the water to send it to people to sell, we have stuff that goes back to the water treatment side.
The wastewater plant.
Okay.
So 10% of our total capacity is eaten up by that. So in order to, water doesn't subsidize sewer anymore. There's two separate funds. So in order to capture that sewer, we charge ourselves a sewer bill. So it's a way to...
You charge it at the retail rate or at a wholesale
We charge at the same rate we charge anybody else.
Okay. Is that the best way to do it, or is that just it, or how, does this an inter-fund transfer that happen?
Well, you would want to see...
this is funny money.
Yeah, no, well, it is, but it's not, because you would want to see that expenditure coming from the water side, because the water side is more profitable in the enterprise system. So if we're not, then we're losing money on the sewer side.
Right, right. So, but in effect, it's all our money.
Well,
Because it's enterprise funds and they're separate, you have to house each one of them individually.
Yeah.
So this is one way we're actually shifting water revenue to sewer cost.
Correct, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
And
It
which we
helps.
couldn't do using a BOA.
No.
Right.
We are treating ourselves just like we would treat one of our residences.
And it's an accurate reflection of the volume.
Yeah, we
Give or
meter
take.
that water.
Okay. No, I like the idea,
Yeah,
actually.
yeah.
It's quite exquisite.
Apologize. Now you'll see, except for the, like I said, the FICA retirement 401k, you've seen that all along. That's the merit increase, the COLA, everything that goes along with it. Supplies, chemicals, those two things that naturally go up. You run a water plant more, you have more maintenance that's involved with it. Supplies, chemicals, those are the actual chemicals we buy to treat the water. We treat more water, we have more cost. Capital outlay of equipment. This is an interesting idea. It's been in the budget before. We haven't been able to effectuate it yet. We're carrying it over. We do have to bring the water plant down for maintenance from time to time. And when we do that, we do have redundancies built in. But when we say the green sand filter, for example, in this particular case, when we take it down for maintenance, we are now at half capacity. Our big fear is what happens if a fire breaks out during that 3-week process. The idea behind this is we'll find a way to bypass around those filters in case of an emergency. This is not something we want to pull the trigger on lightly, but to have the mechanism in place to do that, we'd rather deal with a boil water advisory than a firefighter not being able to do his job. Yeah. So that's the idea behind that project.
And Price and I have talked about this, and I certainly support the project, and it's going to come down to communication. The end product the result is a better product for the consumer by being able to replace the green sand filter, but we've just been hesitant to do the project because of, like Price was saying, is the potential threat to firefighting capabilities.
So having a second green sand filter is not an option.
Well, we do have two. We take them down one at a time, but if you can take one down, you cut your capacity in half because you're eliminating half the train.
This is a better way than putting in a third one.
Yep.
Because that's a huge, okay, got it.
Instead of putting a third one in that may get used once every couple years,
No,
this creates a bypass.
This works.
Okay. Then the $1,910, that is a loan payment that we've had for 20 years. It will be up in a couple of years. Last year, I forgot to budget for it. That's why it's 100%. But I was able to absorb the $2,000 elsewhere in the budget. Like I said, the water department salaries, like I said, we budget every year for training to increase by, we typically do about 7%. 5% for a certification if somebody wants to go after it, and 2% for COLA. Now, if that person doesn't achieve that certification, we're not going to keep budgeting for it. And this is reflective of this. We're kind of keeping it flat because last year they didn't achieve the certification, therefore we don't need to increase it even more. Overtime pay, like I said, the water plant operator, we budget for it in case he needs to take it. He's been very good, and he's getting a little bit older. He's starting to value his time off more, so he's been taking comp time. Contracted services is reflected to it's reduced to reflect expenditures. Like I said, from time to time, like I said, things happen that we need an engineer to come in and help us out with. Some years more than others. We do like to keep a minimum amount in there. Not to go into details, but we have something called breakpoint. If that happens, this is about what it takes to fix it. So we always keep that much in there. And if you want to know what that is, I'd be glad to go into detail. But it's more of a chemical process. And employee insurance, that was submitted through our HR. I really can't speak to that, but So, strategic planning, staff continues to move toward a large combined project expanding the water treatment plant while studying existing distribution system for improvements, such as improving line routes, selection of land, and construction of a water tower. This is a CIP item that's out of the perpetual fund. It's not out of this operation budget. It's out of system development fees. That's why it's not in here, but I wanted to reference it. Short-term improvement is planned for the emergency bypass. I just spoke to that a minute ago. And that is staff is hiring a water treatment plant operator to ensure the continuity of coming retirements. So that scares me. Like I said, if Andy's been a real good soldier for a long time, but if he decides he's had enough, we're hiring a water plant operator. I just got done with my first round of applications. I had one qualified candidate, and he's wanting 30% more than our highest range. I pulled a state report to see how many of us are actually out there. We're averaging 2 per county. That's it. So I can understand why he's commanding that salary, but that's a discussion we'll have internally. 3820, this is our water distribution. Like I said, have you seen anything that you'd like to see from the line items specifically? I'll be glad to call it out. Otherwise, I'll go straight to the highlights. Salaries, overtime, FICA retirement for one contribution. This is all associated with a merit/COLA. Replacing water lines and hydrants. This is a significant increase. Through communication with previous meetings with the council, it seems that this has been an interest of the council to go ahead and increase this program. We went ahead and counted the remaining hydrants that need to be replaced from 1968. We have 57 remaining. So we've upped that to 10 a year instead of 5. To give you some background, why we were only doing 5 years to begin with. Every time we do one of these hydrants, we have to put a portion of the town under a boil water advisory. And that brings a lot of heat and a lot of discomfort to our residents. We timed it at 5 because that works out to be about a month's worth of boil water advisories for different parts of town. If the council is willing to give us leeway to go to 2 months of boil water advisories in the off season, we can knock out 10 a year and have the 67 hydrants replaced within 5 years. So that is why that line item is increased. But I just wanted to be fully transparent. We could do 1 to 2 a week with our other current duties. But every time we do one, a section of the town is boil water advisory. And as we move toward this closer to the town, the bigger the section is under a boil water advisory. So if we do...
Are they sufficiently co-located that you can do 2 but only shut down the same amount of people?
We have to shut down the main. So as we get closer to town, everything downstream from that gets shut down. So if we do one on Roland, everything south of Roland gets shut down every time we do one.
You can't isolate it.
No, if we could isolate it, this wouldn't be an issue. Back in '68, they decided that valves weren't worth the money.
Once you get these 68 ones done, that's no longer an issue, right? The other,
everything
the
else.
90, the ones that were done in the 90s have the shut-off valves.
That's correct.
Okay, yeah. All right, that's going to wind up being worth it, man. It's one of them deals where you just got to
Are
do
Oh,
we
it.
installing shut-off valves on this new setup?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The ones from the 90s have the valve on it, too.
The question is, Hugh, is do you want to do 10 a year, or do you want to do 15 a year and get this all done in 3 years?
I don't know if they have the capacity to do We talked about it one time. I don't know that
Well, like I said,
have the capacity to do 15 a year.
We could do 1 to 2 a week in the off season. So
You can do as many as 50. Well, or
in the off season.
in the off-season,
So
it
if you do
depends
the math on that.
Yeah.
Shutting down the island and put on a boil water advisory every single week for 3 months now. It's the tolerance that the town has.
I get that. It's a conundrum. I know one, it's a very visible and important part of your job, and the other is it's an inconvenience for everybody at some point in time. So, but it wouldn't be the same people, or would it be the same people
Well, like
time
I
after
said,
time?
we started on the extremities to try this out, and we're working way toward the center of town. The more we go toward the center of town, the more people are affected.
So I could have mine replaced, but for the next 6 weeks, every week I'm going to have this problem because Now, further or down, I guess upstream.
Yes, sir.
So I could be out of water, boiling water 6 days out of 7 for 2 months.
Well, the boil water is only for 1 day, for 24 hours, if the test comes back good.
Right.
But every week, we're putting that notice out.
Well, you can really get some people angry.
Yes, sir, that's why we start off with 5. So
That's 10 years.
The downside of this is these hydrants are past their prime, right?
they're past the prime, we can still repair them, but we can't get parts.
Right, and if you had one that was down, you wouldn't necessarily know it until you went to use it. In other words, if one was so old that, okay, you open up the hydrant and it doesn't...
They do get tested every year by the fire department.
Okay.
But if someone, for example, hits one, instead of repairing it, I have to shut down right then and there and replace it. We could do that, but it doesn't have the coordination or the public notice involved.
Need to hire some kids on e-bikes. I would consider increasing the number, Hugh, and I understand the downside risk of that, but I'd like to get these done.
I would too. I can't say I disagree with you on that. I just don't know how, man, I don't know if we want to take on that burden, but we'll discuss it. I'm a proponent of the fire hydrants being replaced.
I mean, it's kind of a not a must, but a good idea to try to get as many as we can possible, inconvenience as many people. Okay, you're only inconvenienced for the time it takes to do 10, and then you're not, and then you won't be inconvenienced for quite a while. But
The amount of inconvenience is a constant because it's the same number of fire hydrants you place. The question is, do you spread it out over 3 years or 5 years?
Well, I look at it this way. I would rather be inconvenienced for a couple weeks and know that when the fire department has to come, they're not gonna have any situation with a fire hydrant. Then the downside is, if they do have a problem, we could've, would've, should've, you know?
Can you contract it out and like knock it out?
You look at that, but this is a cheap price compared to contracted out. Like I said, you contract it out, you're looking at 15 to 20,000 per hydrant.
No, I was looking at the numbers, and the numbers look real attractive.
Yeah, like I said, we have a very skilled staff that are, I can't speak highly enough about them, but that's, all you're doing is paying their salary. You hire it out, they're making profit.
But it gets it done quick.
It does.
It seems what everybody is concerned about, getting it done.
Getting it done, having it done with.
Right, but just remembering the amount of inconvenience our town will experience is going to be identical, regardless of how quickly we do it. The question is over how much time.
If I may, slight increase in the maintenance repair of tanks. That is a contract that automatically goes up. That maintains our 3 water towers. Supplies go up, like I said, as town grows, as our system ages, more repairs we go through. Like I said, along with those hydrants, we have a buried line that's, from 1968 as well, which we're replacing a portion of that this year. But that is reflective of expenditures that are expected. Uniforms, very similar. Like I said, reflective of expenditure. We've had a lot of personnel in and out. That changes cost. RPZ inspections, I increased this 33%. This is actually a net gain. We actually bring in close to $80,000 a year with this program. This is one of the things where I mentioned before, we had a enforcement issue and we turned it into a service for our residents. This is an example of that. State requires that these things get tested every year instead of forcing 800 people a year to make sure they do it and hiring a team of enforcers. We just contract it out and do it for them. And it actually brings the town a net of $40,000 increase. The reason it is because I'm going to bid that out this year. Our contractor that's had it is getting long in the tooth, and I'm afraid he might put his notice in one day. So just in case the new contract is higher, I increased it. You see the loan payment and interest went up. That is reflective of the debt service for the new resiliency project and the facilities expansion. Employee insurance, like I said, I can't speak to that, but the professional services went down based on actual need expenditures. A lot of that is being eaten up by system development fees. So if we can shift into system development fees, we have the developer pay for it, not the ratepayers. Capital outlay equipment, like I said, they're requesting a lot less than they did last year. So, like I said, trying to be good stewards and not just buy stuff to have it. Strategic planning. Staff continue to seek ways through rehabilitation and programs to improve water distribution and fire flow. Like I said, I mentioned the resiliency project paid for through a low interest loan, next to zero interest loan. That replaces a project. The pipeline on North Shore Drive puts us a new well in, and subaqueous crossing, and the hydrant replacement program I just mentioned. Organizational excellence, the facility expansion, also called PUB, allows for the equipment investments to be prolonged, allowing for indoor storage while opening up a second location for customer service. This has the additional benefit of providing workspace for general fund employees, and allows for the facilities and grounds to be moved into all public works. Fund 31 sewer.
I just, Madam Mayor, I just feel like we have some unfinished business on the hydrant replacement. And in order for me to effectively direct Mr. Price on this, I need to know what the board's pleasure is going to be. And the board's pleasure can be just bringing this item back to us at another work session to discuss this in more detail. That would be fine. I just don't want to leave Price hanging, and I just need to set the public, starting to think about setting the public expectation on this topic in general. So we'll schedule.
We're going to leave it at the way it was proposed in the budget for this time, for now, and then we'll go ahead.
So for now, and again, not to say that it doesn't matter. It does, but we can always go back and modify the water budget, the distribution budget, based on the directive of the board in regards to setting the policy on replacement. So I'm not overly concerned about it. It's not going to affect rates or anything like that, but we would just need to know what the policy directive is going to be of the board. So
I was just going to say, for fiscal year 26, we're pretty much done with it. The reason behind it is we don't do it in the summertime. We cannot have effective communication with our visitors to let them know there's a board water advisory. That's why another reason why we do it in off season.
yeah, it would just be gearing up for next off season. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Sewer admin. Like I said, this is the administrative budget on the sewer enterprise fund side. This pays for the deputy director and the combination that Ms. Melissa worked out. Like I said, if you see anything that jumps out to you, please let me know, but I'll go through the highlights. So increases, salaries, wages, that's controlled by COLA and merit raises, uniforms, increased expenditures. If I may, like I said, I just thought about something, why the uniforms are going up in all these line items. Last year we raised our boot allowance from $100 to $200. That's a big increase. Everybody's allowed to buy a $200 pair of shoes every year. For years before that, it was $100, and if you're buying a $100 pair of boots, they're not worth buying.
That's across your entire department.
Yes. And the reserve, that is based on the model. The reason why this is increased is to allow for the $18 million debt service we plan to take out. So, administrative overtime, like I said, this is reduced to nothing because I believe everything that's getting paid out of there are exempt employees. So they don't get overtime. And the retirement, 401k, and group insurance, that's all through HR. Strategic planning updates. Town continues to work on a strategic growth plan that allows growth and moderation while maintaining low sewer rates. taking into consideration the wastewater master plan, comprehensive land use plan, strategic plan, and direction from the current council. Just following up on some of the discussions we've had in the past about managing growth. Staff continues to work on revised system development fees that reflect strategic growth plan while still allowing for growth to fund growth. Just update on that. We've started our meetings with that again. Looking to have something to you before May on the revised study. Like I said, again, staff continues the culture of junior staff to further their education. You'll see that a lot on both funds. I believe in raising the next future leaders, not hiring them. No, I don't. Okay. Okay. 31820 is our sewer collections. That's our pump stations and our mains clean outs. Like I said, if you see anything that jumps out, please let me know. Let's skip straight down to training. Like I said, you'll see a large increase in that for the reasons I mentioned. We have new employees coming on. We have a bunch of junior employees that started within the last couple of years. I want to make sure that whether or not they choose to take the opportunity is available to them within the budget. Utilities, like I said, we have 55 pump stations out there, all for either 240 or 480 volt, three-phase power that use a lot of electricity. This is a new one, the timber maintenance and repair contract. This is what it's going to take every year to reseed and cut and reseed our timber out there. We're doing about 100 acres a year, bringing in a net of $250,000 to $500,000 a year. We plan to spend $100,000 on maintenance. Maintenance repair of lift stations. Most of our lift stations, most of our original 35, were put in 1988. They're getting older. We do all that work in-house. We don't contract that out. So it requires a large supply item. Dues and subscription. This is thanks to DEQ. They continually raise the fees on us to operate our system. What started out as $1,000 2 years ago was $2,500 last year. It's expected to be much more than that this year. Capital outlay equipment. This is within the CIP. This is some stuff we can't contract out, such as the Harris Teeter sewer line repair and replacing a generator. I mentioned that during the retreat, these two CIP items. The loan payment principal, maybe Melissa maybe will explain this. I have an amortization schedule where the principal amount changes year to year. It doesn't work like that at my house, so I don't understand how that works, but she could explain it. The IT cost, $200,000-$2,500. You'll see this in a lot of line items. Whenever we go into a new building, there's always unexplained cost, and we are using in-house labor. Jason and Chris are helping us run our internet and cameras and all that stuff to our second phase. That way we don't have to contract it out. This gives them some of that money they need. Like I said, budget decreases, overtime. Most of the guys, like I said, they do take comp time when they can. So this reflects the actual expected expenditure. Postage was reduced. Most of that is paid for out of the water side, just out of the nature of the beast, but there's some in there, but there's a reduction. And like I said, the interest, same thing. We have an amortization schedule, and those numbers change from year to year on the same loan.
You feeling the truth?
Well, I don't want to lie and say I know what's going on. So, infrastructure transportation. The collections division continues to invest in maintenance of existing infrastructure. The valve excise replacement program allows for testing if need replacement of all of the air release valves, isolation valves of the sewer system. Same way we got a hydrant program, we also have a valve program. It just doesn't make as much noise because people don't see it, people don't think about it. line cleaning program. We clean 10% of our lines every year. We got approximately 30 miles of line in the ground. I didn't put that in my notes, but it's about 30 miles of gravity line. We got 120 miles total, but 30 miles of gravity sewer. So we clean about 4 miles a year. And of course, I mentioned the Harris Teeter gravity line repair, which reduced labor. Currently, with the deficiencies in that line, we're having to spend about 4 hours a week making sure that sewer is operating properly. With that fixed, we could reclaim that 4 hours. And the dogwood generator replacement. And please, if you got any questions, please stop me.
Dogwood generator just fail, or is it used its service life?
It failed. The core was blew on it, and at that point, it's cheaper to replace than to repair.
Thank
you. Okay. The wastewater treatment plant. Said if you see anything in particular, please let me know. We'll go through some of the highlights. We'll start down here at training. I mentioned that. Like I said, we want to give the opportunity to these staff. Maintenance, repair of equipment. Increase reflect tools and materials as more maintenance is done internally. Like I said, that is a pilot program that we did in-house where we set up a miniature mechanic shop in-house so we can stop contracting it out. It worked great. They do all their own equipment on the tractors except for like the really heavy duty stuff. They can't replace the engine. They don't have the parts for that, but anything they do in-house, they do. All the equipment done to vehicles, all the oil changes, tire rotations, they do it in-house. That was a huge success. That was our pilot program.
Basically, they said to just do that for your department.
They do it for the wastewater plant.
Is there anything in the future to do it town-wide? Like fire trucks, not fire trucks, but fire pickup trucks, police cars?
We had discussed this during the annual planning meeting, and council's essential directive was we might be interested, but not interested right now.
I'm saying right now, I'm just saying.
Yeah, so yes, the thought process behind that would be with Public Works building on Juniper Trail, converting a bay over there, purchasing a lift, purchasing some of the basic equipment that would be necessary, and then there would be a personnel request necessary that we could set up to charge back to departments the services that are being rendered, but we'll continue to work on the background of it.
I was just thinking of it because we got Cape Fear right around the corner.
Yes.
I don't know if they're going to have an auto mechanic course, but we could take advantage of pulling somebody out of that that graduates out of that when we're ready for it. But
Sure.
just to try to do it here in-house, because, minor things, like you said, oil changes,
Yes.
things like that, tire rotation.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's in our discussions and interest for the future.
Okay. The next two lines, like I said, that one was, like I said, maintenance repair equipment. Like I said, it was a success, so they like to buy more tools to do more things. Those tools also come in handy for other things they do around the wastewater plant. It's very similar. The nature of their job is more mechanical based with the wastewater plant. That lends nicely to auto mechanics. Maintenance repair treatment plant and the maintenance repair spray fields. Same kind of thing. As flows increase, the more you run of something, the more it's going to break down, the more parts it's going to take to keep it up. This is just reflective of the predictive amount of expenditure based on the current year. 20,000. We have a digester coming online. They budgeted 20,000 for odds and ends that might not have been covered. Like I said, what we do with these big projects, there's always the little things. There's always an upcharge if you have the contractor do it. So if there's something that I'm not going to pay you to do that. I have my staff do that. Just to tell the contractor to delete that out of the bid, and they'll do it themselves and budget for it in the budget. That's reflective of the digester coming online. Capital outlay wastewater treatment plant. This is to purchase a new pole barn, 2 new gators, there's existing gators at the end of their life, and a dump trailer. The idea behind this is the wastewater plant is actually split into 2 sections. You have a little bit more than 100 acres at Sarge Martin, and you have approximately 3,000 acres 7 miles away past Hawley Ridge. currently what's out there right now is a small little workshop and all the equipment's sitting outside, unless they want to transport it 7 miles back and forth every day. So the idea is we're trying to bring, with the facilities expansion and with this, let's bring that equipment inside. That way it's not getting rained on, it's not subject to weather. So some of the decreases, like I said, overtime pay, we always encourage comp time, and this is reflective of what we expect. Professional services, like I said, as I repeated what I said before, anything we can switch to system development fees, we can. Now, there's guidelines to that, but right now, since we're already paying for upgrades as it is to these plants, no use of coming out of operation budget because it's for future capacity. System development fees can't pay for it. Gasoline, like I said, they're trying to stay a little bit more mobile. They're not as subject to gasoline prices as the rest of us because they're only at those 2 sites. They're not running all over town like the other crews have to. And most of the time when they're getting around on a gator, not a pickup truck. The loan principal and loan interest decreased. We paid off a major debt this year. And IT costs, that was after last year, that project was completed, so that was deleted this year. So with the strategic planning, Surf City continues to expand its wastewater treatment capacity while strategically designing and timing upgrades to allow for cost savings to the ratepayer. The digester project is nearing completion. That would have been part of the phase 2. We moved it ahead. Not only due to the funding that the town received, $4 million, but also currently we're paying $100,000 a year in sludge hauling. I don't want to go into details what that is, but you got to trust me. So with the new digester, we're able to make that more solid and reduce that amount. We still budget $600,000 a year because with any piece of equipment, it's going to take some tweaking. We want to make sure we're covered. But long term, instead of pumping mostly water, the second digester lets it dry out a little bit more and gets a little bit more concentrate, which in turn leads to less volume altogether. So instead of waiting for the next wastewater plant upgrade, we say we'd use that portion right now. Let's move it forward to a cost saving for our ratepayers. UV bank replacement upgrade. Our current UV system is becoming obsolete, where it's hard to get parts for. So instead of replacing like for what we need now, we've gone ahead and moved that upgrade forward, allowing system development fees and a portion of the $20 million the town received to pay for that. So that's a $4 million saving to the ratepayer. The scalping station, subsurface irrigation, is currently bidding out phase 1. This provides moderate growth pathway while allowing for reduced costs for construction of the multi-use fields. And the EQ basin is being constructed ahead of schedule to reduce maintenance costs to the existing filtration units. If you need more detail on that, I'd be glad to go through it. I just don't want to get too technical.
You know what a drone is?
I can tell you all about them.
Fund 32, the stormwater fund. Like I said, if you see anything particularly called out, we keep this budget mostly flat. This one's a little bit more unique. It's harder to model because everything is built based on impervious area. The actual residents actually pay a small portion of the stormwater fee with a $6 a month. Most of the revenue comes from businesses because they have the larger impervious area. They're actually calculated based on impervious area, and they have typically commercial buildings have a large footprint. Therefore, they pay, I want to say last time I looked at it, 60 to 70% of our revenue.
They're getting the $6 per ECU charge.
Where each homeowner gets a flat rate of $6.
Yeah.
They pay $6 per 2,600 square foot of impervious. So they have a multiplier applied to them more or less. So, but because that is so complicated, we are always more conservative with this because it is a new enterprise fund. We don't have a long history of revenue. This is our third budget, and we don't have a good model that we could trust. We don't really like to use predictive revenues. We keep it flat until we figure out a good model. But with that, like I said, the salary and wages.
We're not asking them to cost share into the grant writing program?
Not currently. It's just, money's just not there.
We got some, but.
I'm sorry?
We got some.
We have enough for 2 full-time and 1 part-time. So, like I said, in training, like I said, same thing. The reason that is so high, one is because of CDL. We really emphasize that, not only in F&G, but utilities. And one of the main reasons is, one, we have 2 highly valuable pieces of equipment on the truck, on the yard right now that you have to have a CDL to drive. But also, under current interpretations, if you're towing anything commercially that weighs more than 10,000 pounds, you're supposed to be a commercial CDL driver, regardless of what you're pulling it with. That's the current interpretation. They're considering that a combo vehicle if you are driving it commercially. Now, what you guys do independently, that don't count. You could drive an RV that's 60,000 pounds. It don't matter. But if you're driving commercially and you're towing something that weighs more than 10,000 pounds, technically speaking, you're supposed to have a CDL. So that's why you'll see that training. I'm sorry?
It's close enough. We're looking to Hugh for some, yeah, we're looking to their
Did I
approval.
misquote?
No, you're good enough. You're good enough. You do have to have a CDL.
So like I said, anytime any of these guys pull a tractor, depending on what it is, they could be over that limit. So, maintenance repair equipment, reflective to the street sweeper. That's what that's reflective of. It is expensive to keep that thing on the road. Now, it's a needed service. It helps with the stormwater, and some days the public likes it, but it's expensive. That is paid off, by the way. I don't know if I have that reflective in here.
It is.
Okay. Gasoline, that's reflective of actual expenditures, supplies. We shift this stuff around. Like I said, we always keep it flat, right around the $500,000 a year mark. So it's kind of, what do we think we're going to spend? Are we going to do more in-house projects by supplies, or are we going to go ahead and budget for capital and hopefully we contract something out? So that's the internal discussions that happen. So if you see an increase on supplies, that means he's planning to try to do more stuff internally with staff. If you see more in contract or capital, that's for contracted out labor. Let's see here. Budget decreases, overtime. Everybody in this department, they know the situation they're in with their revenue. They take comp time. Stormwater part-time, that's no, this is more reflective of what he's actually working.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, I looked at this number. Like I said, maintenance repair lines and manholes, like I said, that's a reduction, like that got moved into supplies and some other items. Like I said, it's more of a clerical thing, different line items for that suits what they're doing. And yes, the principal on the loan payment decreased due to the street sweeper being paid off. The reserve is a 0 because I cannot accurately predict we're going to have revenues over expenditures. I can say we're going to meet our needs, but anything beyond that, I cannot accurately say that. I don't want to give you all a false number. For strategic planning, the stormwater division continues to develop smaller stormwater improvements such as ditch cleaning out, outfall cleaning out. Like I said, we're in talks right now with area on 50 to help out Roland Avenue. Recently last year we did by the water plant that helped out 210 tremendously. larger stormwater projects such as Delmar, which is fixing to crank off, and design of Old Settlers Beach continue. We've been communicating with the public on them. And like I said, Stormwater Division, like all of the enterprise funds, invests heavily in training, such as CDL and environmental sciences. And the idea behind that is we want people to feel like there's upward mobility here. We want to raise the next leaders. But I think that's all I have. You got any questions?
Thank you, David.
Thanks, David.
All right, moving over to Fund 81, Beach Nourishment Fund. The expenditure budgeted here is simply just for legal professional fees. Obviously, we'll have, should the Army Corps project, we'll set up a project fund for all of that, but we just need the go-ahead from the Corps. But the legal fees will be associated with easement obtainment, and this will allow me to have just a dedicated line item to pay those invoices as Brett submits those. We will have, several that will need to go to condemnation in order to fulfill our real estate requirement. Let's see, parking. Again, just going through the parking contract and estimated what that will be, what that will cost. $50,000 in parking lot maintenance and repair. 10 in parking supplies, so $660 is total for parking. Moving along. Beach nourishment, again.
With the change in parking, potential change in parking rates, and because there's a contingency part to pivot with regard to percentage after $1 million, we're considering that not to be consequential for budgeting purposes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we really looked at it that closely in regards to what the expenditure would be. I just don't know based on the revenue that we would generate. Again, we've lost some parking spaces too. I just don't know.
So it's in the decimal, right, or the decimal.
Yeah. So getting back into beach nourishment, we do have some expenditures that are associated with this. So we have our agreement with Topsail Beach as the financial oversight of the Vitex eradication project. So we have $117,000 budgeted for this year again. $350,000 in professional services. We have beach monitoring that occurs, and we need that also for our TISPC expenditures. We have some minor costs in training and travel. This covers travel to DC for legislative priorities associated with TISPC. We typically will expend funds for North Carolina Beach Inlet Waterway Association out of this account as well. Supplies, very minimal there. Dues and subscriptions, this is again going towards ASBPA, American Association of, now at a loss for it, but, and then also NC Byway. And then you have a total expenditure there at the bottom line. Again, that was the other thing. We did budget money for outreach materials for the Army Corps project. I think we had kind of talked about that earlier with communications under EM. So we'll look at the personnel side of it, but and then we had a reduction in sand fencing. We had a big expenditure associated with the post and rope and sand fencing project this year. This is if we just need to replace something, so that expenditure went way down. And then, of course, our strategic planning update, and this is directly tied to preserving and protecting Surf City's oceanfront dune system or beach renourishment. And that's the conclusion of the budget presentations by department code. And then I just wanted to bring this back up for the budget schedule as the last slide that I wanted to share with you. As a reminder, we have the work session, budget workshop today, this March 19th. For the rest of council, I have scheduled a April 1 meeting to give Melissa and I some time to digest input today, refine the budget, bring that back to our little committee, which is Councilman Koloski, Councilman Pleil, and Mayor Batts, and we'll meet to go over some things. Also, give them an introduction to revenue projections, CIP, and fee schedule. So you can anticipate, based off of our schedule, that budget officer's submission to council on April 7th. So that is I will provide a fairly lengthy presentation to the board to go over basically the recommended budget in as much detail as possible. Also wanted to share with you that following today's meeting and starting next week, we will be ramping up our communications in regards to the budget. We are going to start with helping people understand the implications of a revaluation, and then your responsibility for assessing that revaluation, evaluating what a revenue neutral rate would be, and then how you set the tax rate with the budget. So just trying to get people to pay attention to this stuff on the front end, as opposed to on the back end. I also wanted to just take a minute to thank the department heads who have stuck around here. And for providing meeting security today. Thank you, Chief, for all their efforts. I think one thing that I just wanted to point out is the alignment of their budgets applied to strategic planning. And I think, I know that we continue to refine this process and are able to communicate the deliverables. I'll also be assigning some key strategic initiatives based on, what we are going to recommend in the budget. And that might be monetary, associated with monetary expenditures, but it also may be policy things. But it's important for us to communicate those key things that we identify that go back to the community so that they can understand the bigger picture as to what's going on. So just wanted to get that in front of you. We do have a statutory requirement to adopt a budget by June 30th. So again, the schedule laid out to you is tentative, and we set it up tentatively, and we will take as much time as we need to be comfortable in adopting the fiscal year 26-27.
A time for August, April 7th?
April 7?
Give it a time.
That's your normal council meeting.
We're going to have something in between now and then, John.
Yeah, John, so I'd set 9 a.m. April 1.
Okay, that's right.
Yes.
April.
Wait a minute. April Fool's Day?
Yeah,
Come
no
on.
tricks, please.
Why not?
And, I've had to push that out a week. I wish I could meet next week. We've got department evaluations happening. I have to get those wrapped up. So we're going to do this as soon as we can. And also, too, just to let everybody know, cost of living adjustments, but typically taken from CPI. That over the last 2 months has stayed consistent at 2.4%, just so you're aware of that. We will be holding off for the next CPI announcement, which I believe is April 10, to plug that number because of some of the fuel things that we looking at. Some of the preliminary reports I've seen is that the fuel probably won't have a major impact on the CPI. So again, it's a snapshot of a year, 12-month trend. It does not project the future on that. So we'll be, I think, somewhere around between 2.4 I don't foresee this going over 3% for cost of living, so.
So the salary bumps happen in July?
We budget for it, yeah, so those.
These aren't included now.
I think it's in 2.4 is in there with the salary.
Yeah, so we
All right, so the
factor
salary numbers we saw already included the CPI or
It does.
the COLA.
2.4.
Yep, and then also the merit, which is set at 2.5, but again, merit is going to be based on departmental goal achievement, which we won't know until after evaluations are completed. So that's why there's not a rush, but that's why the timing works out in this process.
So we'll have updated salary and wages lines for each department after that evaluation process. And it's going to be we see, but as much as 2.5 more.
That's correct, yes.
Or
But
2.4,
the merit,
whatever.
no, not 2.5 more, the merit's already built into that as well.
Oh, okay.
4.9 is, total 4.9 is already there.
Yes.
Okay, so this is the upper end of what we can expect.
Absolutely. So, just wanted to give you all that reminder as to the cadence in which we are currently marching under, and time flies, I guess, because it seems like it comes up so quick, but that's all I got, unless you had to share. CIP will be presented. We'll talk about CIP April 1 as well. I don't have that in front of me, so.
Thank you all for your dedication and preparing for this day. I thank everybody for your commitment just to serving our community. And do I have a motion to adjourn?
Make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.